Good morning, everybody. Today is March 17th, 2026. S&P 500 futures rise slightly as the market tries to continue rebound from Iran conflict turmoil is the main news. We have
Dylan Patel, founder, CEO, and chief analyst.
Good morning, everyone. Just a quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only, and I am not a financial advisor. Time is 9:29 on the board. The market is opening.
Well, I think first and foremost, you have to look at the people who didn't vote.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Roy. Good morning, Gifford. Good morning, Francisco. Good morning, DSD. Good morning, Todd. Good morning, Horatio. Good morning, Scott. Good morning, Sherman. Good morning, Trade. Good morning, Chris.
Either a glass half full person about AI or kind of neutral on it. There's not a lot of glass half empty folks, but in the end, the amount of tokens that are going to be required across consumers, across the enterprise, across startups, I think the $1 trillion number is pretty safe. I think we need to keep an eye on the amount of power generation that's going to be required in around the 2028 timeframe.
Dylan, what's your take on the forecast?
Yeah, the big thing that Jensen laid out here today is that it's not just the 5 major hyperscalers that are deploying AI across the world. It's actually this whole ecosystem of hundreds of companies. The real thing that he's doing here is laying the foundations for regular enterprises, startups, and sovereign AI companies across the world to deploy AI into every application. And that's been the real big challenges, for a lot of investors is, hey, okay, the 5 hyperscalers, they're turning on the money spigot. Are they going to turn it off? When are they going to turn it off? Now the question is more shifted to like,
insane gap up again. 2 gaps below now. 4 p.m. close gap did not fill yet. There's so much shit going on. Market is going bullish. Question mark? QQQ turned bullish. SPX and QQQ bullish right now. That is a crazy open. Okay, let's start drawing it these times. That is actually a crazy open. Guys. Time is 9:35. The bulls are in control on SPY right now. I won't lie, that's a fucking crazy up open. We are crazy gapped up right now. Inside the downward channel or the downward cornucopia cone, and this is, I think, the bottom of the channel. Downward channel we've been in for months. Insane bear burn on SPY and QQQ. Gap up open like crazy off yesterday. That is pretty insane. MU bear trap off yesterday. One put that I had went from $1,600 and it's at $1,100. The price I went in for. That shit is fucked. That shit is fucked. I added a $600 Nvidia put into the shit I was in. And I feel confident with the entry I had yesterday, so I'll see what happens with this. 9:35. I wonder what this line is. I don't know why I have that line drawn, to be honest. I shouldn't have it drawn. Anything I don't know. It seems like it might be an important level, though. 673. So I'll just leave it. I'm going to see what it does off it. QQQ is at 604 right now. Top of the PPI candle. CPI I played with yesterday. PPI, and there's another CPI candle up there. That's the most recent one. The market is crazy. Fuck is MU doing? Who knows? Who knows? Playing inside yesterday's range looks like almost. SPX try to gap fill with the entire gap below. QQQ, same thing. Wind direction is north on SPY shrine. No, just keep burping. 9:30, 9:35. This red line is some PPI line too. I don't remember which one exactly. 9:35. Never mind, the one from yesterday. Looks like the Bury box still in play on the video. If this low breaks, they could go a little bit lower on the video. MU turning down. Interesting. Went all the way to the top, MU. Interesting. What the fuck is QQQ doing right now at the top? There's no divergence at the roof. Time is 9:40 and 25 seconds. It's too early for me to write the HOD and the LOD. We'll leave the circles though. Time is 9:40. 9:35 rejection to 9:40 with no cycle confirmation. Just cycle building. I'll go range at 9:35. MU put going back up. My one tiny one I had. I'm in Nvidia still. The market is bullish. QQQ and SPY still showing. Let's see a bull trap on the video here. Shit, it's the same fucking colors. I'm gonna delete this. So many lines on this shit. I'm gonna delete this too. And I'll delete this too. Time is only 9:40, and 9:40 got a HOD, so there's a HOD divergence. Technically speaking, the candles are showing the bears are in danger because of the HOD divergence not until, but it's showing technically speaking the bears are in danger, medium and long-term cycle because of the HOD divergence. All right, let's stop saying good morning, everybody. All right, time is 9:40. HOD divergence is cleared. Officially speaking, the wind direction was north from 9:30 into 9:40, and it could still be. There's no cycle confirmation rejection, but the official north has came in the morning direction northward on SPY and QQQ, except MU. And trying the video, but except MU. Interesting open. We have MU earnings coming tomorrow. We have the President Trump coming live today early in the morning, around 11:30, I think. There might be another live stream after that, so we'll see how that goes. Get into the mentality of the fucking market is what we gotta do in the morning sometimes. Sometimes. I've been awakened in my mind for about 2 hours, so I'm fine. But wow, that's fucking crazy. Look at MU. Fucking, you can't even believe MU. MU looked like it was gonna run. MU, the only fucking thing running down right now. They scared the shit out of the fucking bears from yesterday close, huh? They scared the shit out of the bears from yesterday close. That's fucking crazy. Oh my god, MU and Nvidia, the only thing turning it down. QQQ and SPY is fucking strong. That's the fucking craziest part. Like, you can't even fucking make this shit up right now. Can't even make this shit up right now. This is crazy. Purple box bottom tested 445. Nvidia looking weak too. SPY and QQQ looking super strong. Super fucking strong showing. Nvidia and MU looking weak as shit. That's crazy. What's the VIX at? Volatility index is at 22. Getting brushed off from yesterday. Yesterday we were at 23.5. Slowly pulling down from the tops. HOD. Alright, I'm gonna remove some nonsensical messages. Just go take a temporary break if you are sending nonsensical messages. Only market related messages. Alright, after a little bit. Very distracted, it seems someone is. Oh well. Oh well. Things are happening in life every day. Oh well. And another algo range coming in. $9.42. And now time is 9:45. There's no cycle confirmation rejection, just algo range is happening. Looks like 940, 940 algo range. Yeah. At the roof. I think there's like a triple algo range, to be honest. Like one here too. 940 bounced at 937. 940 rejected at 940 but went higher, and 940 rejected at 945. Things are fucking crazy right now in SPY. QQQHOD. Now there's a HOD divergence. Wow. Bullish control. Wow. Telling me I can't fucking draw shit. Fuck. I just deleted. SPY actually bullish. Thing running. 675. Holy shit. 671 open. They burning everything down there. SPY and QQQ. That shit is wild. They burning everything down there. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. They are burning fucking everything down there after they did that. Down, down, down. Yo. I mean, I guess it had to do this shit at some point or another, but that's so crazy how they gap up and then gap. Gap world. It's a gap world. MU and Nvidia bearish and the market is running higher right now. Something is weird as shit. That's so weird. MU bearish actually. This is actually crazy. It's rare. This shit is rare. How it's doing this. How MU and Nvidia is literally going down right now and the market's going higher and QQQ is going higher. This shit is rare as fuck. That's what I said in my alert room. I'll say it right now in a fucking public live stream. I don't give a fuck. This shit is not common. We should not be seeing this like this. No correlation right now. This shit is dangerous because there's MU earnings tomorrow. sold on Nvidia already on the 1 algo range plane. There has been no cycle confirmation rejection on SPY in the morning, and it just went higher and higher and higher. Oh, excuse me. Yo, we gotta watch this video from Dan Ives from yesterday. He bugging out
So
about
can today's
Nvidia.
announcements get its shares moving again? Let's ask Dan Ives. He's head of technology research at Wedbush. Great to have you here, Dan. Appreciate you coming in studio with us. Maybe let's just start with this question we started to get into a little bit last hour, but this competition with Google. You know, if Google can answer questions with Gemini really well and fast, and they're using their own chips and their TPUs, how does Nvidia answer that?
Yeah, look, the reality is, I mean, Nvidia's 2 to 3 years ahead of anyone, including Google. So look, with TPUs or even what OpenAI is going to come out with, I mean, there are some alternatives, but the reality is you want the gold standard when it comes to Nvidia. Now, if you look at Meta and others, you can get for every 10
looking
chips
so
that you
strong.
want to get, you can
And
maybe get
Nvidia
3
and
of
MU
them.
looking a little
So
bit tired.
it speaks right now. We talk demand and supply is 12 to 1 for Nvidia chips. But when it comes to
I
Glock
feel like
and what they're
one
showing
side or the
difference
other
in,
side
this is them
faking
saying,
out, like whether the
we're not
market is a
losing
little bit
that
too
market.
strong, it's gonna
Grok
pull
with a
back a
Q,
little
not
bit,
Grok with a
or
K.
Grok with a Q,
MU and
exactly.
Nvidia is gonna
But this
pop
is
up a little
basically,
bit,
and
whether
that
that's
was from the
temporary or medium
acquisition,
term or
in
long
terms of
term or
essentially
not.
what
Like,
they did. This is
I have no
basically
idea, but
Jensen and Nvidia
that's
saying
what I'm
that
thinking
is
right
going to
here.
be our market as well.
Either
And
SPY
it
and
speaks to
QQQ
3
pulls
to
down to
4
somewhere here, algo
trillion
range in
market
place,
opportunity they're going after.
or Nvidia and
Because
MU
right
runs
now,
up a little bit. This
it's
shit is
their
not
world,
normal, not
everyone
normal,
else
not
can't.
normal, not normal. SPY
So this is
QQQ
like
way
the
too fucking high.
Lollapalooza for
What the fuck is this?
chips
598,
and learning
603,
and
bro? You fucking kidding
inference
me?
chips, everything like that.
Yo,
Which a
overnight
Lollapalooza has a lot
was
of
it
different
crazy though?
But
Oh
you're
my
saying
god,
there's
where the
really
fuck
only
they
one
close this
act
shit?
going on there.
Look, their
600?
third
Yeah, I go
rate
for it.
chip, a
Yeah, I
restricted
thought they closed at
H200 in
598.
China,
That shit crazy,
is
bro.
still, what,
This
2
shit
years
crazy,
ahead
bro.
of Huawei?
I don't give
Right.
a fuck
They're
what
on the
anyone says. This shit is
outstays.
not normal.
Look, and
Not normal.
look,
Not
they're
normal.
on. I mean, going back to that, they're the mainstay.
Not
Everyone's
normal.
waiting for
Morning
when
cycles.
Jensen
But
This
it's
is
comes out.
morning
really
traps,
all
morning
about getting
cycling
people
to the
to
max.
sign on and sign
Showing
up
too
for
much
more
bullish on
NVIDIA
SPY and
chips.
Because
showing too much
once you're
bearish on
in it,
Nvidia and MU
you're not
almost.
leaving.
You can't
And,
leave.
and
In fact,
it
you're not even
speaks
fucking that
to
strong on
what
Nvidia.
they
It's like weak as hell.
recognize where they are. And they'll talk about, Jensen will talk about at GTC,
Not
just
normal.
saying how, like,
That's
demand
what I think here.
continues to accelerate. You look at, like, the
I don't know what
500
that means.
billion that Christina
Just
talked
saying
about. I
this
mean,
shit is
that's
not
probably
normal.
closer to what, 600 to 700?
In terms of their order
In
backlog.
terms of the order
Do you think this
backlog
one of the
that
key-
I ain't gonna lie, yesterday
they
fucking
he's gonna
close
talk
wasn't
about
normal
the
either,
I mean,
macro?
I
so
think he's going
to
to
be
touch
fair.
on it, but
Okay.
it speaks to this whole
Nvidia
point
spiked to
where
187 and then
really, I
came
think,
all the way back
minimal
to
credit
182 and then now we're
after
back
what
at
was just
186
what
at
I
open
think
and
a
then we're at
Michael Jordan-like
183. Like
quarter
it's like as if
that
we
they
never
just
went to
had to
183
what
or
is actually
sorry, it's like
happening
as if
on
we
the
never went
AI
to
demand story.
187.
And
It's
it
like
just
we
speaks
never
to the
went to
CapEx.
182.
You got to follow the numbers.
It's just like
and the
as if we
reality is
were.
that those CapEx dollars,
Fuck
the
is
vast
this shit?
majority,
It's
it's
crazy.
coming to
This
Nvidia.
world is
But I
crazy,
just want to
but I
get
love
this
it.
because what you're, it sounds like
I
what
gotta
you're
run to the
saying
bathroom.
is winning per force
I'm gonna run to the
creates
bathroom.
more winning.
Hmm.
So there's this order book, but there's this whole other thing happening underneath here where when you bring somebody on, you're going to create more orders down the road.
Yeah, to put it like maybe in numbers,
Yeah.
let's just say like 20-30% is right now what they maybe like they already have stamped.
Right.
But they're focused on what's the 70-80% down the road. And that's really what the whole conference is about, is that as when it comes to things like physical AI, autonomous robotics, I mean, that's really something that Jensen and Nvidia are going after. And none of that is factored into the stock. It just speaks to our view, like you're in year 3 of an 8 to 10 year build out. And I just think a lot of that is not being factored into this stock. And I also think when it comes to software and the AI ghost trade and Anthropic and everything, I think it's being very significantly miscalculated and underestimated how software is going to play a huge role in the use cases.
Yeah, you're more bullish on that piece of it, yeah.
So not factored suggests there's a number in your head. At 185, what's not factored in?
I mean, I'd say $130 to $150 left is not factored into the stock. It's already like
All right, this is
$300
1/3 bearish
be a
trying,
trillion
but they need to
company?
create a
Look, I
cycle
believe
confirmation for me to be really
2027,
confirmed, cycle
6
confirmed
trillion.
here in the 2/3.
In terms of
We'll
what the
see.
smart cap is. Now, I get it
Man,
right now.
I had
in
to
terms
run
of
to the bathroom.
geopolitical, white
My
knuckle
adrenaline was
period,
getting
New
me
York City
going.
cab drivers bearish on tech. But we will get to a point as the numbers play out, and Nvidia, I say it's still
I
a
joined
cheap
my
stock,
Micron
and where
yesterday
Jensen's
up
going to
here
come out, there's going to be no holds barred.
on this one
I think you're going to
contract.
see a very
I
aggressive
would like to
Jensen
leave down
talking
here,
about
but
this is our market.
might not happen. Nvidia actually weak as shit. We gotta watch
Kevin
this.
Green, senior markets correspondent, right away to help set up
Talking
the
about
action
SPX,
today.
Nvidia.
So it seems like the tone once again being set by the moves in oil markets.
SPX,
What's at stake
Nvidia,
here
Uber
today,
captures
KG?
KG's attention.
Well, we are seeing oil move to
You
the
know I
upside
love
here
KG, boy.
after the UAE actually
boy
suffered
KG never
two major
disappoints.
strikes,
He always on
one on
point.
their
Every
port,
day.
a significant
Time
port
is
when it comes to oil
9:55.
exports, and
We have
another on the Shah
LOD on Nvidia.
natural
The wind
gas fields,
direction is
which has now
southbound
taken that for the
Nvidia.
most part offline here. So you are seeing prices still
183.17.
rise to the upside, and you can
And we
continue
gap
to see
filled
these
on
strikes
Nvidia,
actually
I believe, from
evolve, going
yesterday's
from
close.
tankers, and they're still hitting tankers, but now looking at the refining infrastructure and the production infrastructure, and that's going to be a key point of focus here over the next couple of weeks. So we are seeing oil move to the upside. Yesterday was also very interesting, Diane. We also saw tanker rates move by 25% higher, even though we actually did see around a 5% pullback in WTI, as well as seeing a pretty decent pullback when it came to Brent. That usually does not occur here, so there was also a disconnect within the market, as tanker rates are usually a really good leading indicator as to where the physical markets are going to go. And we're going to continue to kind of focus on this, at least for now. I think yesterday we had a technical bounce to the upside when you're looking at the S&P 500. We had broad-based participation. We had the technology sector, as well as the consumer discretionary sector really kind of leading the way. And right now, I think we are actually testing a key area of resistance when you're looking at the market, especially on a 4-hour chart.
I remember Nvidia pretty big right now. I ain't gonna front.
Potential short-term downtrend.
I don't even know if I said that shit in my fucking alert, to be honest.
We're just sitting at around 67,
I'm in Nvidia for
75
literally
if you're looking at the E-mini S&P
right
futures. If we're able to break above that, then we kind of look at that 200 period moving average on the 4-hour chart as the next major area of resistance. So I think yesterday was a little bit more of a short covering rally, technical bounce off the 200-day moving average, some optimism when it comes to tech, but I'm not sure if we're all over with this drawdown yet, given the events continuing to evolve, especially within the energy complex.
Okay, and let's talk about the President Trump and his plans to now delay the meeting with China's President Xi Jinping. It was supposed to happen at the end of this month, right? And so now we're seeing that pushed back, and this is amid the war with Iran. Does it add another layer of uncertainty, or does this buy time on the front as it relates to geopolitical conflict?
All right, I just updated.
I think it's going to be a little bit of both, and you can see that reaction yesterday, especially in the grain
here.
markets, where we did see soybeans actually limit down yesterday because of maybe some of this concern that we will see this delay, and potentially that China will actually delay some of the purchases when it comes to grains here. Now, the request has been made, and there's two different narratives that are actually kind of combined with this. The first narrative that really came out was the fact that President Trump wants to see China participate in trying to bring maybe some safety to the Strait of Hormuz. That could be a reason for one of the delays, but also obviously we are in a military conflict. There's also some risk out there when it comes to the president traveling overseas that also we have to be mindful of as well. So I think it's two factors, maybe two narratives that are combined into one. And usually when we have these state type of visits, you'd like to also have some accomplishments that could be announced within these visits, and they're still working that out. We did have some negotiators still discussing the trade deal moving forward. There could be also a potential for a board of peace between the two countries as well. So I wouldn't read too much into it. It does make sense that maybe he wants to see a little bit of a delay because of the conflict over in the Middle East. I'm not sure if it's really so much the fact that China is really not participating in trying to guard the Strait of Hormuz. I know that was a very big narrative to start off,
and also
but as you kind of look at the context, you saw that kind of evolve a little bit more yesterday throughout the trade
to see this shit, like people are just
Okay,
seeing
and
the
let's
candles
talk
reject
about
and go up on
GTC.
every fucking where, and they're just like, what the fuck is going on? But like literally, you know what I'm saying? Like, why the fuck would it reject at 9:45 or 9:45 confirmation into 950 and 950 bounce out of fucking nowhere too, 9:55 and 9:55 rejection to 10, right? And why would it bounce here? Why would it reject here? Because all these previous algo ranges that the market made earlier in the morning. So this is what I mean by cycles build on top of cycles, and time and cycle just confirms. LOD into Nvidia. Time is 10 a.m. Bears are in control on Nvidia right now. Bears are in control on Nvidia right now. This is Dr. Burry. MU. I don't know what the fuck is doing. Dr. Burry. Let's see where she fucking takes it. QQQ at the roof. This is the craziest fucking cycle, right? It's super bullish and SPY and QQQ. I've been saying that shit from the morning open. I didn't want to believe it, but it was. And I was like, yo, this shit is not bearish. Like, SPY and QQQ, absolutely bullish. Nvidia and MU, kind of bearish and kind of weak. And even though they reject, they go nowhere because, you know, just the environment is right now pre-market and after pre-market into basically 945 HOD from 930. It's like, oh, even though they tried pushing down from technically, if you look at the time, if you look at the exact time, it says they pushed down from 925, right? Or 925 literal candle into 930. So wind direction was south from 925 pre-market into 930, but 930 itself bear trapped literally in that candle to 945. Cycle confirmed, blah blah blah. Wind direction north. So until right the HOD breaks or the LOD breaks, the thing is stuck in the two midpoints, right? The two pivot points. Right? I call it HOD pivot point 2 and LOD pivot point 1, since this made it first, right? 1 and 2. If that's the case, then this is not a bull versus bear. If that's the case, this is a 33.3% chance versus 33.3% chance versus 33.3% chance of it breaking the roof, staying in between the two pivot points, or breaking the floor at every single fucking time. Every single fucking time increments of the market, of the cycles, right? That itself is literally just higher fucking analysis. That itself is literally, yeah. That is just the fucking difference, basically, between candle fucking bullshitters and reality. That's all it is. I'm gonna say this shit every fucking day. This is the same shit every fucking day. And there's people out there bullshitting on candles, and there's people out there bullshitting after the fact that happens. And like, this is literally a thing that happens every day. They fucking destroy candle and bullshit, hoping bullshit, and then everyone in the world that is actually smart as shit and that is actually somehow able to find out the system in a fucking very, very hard to figure out system, the reality, the real fucking real logic, the real fucking facts. Those are the people that win in life. It's been like that. It will be like that. I don't know. Nothing else other than that in my life. I don't know, nothing else other than that in my life. Bears are here, big time. On SPY QQQ, but they were hiding it. QQQ, not really though. Is there a HOD divergence? 947, there is. The thing is actually dangerous. The bears are here on SPY, but it's just like there's a HOD divergence because of that 950 candle, so they could rip it up in any second and then be like, oh, HOD divergence clear, or they could use that HOD divergence clear or HOD divergence clear hope to fucking just go rip down to the floor test and floor break, and then go later too. So it's just a hope factor, but I'm just saying things exist. LOD into 1002. And see if it goes into 10:05 on Nvidia. Time is 44 seconds. 10:05 is here in 44 seconds. We'll do a countdown on Nvidia in the last 10 seconds. Bears are here on Nvidia big time. Market is going to pull down probably on Nvidia big time. Last 5 seconds, I'm doing a countdown. I'm up 1.4K on one of my fucking Nvidia. 187.5 that I have 5.5K in. The biggest one. I got this shit at the fucking top, like when it was at 187.5 yesterday, so I never let go. It was way too fucking good. Time is 10:05. I forgot to do a countdown. Favorite rocket ship to the moon they go. Here they go though. Here they go though. Favorite rocket ship. This shit is great. Oh my god, I love Nvidia. This shit's like my fucking life and butter bread. It's been for like 6 or 7 fucking months now. Oh my god. Life is good. Oh my. You know, life has to be good today because I had a full fucking rack of ribs yesterday. I actually have some ribs in my refrigerator right now, so life has to be good. The video is oversold. Scott said, "Little Einsteins." Is that the song? Favorite rocket ship. Yeah, probably. It feels so good. It feels so good. QQQ at the top of the PPI candle and the HOD divergence at the roof on SPY and QQQ. I mean, I think it's 50-50 right now. It could bounce or it could reject. Honestly, because of the HOD divergence, I don't want to be biased here, but I mean, it is going fully bearish right now, right? I mean, what if Nvidia actually does some fucking double dip? You know, I wouldn't fucking doubt it. I've seen some crazy shit happen. I'm not gonna say it's gonna do that, but I mean, it could easily do this shit too. But I'm just saying, like, I'm not gonna fucking sit here and be like, until it doesn't. It hasn't. So technically speaking, it's done this. Now it's I think Nvidia might be bearish today, though. Because when I was sleeping, right, and I woke up at, I believe it was like 7:30 or something like that. The video was at 183.2, right? I saw the thing on my Robinhood dip down to where we're at right now, like 182.6, 182 somewhere, and then it went up in like a second. I was like, okay, they're like fucking, you know. And then I saw QQQ run up crazy in the morning, and I was like, all right, they're fucking bullish as shit because the entire market bullish as shit. But if you really look at SPY, QQQ, MU, all that shit, everything, right? This is what they did basically, right? I'm gonna draw what they did on the Robinhood. Nvidia was going up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. News, right? Down, and then it was going back up. What does that mean? We're kind of in like an ascending channel, right? On everything, on Nvidia, on MU, on blah blah blah, and what I thought personally, I did not even say this in delirium, and I was gonna say like they're making it very hard to know which individual stock is gonna be the one that's actually gonna stay in the ascending channel. They're gonna make it very hard to fucking know which stock is the one that's not gonna be in the ascending channel, because every fucking one of them looks exactly the fucking same right now. Tesla, QQQ, fucking Nvidia, MU, like SPY, every fucking one of them looked exactly the same into 9:30, and I was like, bruh, or 9:20, 9 o'clock, and I was driving back home, and I was like, okay, something is different going on. You know, all these options chain looking different on MU, looking different on Nvidia, with the gap existing on 180 or some shit on Nvidia, with blah blah blah, and MU earnings coming up, and I was like, bro, I'm not trying to think deep right now, but if I do see something happen, you know, I'm gonna be thinking. That's why I said in the morning, like this shit is kind of cookity boppity because this shit is not normal. I literally said at the top, I was like, this shit is not normal. This shit is not normal. Like something weird, and I kept talking about the difference, right? But that's what I mean, because when things happen in my mind, they're actually like, they're like, I'm not trying to, like, it's not making me biased, but like I thought about it before. And like once it's happening, once it happens, I'm like acknowledging it, the reality, and seeing it. But like until it happens, I'm not trying to be biased on it, but like I'm actually seeing it happen because I hope that makes sense. Because that's what I kinda noticed. Like look at this shit, right? Up, down, up, down, up, down. What are we doing? We're kinda in an ascending channel, right? What is fucking Nvidia doing too? Right? The thing was, if you look at Robinhood, it's like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. This shit isn't like an ascending. It was two, right? Fake out broke out up here too. That's why shit bearish as hell right now. But I'm just saying, good day. Today is Tuesday. This is a good day. Bears are in control on the video. Looks like time is 10:10. I'm back up to the peaks of my profits from yesterday. I'm up fucking crazy on Nvidia now. Holy shit. Anything below here, I'm up fucking crazy now. Oh my god, I might fucking leave my big ass contract Nvidia. I want to target the gap though. Oh my god, I'm up fucking crazy on Nvidia now. Fuck me. Man, that's such a gap hope, fucking goddamn hope right here. Oh my god. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. Alright, I'm filled out of one contract for $730. I'm gonna start fucking leaving the video right here because I'm in too big. Thing is going though, but I'm in too fucking big right here. I'm kinda scared. Yeah, my SOXL, I had one fucking put yesterday for 54 is kind of eating crap into today. Unless it does something big on SOXL. Down 17% on it, $85, but it's only like $500, $600, so it's dog shit. My Nvidia though, oh my. I'm at 1.7k on Nvidia right now. Back to yesterday's highs. It dipped that morning. Bears are here on SPY. MACD and volume is bearish on the 5. Looks like, look, they're burning it with the fucking HOD divergence. Like, the hope is actually strong, up or down, when it's super fucking bullish. You know, this is exactly what I talk about. Like, when the market is going crazy up or crazy down, I do not talk about 6 or 7 or fucking $10 up or down, because this is why they use the HOD divergence to fucking burn everything out of the money. And this is what I mean by statistically speaking, like, they're out of the money fucking dog shit sometimes. I ain't gonna front, like, it's fucking poo poo, like, like someone's literally complaining about fucking out of the money in a little tiny ass bounce. Like, I'm telling you, like, this is fucking, yeah. Oh my god, Nvidia, please. Oh my god, Nvidia, please. Yes. Baby girl. Oh my god, bears are here. Oh my god, bears are here. Oh my god, they're actually going. They're burning it from the top. And this is 3/3 bearish now. Oh my. Oh my. Gap fill, you dumb. Hypothetically speaking. Gap fill, Nvidia. Oh my. Oh my. This is LOD test in one candle. Time is 10:10. Yo, what the fuck did I say when it was at the top though? I literally said either the market's gonna pull down and catch up to Nvidia, or Nvidia and fucking MU's gonna go back up a little bit, right? That's what we're seeing right now. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Yeah, I do shit on SPY. I can't believe I can't. Why the fuck did I do anything on SPY? I can't believe it. This shit was so honestly though, it didn't look like I was gonna do that. Oh my god. It did not look like I was gonna do that much. It was like 65, 35. Let's not lie. That candle came out of crazy nowhere. Time is 10:15. They went lower from 10:10 into 10:15. There's an algo range at 10:10. All right, now they went lower into 10:10 until they break 10:12. This is 3/3 bearish cycle, and the bears could get trapped off the LOD hope cycle here too, or they cycle and just break the fucking floor anyway with the HOD divergence. burn everything and come back up later. So I don't even know. We'll see. The thing opened up pretty bullish today. Could do whatever. MU is not moving at all. That's crazy. And Nvidia oversold. Coming back up in that one single candle. Alright, 10-10 bouncing into 10-15. Let's mark that on Nvidia too. You see how that candle literally bounced at 10-13? Like the first minute of 10-15. That shit was like waiting from 10-11 to 10.
So Nvidia has its annual GTC conference that just kicked off yesterday. Jensen Huang delivering the keynote saying that the demand is there, demand is strong, talking up $1 trillion in demand by 2027. The question was this going to be a catalyst for Nvidia? But take us through some of your takeaways, and then then we can talk a little bit about the stock.
Well, we did see a little bit of a move to the upside. Actually, I think the market may have misinterpreted his comments at first, maybe some of the wirehouses, because we did see a massive spike getting close to the upside to around that 190-ish area, and we did see a pullback right after that, trading at around 183 at the close here. But Jensen Huang did project $1 trillion in cumulative AI chip sales through 2027, not in 2027. This is going to be driven by the Blackwell as well as the Rubin architecture here.
There's our full control. LOD about to break. They're about to fucking break the floor with the HOD divergence. LOD breaking. LOD testing. Most likely they're gonna break the fucking LOD. We're washing out new money up there. They did not break the floor yet. They're about to break the floor on SPY. QQQ is so fucking far away from the floor. That is crazy. They're about to make a LOD fucking divergence now with the HOD divergence or some bullshit. Make it even more confusing. Man, that's crazy. That is one crazy ass fucking trade on SPY. Up and down. What the fuck? That's terrifying. That shit is terrifying. Alright, number one, that shit is terrifying looking on SPY, not fun looking. The fuck we talking about? I don't give a fuck. That shit is not... Yo, somebody got absolutely fucked on this shit. Up and down. The majority. This is crazy. The way they do in the cycle. This candle got... Oh, look at this. Wait, what the...
Other tech stocks, a little bit of movement to the upside here, and they continue to actually kind of restructure themselves, or maybe refocus, let's say. They obviously command the GPU market, but they are now trying to expand more into the CPU market, which could actually provide a little bit more competition for companies like IBM as well as Intel. Intel did not really trade that great yesterday based on some of the comments that they released within this conference here. So an interesting... It's one of those situations where you could see a buy the rumor, sell the news type of an event. You didn't hear anything that was really any negativity coming out of this conference here. The market did hold up. Let's see if we actually have some follow through for today, though. We don't really have that much on the calendar outside of this conference
right now. There's
could
no
push
cycle
these tech
confirmation.
stocks higher outside of maybe some optimism.
LOD broke, LOD broke, LOD broke, LOD broke. Bears are in full fucking control. Oh my god. Yo. Big FOMO. Big FOMO. Big FOMO. Big FOMO, but it's fine. God did for SPY. QQQ. Big FOMO. What the fuck was that? Big FOMO. 10-20. New LOD. They could bounce it here. New LOD. 3/3 bearish. They could trap everybody in the new floor too. Now there's an LOD divergence. There's an LOD this shit can move real fucking quick. And we are now at the PPI candle on QQQ. Doesn't mean it's gonna bounce, but it could mean it could small cycle chop here and trap the 3/3 bears down at the new floor too. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, no cycle just melted down. Alright, wind direction now changed. Wind direction is now showing south on SPY, and wind direction is showing north on QQQ still. I think chat's going wild right now. I'm not even looking right now, but people are typing crazy. Yeah, people typing crazy in chat. What happened? Something happened? Everyone mad excited. Anything happened? This shit normal. What the fuck? What happened?
Around the geopolitical conflicts here. So overall, it's actually really interesting. I think you also mentioned as well the fact that they're trying to put data centers in the space. That was very unique. Obviously, there has been kind of some chatter around that even from Elon Musk. The biggest hurdle that they have right now, and their engineers are working on that, is there's no convection or even conduction within space. So how do you actually disperse some of that heat when it comes to the data centers? That's the big hurdle that they have, but something that could be revolutionary if they're able to get it right.
Is GTC usually a catalyst for shares of Nvidia? Because I know you've been watching how they've been in this range for some time now, but could it be a latent catalyst?
It could be. Usually the biggest driver is kind of their guidance updates moving forward. If they kind of maybe allude to exceeding the streets, kind of whisper expectations when it comes to revenue growth, especially in the following year, that could be a major driver for Nvidia. But I kind of look at this conference as more of a catalyst for other, smaller stocks that might start having some partnerships with the company, or may have actually some additional exposure. So that's really where a lot of the gains come from, not so much when it comes to Nvidia. And like I said, the $1 trillion number was a headline number. But at the end of the day, once the market kind of digested that, it seems like it's for the most part kind of on par with what analysts have already expected going into and through 2027.
Okay, and so we just talked about the space component, but here on the ground, there's also the development of a partnership between Uber and Nvidia, and this has to do with obviously the autonomous aspect of Uber vehicles. So take us through, I guess, some of the details on the headlines here.
I'm gonna get a Coke.
And then what does this tell us about where we are in the AI cycle?
Yeah, so Nvidia is trying to get into the robotaxi business here, and it looks like they are going to power their robotaxis or partner with Uber in order to do so. So Nvidia and Uber are going to be partnering. Nvidia's software is really going to be leading the way. It's going to be rolled out in phases. Obviously, when we're looking at the trading phase, that's going to be phase 1, and then they're going to have supervised rides as well as then full driverless level 4 autonomy here. So this is going to be over time. It looks like they are going to start off in Los Angeles as well as San Francisco in the first half of 2027, and then they're going to expand that out to 28 cities around the world by 2028, including North America, Europe, Asia, as well as Australia. So this will be a little bit of a challenge when it comes to companies like Waymo or Alphabet, for that matter, and others like Tesla that are already having a robotaxi fleet that they're trying to get up and running at scale. So an interesting type of dynamic here.
Thank you guys so much for hitting the like button.
About physical AI or robotics, leveraging artificial intelligence within the robotics space.
Please make sure you do hit the like button. Thank you all so much for being here, folks.
And really leveraging their software in order to try to corner that market.
We have the president coming live in about 50 minutes.
Over the last couple of years.
With regard to Nvidia, and you say the potential for a catalyst coming out of GTC,
and also I want the YouTube algorithm to get going
put out this statement saying it's a white knuckle period for the technology industry. He mentioned that he doesn't see Nvidia ceding market share to Google or Meta. What's your thought on that?
In 18 seconds.
I haven't seen a day or haven't experienced a day where Dan Ives is not super bullish when it comes to the technology space, so it kind of makes sense as they continue to evolve their business. Getting into the CPU space, if you think about it just from a consumer standpoint, the tangible addressable market's probably a little bit higher over time. And if they're able to get ahead of some of these other companies like an Intel or IBM, you could see maybe an additional tailwind for them over the long term. So I kind of agree with him at this point in time. And I think we need to start kind of focusing on how these companies are going to get into their own kind of silos or their own industries. Meta, or even like Alphabet for that matter,
There's
is
an
not really trying
HOD
to command
and
the whole
an
space.
LOD
They have their own
divergence
little
now.
niche, and I think
The
over
bulls
time
are
you're going to see
trapped
them
and the
really
bears are
perfect their
trapped.
own spaces and let other companies really be
Off of the
execution
HOD divergence.
masters, if you will, in other industries. I
Off
think
the
that's going to be
LOD
the case
divergence.
for not
off
only
of
artificial
1020.
intelligence, but also robotics.
And market is deciding what to do with
and,
everybody inside
given
of it.
where we landed yesterday, what are you seeing to the upside and the downside for the S&P 500 today?
Yeah, so for the upside, you're seeing the flows hitting 6,750.
Nvidia, I
To the
know.
downside,
Thing
we're still
moves like
looking
a
at
fucking rocket up
6,600.
and down.
That's just been the flows that we have seen for the last couple of days.
Nvidia that I know.
Volatility actually has crushed out here a tad bit.
I only took small profits down here at 182.85, and the thing reverted on me 70 cents a dollar, and it's doing a lot because I'm in a lot on Nvidia.
If we don't get any type
So
of major
this
reaction,
up and down
we should also see
moves
volatility
for me
crush.
about,
you can see that kind of rolling over here. And it
it's
appears
an
that we are actually
$800
catching a
move.
little bit of a bid here.
This tiny ass bounce from 10.10.
So if we're able to hold these gains, Diane, I think that's going to be a positive.
10.25.
We see a little bit more of a reversal. That 200-day moving average has been key buying points for a lot of traders over the last
It's just
couple
an
of
$800 fucking dollar bounce.
All right, thank you, KG. That is Kevin Green, our senior
Big
markets
ass
correspondent, with what should be on your radar today.
Watch Nvidia go to 187 just because they hate me. That shit would be fucked. But it could happen. That shit would be fucked. Watch the market go lower somehow, and Nvidia just fucking fly because they hate me. The candles.
Now, to discuss the latest retail investor activity, we want to welcome in our next guest. That's Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief of Investopedia. Caleb, good to see you.
Good to be with you. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
There's
All right,
right here.
let's talk Nvidia GTC. We had Jensen Huang's keynote yesterday talking about $1 trillion in demand through 2027, rolling out next-gen Rubin platforms. From a retail investor perspective, because you always have key insight there, what are some of your takeaways?
I mean, I'm not going to say it's
$1 trillion sounds really cool. And when investors hear $1 trillion over the next few years, they get pretty excited about that.
Like,
good for a little movement in Nvidia shares, which have been basically flat so far this year, along with a lot of the Mag 7, which is doing even worse. That said, it's all about what Nvidia says about the future, and the future is all about Vera Rubin, its next-gen AI platform. They're targeting the rise of AI factories. How scary does that sound? Great if you're an investor, because that means $1 trillion basically in spending. And they also rolled out Grok 3, the language processing unit. Talk more about the partnership with Uber. Nvidia everywhere right now, but moving into the higher margin areas where they always seem to find a lot of ways to make profits.
One of the things that also stood out to me is space. It feels like there's also the space race that's happening, and why not put data centers there as well? Because I guess we're messing everything up on Earth. I know that that's not the reasoning that's given, but you know, what resonated with you about that?
Yeah, just the fact that they're looking for different ways to expand their moat, and their moat now extends potentially into outer space. They're getting into the vehicle space already with the Drive AV software. Space seems like the next frontier for a lot of these companies. You've been hearing it from Tesla for years. No surprise that we heard it from Nvidia. But what investors really want to know is, are you going to maintain that dominant market share in the GPU AI processing unit? And everything he said so far would indicate yes, and the fact that he used the T word, the trillion word, that gets investors excited.
When you think about the AI narrative, for a little while before the geopolitical conflict, there were starting to be a lot of worries about AI disruption and, you know, is the value there? Are we delivering on the monetization of AI? Where do you think the narrative is now?
Yeah, well, investors are distracted because there's a huge geopolitical event right now that is pretty much moving the markets with headlines. We just saw a rise in oil, markets under pressure today as usual. But so investors are focused on that. Whether there's going to be a payoff for the AI spend still doesn't matter, because all these companies have the pedal to the metal when it comes to spending on compute. You keep hearing that word over and over again. Compute, either on an enterprise level or now at the factory level for AI factories. So the spend is going to continue. Profits hopefully will come. But Nvidia giving us a good signal yesterday saying they intend to continue to grow their profits 50–70%, and that's good news for investors.
When you think about the factory level, does that mean that AI is moving from, moving more of the infrastructure story forward, like the cloud,
Yeah, Absolutely, and that's where you've seen a lot of the profit margins.
Candles are making it look like, but I mean, they have to break this low.
And building out the AI factories.
Until they break it, it's just in a bullish cycle.
The AI data centers.
Candles
the real money
just come
is
in
at
red
the
and fucking
enterprise
pop
level.
up out of
the computers
nowhere.
that run the computers and the even bigger computers that are running
I would
these AI
not get
service
excited
centers.
unless they
That's where the
cycle,
money is,
cycle,
and that's where
cycle,
the big
cycle,
profits
cycle,
are from.
cycle, cycle, and then one
Nvidia,
single fucking candle comes in
AMD
and
as
breaking
well,
that
and for other
baby.
companies that are trying to move into the space.
That
Let's
candle
talk about
just denied the
Nvidia's
shit out of
performance.
them.
So, because you just mentioned the Mag 7 earlier, and it's been since sometime last year, it's been kind of the mess 7 for some of them, right? And you know, you wonder if there's now like a sentiment shift. How are retail investors feeling now about Nvidia and others within the Mag 7?
These are still the most widely bought stocks by retail investors, no matter what, whether it's passive through the 401ks or defined contribution plans, or whether it is
algo range
of
at
those
1025
plans,
and they're breaking out at 1030 to
even
show
at the
bullish.
Schwab Stacks Index.
I guess
These
they're
are the
about to
stocks
cycle
that
confirm
individual
here
investors keep
next
buying
5-10
all the time.
minutes.
Nvidia, Palantir, Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla, even Bumble, which rolled out a new
thank you so much for watching the market update video.
And then the oil ETF.
Go watch the market update video if you have not already.
We're always a little late to the party, but we always continue to buy our favorite stocks. This is that group.
So I'm going to get into Bumble in a minute because I saw that in your data points, and I was like, what?
Now, one thing I didn't say is the MU earnings, but yeah.
When you think about, say, Nvidia,
Still
Tesla,
relevant.
or even Palantir, are retail investors chasing this, or is there still conviction around it?
Conviction, and it almost feels like a safety trade when you get all this turbulence, when you get all this volatility in the stock market. Some of these stocks are actually catching a bid, and if you look at the Mag 7 just over the past couple of weeks, there's still a bid there to be caught. When you see individual investors jumping in, they assume that these stocks are going to continue to go back up. I don't know if we're living a fallacy or not, but we're so used to these stocks delivering that it's hard to turn your back on them. And when you see a stock like a Microsoft falling 20% and you're watching it as an individual investor who has followed this company for 20, 30 years, you're going to keep buying that stock, and that's exactly what individual investors keep doing. Even amid the volatility, you see the big stocks catching retail bids.
There are different analysts who say that where Microsoft is now, I mean, basically oversold. And so it makes sense that you see retail investors saying, okay, there's still something there. I want to go back to Bumble and the AI adoption. So Bumble's actually outperformed the S&P 500 so far this year. I don't know if this is an AI story. I am well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Everybody's got AI. But what's the story here?
Yeah, it's a dating
I gotta air out my fucking
assistant.
house a
That
little
doesn't
bit.
mean it's going to go with you on your date.
Hear my
Say, what
fan
should
go
I
off
say
in the
next? Or what should I order? Which fork should I use? It's a matchmaking AI assistant. They just slapped AI on it. They've probably been using it for years, gave it a fancy name, good for a rally in the stock. But all of these companies are looking for ways to make whatever they do more efficient and more workable. And dating seems to be a place where you can actually get some efficiency. Haven't online dated myself or used the platform, but I have a feeling just by saying they have an AI dating assistant, that's got investors pretty excited.
Because you got married before the,
I got married before these.
Yeah, that's not true.
We were faxing each other.
It looks so fucking bear trappy. But
you know, I'm surprised it's like AI arranged marriage. I mean, listen, there's Love is Blind now, so you know, whatever way works is what works. When you think about the focus of retail investors, is the focus now on the headlines, such as what institutional investors are watching?
Headline driven. Most
It
passive
looks so
investors are
fucking
just saying,
bear
what can I
trappy,
do?
holy
What
shit.
should I do?
Well,
I'm just going to keep contributing to my 401k as usual. We don't make a lot of changes. When you think about the broader pool outside of the folks who are investing on their own, yeah, it's headline driven. When you look at the top performing stocks, though, retail investors basically aren't in any of them. Here they are since the Mideast war began. CF Industries, that's a fertilizer chemical company, up 27%. LyondellBasell, another chemical company. Dow, a chemical company. Why? Because the pressure on oil is putting pressure on all the oil derivatives. Fertilizer, chemicals, eventually the food supply, and that's why you have this inflation narrative bubbling up again, which all comes to a head, as we know, starting today and into the Fed decision, no decision tomorrow.
All right, yeah, that's the expectation. All right, thank you, Caleb.
My pleasure.
That's Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief of Investopedia. We appreciate it.
Shit. Are they getting ready for the presidential live streams? Fuck.
We'll weigh in on the Iran war, energy prices, and much more. Joining us right now is White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett. And Kevin, good morning to you. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Let's talk a little bit about the situation in the Middle East, what's happening in Iran, and what that means for oil prices and maybe inflation longer term. We have seen prices spike. They came back down yesterday. But there are many questions about how long this will last, how long the Strait of Hormuz will be closed. And I just wonder how you're starting to figure this out, how you're starting to try and anticipate what that will mean for prices.
Yeah, well, we are basically getting briefed on every nuance of the war every day and then thinking through the economic implications. We have an enormous amount of success so far in the sense that we've destroyed the military of Iran. We've coordinated 135 countries in the UN,
including
no veto for China and Russia to isolate Iran. And we've coordinated other strategic reserve release of 35 countries, which could go up if it needs to. The bottom line is that the timeline that President Trump has stated over and over is that it's a 4 to 6 week war, and that we're ahead of schedule. And so already you're seeing tankers are starting to dribble through the straits. And I think it's a sign of how little Iran has left. And so I think we're very optimistic that this is going to be over in the short run. And then there'll be price repercussions when it is over for a few weeks as the ships make it to the refineries and so on. But we've really got a plan for every corner of the disruption, from fertilizer to getting fuel to the West Coast and so on. And we're highly confident that we've got this thing under control and that it'll end soon.
Let's talk that through. When you say end soon, you think a matter of weeks, not months?
Correct. That's right.
And when that happens, where do you expect, let's just say WTI? I mean, we can talk through any of the energy prices, but most of the analysts that we've had on, and granted, they're all kind of dealing with the fog of war, trying to figure it out themselves, have said that they don't think prices will come back down to the 60s anytime soon. Do you? Is that in your forecast?
If you look at futures markets, they've got them going down into the 60s again by the fall, and I think that's relatively pessimistic.
75 was what the WTI was for the December contract yesterday.
It goes all the way down to the 50s past the year, and so I think that you've got to understand that there's going to be we believe, an incredible risk premium for ending the terrorism, really, of the Iranians. The way I like to think about it, Becky, is that if you go back to 1975, Iran was the 18th largest economy on Earth. Now it's something like the 50th largest economy on Earth. They've destroyed their own country, but they've also discouraged investment in the entire Gulf region. I mean, don't forget that it's not just the Iranians, right? The Yemenis have been, charging people blackmail to move their ships around. And so we're moving towards a world where the energy of the Middle East is accessible through free markets without extortion. And that's going to be a place where there's more investment and more oil, and it's going to drive oil prices down in the long run. But the final thing is that the U.S. economy is still through this fundamentally strong, that we're still seeing strong signs of productivity growth. We had the Business Roundtable CEOs in town in Washington about a week ago, and everybody was talking about how solid things look. So the other thing to mention is that Iran's strategy appeared to be that they could hurt the U.S. economy, and then that would make President Trump slow down. In fact, they're not hurting the U.S. economy very much at all. While gas prices are higher, the economy as a whole is sound. And there's no way that President Trump's going to back down until he sees this through to the end.
What does that mean? Sees this through to the end, meaning regime change?
Well,
he
will
decide,
but he wants to make sure that Iran cannot
turn the news
harm
off,
its neighbors and the U.S.
Dude, why are you so loud?
So, he's destroyed the Navy, destroyed the Air Force, finished off most of the missile sites, and we want to know for sure that Iran is not going to challenge the world again with terrorism. And once we have a sense that we've accomplished that goal, we've defanged them, then President Trump will make the call on his own that the war is over.
Kevin, certainly we're in a better position than a lot of our European or Asian other Asian countries are, because they're so much more reliant on energy coming through the Strait of Hormuz.
Person about it.
What kind of pressure? do you think, A, they will put on us politically, and B, what kind of pricing increases might we anticipate from things that we import from those nations?
Yeah, well, one of the things that you know, Becky, we've talked about it before on the show, is that the U.S. is a net
No, I
exporter
mean, there were many people
of
before.
oil
It's just a
and
problem
finished
becomes when they're
but
from
that
somewhere
you have
else, and
pockets of
they just
the
want to be
country,
negative about
especially
anything.
California,
That's the only thing.
Alaska, the East Coast, where they're importing oil in part because of the Jones Act, which we just don't have enough U.S.-made vessels to move the oil around. And so I think that one of the concerns which we're following very, very closely is that the Asian economies, which are much more reliant on Middle East oil, they actually sell a lot of refined product in to the west coast of the U.S., and we're seeing some signs that they might be pulling that back to make sure that they have enough energy for themselves. And we've got a plan for that, and we're studying it closely. And we haven't seen disruptions yet, but that's the kind of thing that isn't going to happen in the U.S. because we have such sound energy production, but does mean that we might have to move a few chips on to different parts of the board.
Kevin, you know, when you think about the president has now postponed this meeting with President Xi in China, and I think one of the big questions is what the impact you think is going to of what's happening on the Straits is ultimately going to be on the Chinese economy, to the extent that when they get a cold, we get a cold.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know,
speaking
it's
at 11
interesting,
a.m.
but you know, the Chinese didn't veto the UN resolution condemning Iran. The Chinese are highly reliant on Iranian oil, and frankly, if the Iran problem goes away, it will be helpful for China as well. And so I think that in this is one case where the objectives of both countries are aligned. That we want, you know, a stable world oil market. And I think that President Trump and President Xi are good friends, and that you know, when this war is over, which will be sometime soon, I'm sure they'll get together and have a lot to talk about. And hopefully the Chinese will express some gratitude for what President Trump has done.
When you math out the possibilities within your own group about the economy and this impact here, and you say it's going to end sometime soon, what does that look like? Do you say 10 days is one version, 30 days is another, 60 days is another, or are you on a different timeline completely?
Well, again, what we work off of is, first of all, what the president has said, which is that it's a 4 to 6 week program, and we're ahead of schedule, and we're in the third week. And so then you could say, call that a base case. But of course, you know, I get paid to worry. It's my job here in the White House. And then you think about, well, what if it's a little slower? We don't have much simulating to do if it's faster than that. But if it's a little bit slower, what happens then? But the fact is that the U.S. economy is fundamentally sound, and that if it were to be extended, it wouldn't really disrupt the U.S. economy very much at all. It would hurt consumers, and we'd have to think about, you know, if that continued, what we would have to do about that. But that's like really the last of our concerns right now, because we're very confident that this thing is going ahead of schedule.
Hey, Kevin, you mentioned that there are so many other things that come through the Strait of Hormuz that we do have concerns about. One would be fertilizer. Another would be helium, which is needed for the manufacturing of semiconductor chips. You said you have a plan. What is that plan to make sure that we are getting fertilizer to the proper places that it's needed? Because you can't get the fertilizer there late if you need to plant the crops.
Right. Well, the thing about fertilizer is that I know there are some people who live in fertilizer land on CNBC, but probably most people don't know about how fertilizer works in the U.S. But it's almost planting season, and there's a lot of fertilizer that usually goes down during planting season, including fertilizer that's based on ammonia and urea and nitrogen. And then there's potash that goes in as well, though the potash usually comes in the fall. And a lot of this stuff is made from liquid natural gas, and there's a facility in Qatar that produces so much fertilizer that it supplies maybe about 20% of the fertilizer into the U.S. And so what we've been doing really as an insurance policy against disruption is we've been finding other sources and doing so really quite successfully. We've put licenses, established licenses for Venezuela to produce more fertilizer. We've had discussions with Morocco, which has the largest reserve of potash anywhere on Earth. And so we've been all over the fertilizer problem. And I'm not saying that we can eliminate what disruption there is so far, but we can minimize it for sure.
And that would be available for U.S. farmers or available throughout the world? How does it work, and what's the time frame?
We're focused on U.S. farmers and getting stuff to the U.S. farmers. That's right.
But
so
you're convinced
we've
that this
identified the
planting season will be...
supplies that are disrupted from the Gulf and tried to successfully found alternative sources for a lot of it.
MU looks like a fucking alien. MU be moving. MU be moving. It's kind of boring with these HOD and LOD divergences. Way more times. Such a choppy ass bullish cycle. Trump comes live in 15 minutes. I guess the market wants to wait. Just like yesterday. How's crypto doing today? Bitcoin, XRP. Okay. Still 1.5. Interesting. Damn, my SOXL lost me $97. What a dipshit. But it's next week expiring. It has 10 days left and it's 54, so I don't think it should be that bad, but SOXL. Go take a shitter into next week. I'm in so many different things, I guess, here and there and there and there and there and here and where and there and fuck all here and there. We gotta watch this.
Welcome back to Opening Bell. We have some up arrows
Wall
today,
Street's
right? You're not that used to that. We've had 3 weeks of selling, but we are seeing oil down here. It's right now at $94.89 the barrel, and as oil has come down, that has given a little boost to stocks. Joining me right now, Phil Rosen, co-founder of Opening Bell Daily, and I'm so glad you are here. You speak to so many people, and you have so much information. What's the big picture on the market these days?
FOMC meeting.
The big picture is, I would say, very mixed and uncertain. And first of all, thank you for having me, Nicole.
Tune in tomorrow, folks.
What I'm watching right now, I've been digging into history to see how markets have typically reacted to, one, geopolitical shocks, and two, oil shocks. So since the last 40 years or so, oil prices have seen a 20% gain over a 2-day period 7 times. And in those 7 times, stocks have been up a year later 6 of 7 times with an average gain of 24%. So to me, that is pretty bullish. every instance is different, and you never want to draw your conclusions entirely from previous instances. But then if you look to geopolitical shocks, since the Korean War, we've seen an average gain after a geopolitical shock of 14.2% a year later. So that's a second variable I'm looking at. Between oil shocks, geopolitical shocks, stocks are almost never lower the following year. So between those two things, and then you still have the earnings story, which is pretty solid, pretty resilient. The actual fundamentals of the market, they haven't changed that much, even though there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of uncertainty, there's so much going on in the Middle East right now. And these are all very real things and certainly headwinds. But the story for investors, I'm not sure if it's changed that much between today and maybe a month ago.
Right, and you know what's interesting? You talked about the 20% gain in 2 days for oil, and that we were up. You said the 2 day happened 7 times, and then stocks are higher later 6 or 7 times. So they sort of recover is the point, right? But the likelihood of being 20% up again on oil is probably slim. No, I mean, we may trend higher or trend lower, but we've sort of digested that we are in a war in the Middle East. We've digested that the Strait of Hormuz is shut down for the time being. Do you expect that we'd have a 20% surge again?
Honestly, we could see anything depending on what President Trump tweets out. So he could say something and oil prices could swing again. And usually when oil prices go up, stocks come down.
Right.
So that's certainly in the cards, I would say. But all this is near-term chop. He's trying to figure out how to get through this situation. And who knows? He might be doing it on the fly. There might be a strategy. I'm not sure. But markets will respond to whatever he says in the moment. So that's something that you can't really position for, unfortunately.
So at this point now, based on your history, looking back to the Korean War, looking back on oil moves, in all those instances, for the most part, you had up arrows following. So does that mean buy the dips?
The news really talking about
I wouldn't make
Korean War.
If I were to bet one way or the other, I would say, yeah, dip buying is probably a great strategy at this moment in time. And it's proven to be a great strategy under President Trump over the last year. Remember Liberation Day, one of the worst immediate sell-offs and sharpest sell-offs we've ever seen, followed immediately by the best rebound in history almost. So something like that, I don't know if we're going to see as dramatic with this oil shock right here. But generally, I write for long-term investors, and I wouldn't be recommending to my subscribers to start panic selling or responding based on what's going on in the Middle East right now. Generally, I'm very much in the camp of if you're patient, then things will pan out okay.
And then when we look, you said now probably more so look to energy, less so to financials. Why?
Well, that's the story of the sectors this year, right? So energy's been destroying everything else. It's up from last year's momentum from AI. Everyone needs energy to power these infrastructure build-outs for the AI boom. And then it's also benefiting now from the war in Iran because energy prices are going to go up.
Don't fucking react
the oil shock is there, so that's another tailwind for the energy sector. And then the complete opposite side is financials. We've had a lot of private credit fears. You've had some major banks controlling withdrawals in some funds. So that's fueled a lot of uncertainty in financials. So you have the best and the worst performing sector kind of bookended right there.
Looking at the Market Watch heat map, it's amazing. It's all green today. Including all the Mag 7. When you have one of these 90% up days, people feel good, especially after you've had selling for 3 weeks with the Dow and the S&P. Your thoughts on a day like this where the Mag 7 is doing, I see a lot of green here. Your thoughts?
I mean, the story of the year so far, it's unbelievable. The rotation out of tech has been pretty explicit, I would say. So the Mag 7 are still negative year to date as a group, and they've been one of the best winning trades of the last 3 years. And to start the year, they haven't really done anything except go down. So today, yeah, it's an anomaly. But this great rotation out of the Mag 7, that's also reflected in the S&P 493 has outperformed the S&P 500, and the equal weight S&P 500 has also outperformed. So those are a couple interesting things that I'm looking at. And, Green Day in the Mag 7, that's great. We can talk about it here. I'm not sure how much momentum there really is behind big tech right now.
And then for the Fed, your thoughts?
We're not getting the cut for a while. Yeah, I don't.
Cuts. What about?
David said, "Did something happen to Bitcoin?" Yeah,
probably.
Tom Lee happened.
I think Kevin Warsh is. Everything's pointing
to happen, right?
Yeah, I don't see anything derailing that schedule, let's say. And markets right now don't expect cuts until way later in the year. Suddenly, with the oil shock here and inflation fears, Kevin Warsh is going to come in, and my bet is that he's going to move some things around, and we're going to get more cuts than the market is currently pricing in.
Any predictions, surprises, or wild cards in your mind with all your research that you do?
Watch this shit, ready?
The only wild card
you guys
that people seem to be underestimating right now is that the bulls will probably be right, as they typically are throughout history. Right now, everyone's very bearish. Bearish sentiment is very high. Everyone's pessimistic, looking at these negative headlines. I'm pretty much just waiting for things to come back, and if you zoom out a little bit, things always come back.
I'll show you the higher time frame, man, since December. I've been saying
great to see you. Thanks for being here in
you.
person. We appreciate
and
it.
The realest watches my live stream. Remember, I've been talking about Bitcoin when that bitch was at 90K, 110K, in October, December. There were people that was bullish on Bitcoin as that bitch was going down since December that I had to leave this fucking community because they were just literally trolling bullish. Like, kinda crazy. Crazy how that played out. Like, crazy literally how that fucking played out. Huh? Bitcoin? 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 Literal Bitcoin. People were calling me fucking Chicken Little. People were calling me literally Chicken Little at 109K. Crazy how that fucking played out. Chicken Little. I guess I am. That was me. Yeah, that's me. I guess so. Looks fucking crazy until it fucking happens. Everyone in the world's like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. So crazy. So crazy. So crazy. President Trump will not be on for 15 more minutes.
Yep, the trading day ahead and bring in our panel. Joining me on set, Strategas Research Partners Chief Market Strategist Chris Ferrone and Global X ETF Senior Investment Strategist Shauna Smith. Also with me is Henrietta Treitz, who's the co-founder and director.
We have 150 people here before the President comes on
first,
live.
I guess let's look at energy prices, which seems to dominate the headlines and the market action on the rise again this morning. And like we've seen the last 3 weeks here, when oil spikes, typically we see equities dropping now, and you've got WTI
smack that like button if you're not ready for the YouTube algorithm. Let's get it going.
What do you think here, Chris?
America.
Well, I think a couple things. I think number one, you probably don't get some real good durable low in equities until you get crude back into the 75 to 85 range. But let's take a step back. I think the mistake is looking at the energy stocks right here as episodic. If you kind of go back to when they started to improve, it wasn't 2 or 3 weeks ago when this war started. It was back in August, September, October, and it was global. So I think certainly on any positive headline,
this is exactly doing what the market update video did say. It's going to play with this somehow, but this
I think what you're seeing is a more structural move to energy leadership. At a 3% weight in the S&P, I think people have to ask themselves, is that enough given what the world looks like?
Shauna?
Yeah, I certainly do agree with that. And I think it's going to be it's just so interesting looking at just the macro context of all this. When you talk about the rise in oil prices, what exactly that's going to do inflation, what it does to some of the Fed commentary that we will be getting out tomorrow afternoon. But certainly it is a headline risk, higher oil prices to the market overall. When you just talk about the inflation side of the story, what exactly that is ultimately going to mean for the Fed in terms of the timing of its potential next rate cut. We're seeing that starting to be priced into the market there. And obviously, markets don't like uncertainty, so we're seeing the markets remain a bit on edge.
Henrietta, I know that you're looking at how the pressure on oil is also factoring into political pressure with President Trump.
What the?
Yeah, absolutely. And the question really is, at what point does this seep into Congress and make them start to get uncomfortable? You know, those guys are the ones up for election this cycle, not the president. I spent all week on Capitol Hill, and I do not see near-term urgency to strip the president of any of his authority to engage with Iran. I don't see any movement from House Republicans or Senate Republicans to try to reel this back in. I think the president has about 4 weeks now between the next 2 he's going to spend focused on the election legislation and mail-in balloting and totally separate pieces of legislation that he's prioritizing. And then they're on recess for 2 weeks. So really the president has about a 3 or 4 week buffer before he starts to face any domestic pressure from his own conference, which means we should expect this to continue for at least.
Alrighty, here we go. Let's get the president on. Ireland and US. Is anybody Irish here? If you're Irish, send some Irish flags. If you feel American, send some American flags. Here comes the live stream now. Yo, my out of the money MU fucking down 20%. I did not even leave. I entered yesterday morning for like 1.1k. The thing closed at 1,500 and take profit. It's at $900 now. It's actually fucked. Crazy. So fucking far out of the money. That's what they did. I just want down here. I'll leave again. But like, yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck? I ain't leaving up there. That's a couple $100. I could use a couple $100 to go hit the casinos again. The real casinos. The fuck the casinos. I hate the casinos. Oh my gosh. What am I saying? I wanna go to the Atlantic City. I wanna go to a nice hotel and just just sleep in the hotel, right? And just wake up and go eat breakfast. Go get buffet and go home. Fuck the casinos. Actually, if I probably go, I'll probably end up doing something anyway. Yeah, but fuck. What am I saying, bro? Please. Please! Why can't Nvidia go gap fill today, huh? Huh? I gotta go take a piss. I feel some. I feel some. All right, I'm back. Wow, we have 160 people here. Before the president comes on, let's do our first poll of the day. For the presidential live stream, based on what has happened so far, the candles and the cycles, you believe, or you think, this is a personal opinion poll, nothing else, doesn't even matter. You think the market is bullish or bearish right now, so it's going to go higher or lower. Let's see. Presidential live stream. All right, we have 2 people voting lower, and we have 3 people voting. We have 1, 2, 3. We have 3 people voting bullish, and we have 4 people voting
People who support Islamists are typically terrorists. They're people who are jihadis. They are trying to undermine American society. That is inconsistent with the American Constitution, and that is something we need to be on guard about. I think that's what members who are speaking about this, I think that's what they mean. They should be more artful in their language. We love Muslim people. We love peace-loving Muslims. But we do not and cannot countenance Islamists. That's the distinction.
Should there be consequences, though, for that language?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people said higher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 13 people said lower. What the f... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 5 people only voted higher. Okay. The fuck? I thought it'd be way more. Alright. 5 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14. Okay. Okay, we have one more vote. Alright. So 6 to 7, 6 to 14. Time is 11:05. Those are certainly coming bearish. It's breaking the horizontal sloping support line for sure. It is looking more bearish than not out of nowhere ever since the poll for sure. Okay. Well, this shit for sure does not look bullish right now at the minimum, I can say confidently. I think it's safe for me to say, right, market? It won't flip when I say that. Okay. So this just flipped, and we'll see where she. Okay, so the teddy bears are here, and now does this grow into a full scale South Pole bear invasion? That's the question, because that thing happened so fucking fast, and the MACD volume is now coming bearish out of nowhere. Okay, they extended the bullish cycle and trapped it, and now it is playing inside the bullish cycle, but also the MACD is crazy bearish out of nowhere. That's the market I know. God Sanda said the volume is not there. You may be jinxing that one. Oh my, Shawnee said the volume's coming in. So who's right? The volume is not there, or the volume's coming in, folks. All right. Who? That's another fucking question on its own. Is the Doctor? All right, I'm back. Woo! Me likey. Nvidia and the market going together. Me likey. Time is 11:10. How do you say time is 10:10 in Espanol? 15. 10. Alright. I'm starving. 672.3, 672.29. All right, 12.05 bounced to 11.05 bounced to 11.10 by 1 cent. And there's an algo range at 11.05 right here. Dr. Burry. Dr. Burry? Oh my god, the Burry Bears are here. Oh my god. What does the bear say? What does Dr. Burry say? Give me my shit, Morgan Stanley. Give me my shit, Golden Sex. What does Dr. Burry say? Burry, 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 Burry. 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 What does the fox say? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. What does the fox say? I need food. I'm going crazy, guys. I'm hungry as fuck. I'm sorry, I'm going mental. I need food. I could feel the energy drain out of my body as I speak. I need, oh my god, that's nasty as fuck. You know what's crazy? There was a YouTuber that posted a McDonald's is coming on a bigger, higher time frame, and we see a little McDonald's right here. That's crazy. That's all I'm saying. It looks like they created a McDonald's. It looks like they got a Big Mac with triple fucking large fries and 2 fucking large fucking Cokes, because they're true Americans, folks, for this presidential live stream, and they're about to eat that shit and stuff that shit and nom 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 yum yum yum. And yep, the Big Mac presidential live stream, here we go. I guarantee you, most likely, the president's gonna come on in about 5 to 10 to 7 minutes here. I guarantee you, the president is about to come on in 5 to 10 minutes. Maximus, what are we gonna do with you, bro? What are we gonna do with you, bro? Because I don't think there's any hope. Crazy. LOD breaking. Hit the like, folks. Thank you very much. Time is 11:10. Time is 11:10. I'm in Nvidia for about 7K now, or 6 point something K. It's fucking crazy. I'm up $1,400 on Nvidia right now. I joined in yesterday at the fucking tippity top of Nvidia. At the fucking top. 187. When the thing popped up here. The entry's so fucking godly, they can't even do anything. Like, the Burry Bears say yum 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 yum. Burr 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 burr. The motherfucking bulls be crying. Always fucking yelling. Always posting some hateful ass comments. Meow 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 meow, like a meerkat. Probably. But hey, bulls and bears are all true Americans, that's for sure. True Americans. President not on yet. The president not on yet. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I love meerkats. I love fucking, you know, I love mountain lions. I love all animals. I don't know what to tell people. I don't know why people have to be so selective, you know what I'm saying? You could love rabbits, you could love butterflies, you could love bulls, you could love bears, you could love this shit is not a one-sided thing, folks. This is actually Animal Kingdom, Animal Farm. The faster you realize that, the better this life is, this world becomes, this country is. Noise. No cycle confirmation, nothing. We're just at the floor. This is not the new floor. We did not break the floor. I'm getting ahead of myself, it looks like. Because until it happened, it has not happened. I think it's gonna happen. I thought it happened, to be honest. But until it happens, it has not happened. Bears are still here, and they're about to break the floor, really. Like, they're about to really break the fucking floor, it looks like. Nvidia might not go lower here, too. It's kind of looking weird. It might just stop right here at 182.66. Bounce and chop at here, and come back down and chop up, chop down, chop up, chop down. I don't know. Could be possible. Or they fake this bounce and they just go, sheesh! I need the president on. That's what about now. I need the president on. I need the president on now. Building hella liquidity here, and that's what's going on. A lot of liquidity for the presidential live stream. Someone said thank you, QQQ. What happened to QQQ? Oof. Thing is not the best looking either. This shit is not the best either. It seems like everybody in the world speculating into this presidential live stream, so I will stay closer to the reality than not. The reality says we're oversold on the 1 minute, and it could chop here and cycle and bop here and pop and cycle or do what it needs to bring the MACD RSI up. There is no cycle confirmation long yet, unless it's that tiny ass one that someone's counting, but I don't really count that. And I think this is at a critical junction, and I think the president's coming live any minute. So my ass gonna be patient, and I'm not gonna be fucking speculative up or down here. That's not what I do. I don't look at candles, and I don't look at the MACD alone and be, oh, this is, oh my god, this is, nah. I don't give a fuck. Hypothetically, metaphorically speaking, the candles, I don't give a shit. Oh, look at that. Candle is fucking coming in 5 fucking minutes after. Oh my god, look. Ha ha ha. Look, it already happened. Oh my god, yeah, don't do that fucking bullshit. What the fuck? I deduct for myself mentally. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's life. Ay, ay, ay. That's life. I've been living in reality. It won't change. Time is 11:20. Ten, 15, 11:15. Time is 11:20. MACD RSI bear territory. It's just oversold, bouncing a little bit from 11:10 to 11:20. We are underneath the VWAP. It could show up north again above the VWAP, but I would not know if it's real or not until the president comes on. The cycle is actually not that strong. It's just not strong down or up. It was strong from 10.55 to 11.10. 11.10, I guess, bounced to 11.20. That's halfway up too. I guess someone could argue that shit was equally strong, but I don't fucking know what the fuck it's doing right now. How the fuck would I know? Would I sit here and guess and speculate it's gonna fucking pump and dump over this 0.5? No. That's some candle bullshitting. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm not gonna be like, oh, bearish. Oh, bullish now. Oh, now. Oh, yeah, I'm okay. If a setup comes and something happens, I'll be like, oh, maybe, maybe not. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, small cycle built off of 11.10 into 11.20, small cycle reset, and then now bears are here, bull trap, 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 bull trap. I think 11.20. That shit terrifying as fuck. That shit terrifying. All right, 11.20. I would have a heart attack if I tried fucking going up on that, so that's all I'm saying. The fuck? That's all I'm saying, bro. I'm gonna mute up for a minute. We'll see, we'll see. Give me 2 minutes. I'm on my phone and I'm also doing some shit real quick. This looks like the exact fucking opposite of bullish. So, not fucking bullish. To me. This looks fucking bearish as shit! This looks bearish as shit! They're about to go break that. LOD broke, LOD breaking, LOD broke. My mic, LOD broke, LOD broke, LOD broke, LOD broke, LOD broke. I think this shit is bearish as fuck. They've reloaded all this shit. All this shit is in danger now. This is not bullish looking. So fucking sick, the cycle today. Nvidia looked like it was gonna go right to, and that candle coming in green with the market. They can KO this shit down south. We are up a lot today. $15-minute came in bullish off market open. Yeah, this shit, I don't know. 30-minute bullish. 1 hour. They can KO this shit options wise. Somebody voting on the poll now. B Turner, please do not vote on the poll 40 minutes after. Poll is closed. Yeah. Everybody stopped voting at 11:05. That's perfect. Jose said, "Where's the president?" The whole entire world wants to know. Where's Donnie? Where's the Don? The godfather of all Dons, the Don Katsus. God bless him. Godfather of all Dons. Jensen Don. Dan Ives Don. Tom Lee Don. Godfather of all godfathers. Chris said, I see IWM revisiting 249.22 support at the minimum. What is it at right now? IWM 250. So you're saying it's going to go downward? Okay. I was going to say, I thought it already went downward, and I thought you were saying it's going to go back up higher to 249. Yeah. Probably I would say too, but it's like IWM crazy bullish today, huh? At the top, 1.25%. So, wow. Crazy. That's actually crazy. They went bearish yesterday into close. That's fucking wild. They're back at 251. 250. Oh, they went back to 251. Oh, wow. I thought if Chris was saying that like if IWM was at like 248, like 247, like below 249, and he was gonna say like, oh, in the morning it went up and then now it went down and then now it's gonna go back up, I would have been like, oh, it already visited the pre-market dome. But he's saying from where it is right now, because it's above it, it's gonna go lower from where it was higher. And that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know anything about IWM, to be honest. I'm just talking about IWM like I know shit on IWM, but I mean that's just what I would think. Options wise, like if they went to 251, 252, and they went below 247, I mean if they went below 249 to like 248, 247, I would not think it's gonna go back to 249 and then go back down. You know, but from where it is right now, 250 to go into where he's saying, I could see it. Makes sense mathematically. 249.22 ain't even that far, and it's down south, not upwards. All right, the candle nasty with it though. This candle nasty with it though. Whether it is bullish or not, I'm not gonna say it's bearish, but this shit is for sure is not bullish. That's what I can say for fucking sure because the candle and the cycle and the time confirmation. This shit is nasty with it. Nasty with it. The setup, the cycle, the time confirmation suggests that this shit is not easy, number one, and number two, it's nasty with it because it was an a bull flag, and the MACD is bearish on the 5-minute now. So it does look more bearish to me than not, to be honest. On the SPYs, on the Qs, on Nvidia, on everything. They're about to go fucking break the LOD. I think. That's what I would think on Nvidia here too. But I mean, it has not done it all fucking day long. What if it doesn't do it again? It could be possible. Bear trap the entire fucking day. That could be possible somehow. Seen shit worse, honestly. The higher time frame is mega bullish. That's why it's fucking terrifying as shit to fucking even think about the gap down there. But that's why, you know, until the market shows out, like, the thing is motherfucking super bullish on the 30-minute, on the 1 hour, on the fucking 2 hour. That's why the bulls are fucking, you know, thinking this shit's gonna bounce up crazy. And that's why the bears, I'm talking about smart money bears, would be fucking very cautious right now because it's fucking crazy. Look, did you see the 4-hour candle? Look at this shit. Bro, what? Look at this shit. The way we're recovering, not recovering, but reloading, gap up, like, this shit is dangerous, number one. And it's also crazy as fuck. It's crazy as fuck. It could hold, it could drop, but like it hasn't even made any sort of a lower. Everything is a fucking higher high since yesterday, is what I'm trying to say. So whether it does go drop or whether it does, you know, bear trap and then try to be weaker and then this week, nobody fucking knows. But this is all very, 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 oh my god, what's going on? Drop! There's all very, very... Trade says when you say there is no cycle confirmation, yeah, I literally mean there is no cycle confirmation, like this 1050 rejection to 1050. That is a no time cycle confirmation rejection because it's creating a cycle. What did 1050 do? 1050 rejected at 1050, 1050 bounced at 1055, 1055 rejected to 11. So that created a cycle, right? Because 11 went lower than 1055. 11 had to go higher or lower than 1055 to create a cycle, but this would be a cycle confirmation right here. 11, 11. You see how 1055 is a lower high than 1050, right? Technically, that's one cycle confirmation, and 11 tried to bounce, but 11 is still lower than 1055 or 1050, and it does break the 11 low and go. That's 3/3 cycle confirmation, time cycle confirmation, trying to reject. But when the thing is so bullish, when the thing is so bearish, and they're making the new roof, and they're making the new floor, and they're making people think that there's going to be a bounce, they're making people think there's going to be a rejection, I'd notice 85% to 95% of the times for me, when there is no time cycle confirmation on the 1 to 5 minute, they're trapping the shit out of it. And all I do notice is sometimes, sure, when a thing is super, super, super mega bullish, or when it's super, super, super mega bearish, there is one massive fucking candle that comes in counter trend, red or green. But to me, that means someone got fucking lucky as shit. I'm talking about someone like smart money or like institutional player got lucky as shit in the 3/3. And they're probably fucking taking one single fucking 5-minute increment. And I'm talking about if 1050 rejection happens at 1050, they're not even waiting until 1055. They're gonna fucking leave at 1050 in 1 or 2 minutes and then figure out what happens. That's no cycle fucking, you know, 3/3 algo range using boop boop beep boop type shit, but that's a completely different thing happening from major cycle confirmation, because when major time cycle confirmation happens, the entire fucking market helps, and the entire fucking market leaves, and the entire fucking market does shit, and like that's completely different from little tiny pequeño candle, because anybody could argue, oh, that candle could have been lucky, or oh, that candle was a big player doing a big move real quick and then cycle trade off that. But all I'm saying is that is a different type of a thing that is understood after quite a while. I have a lot of stories I could tell, but I mean the only reason I am the way I am is because I basically made up stories and I made up little things like this that make up sense for me. But yeah, because the mentor I saw right? The mentor from the 80s. This is like a lot of hundreds of thousands of millions of people have this guy as a mentor, but he just said, you know, the market is just all about a mechanical, systematic approach that makes logical sense, and that's all it is for me. Cycle time confirmation doesn't mean all volumes there, and it doesn't mean all MACD fucking all, right? But it just really just means the candle, the structure, the technical analysis, the fundamental analysis, I guess too, because everything's a part of it, is suggesting and it's aligning to be more than that than not. Then, you know, that's what the market says. Oh, fucking sucks being against the fucking wind. It sucks being against the market because the thing is literally fucking relentless, and the thing just fucking goes and goes and goes one direction, and then fucking never stops, and then one direction, traps, 3/3, and then the other direction to the max, and like shit actually scary as shit. But yeah, there's some fucking way out here. So we were hovering at the midpoint, LOD test, midpoint, LOD test, midpoint, LOD broke. We're at the new floor. There's a divergence at the floor and a divergence at the roof. Time is 11:35. We are at the PPI candle, 604, 603 being used like crazy today. Yesterday was PPI. Sorry, yesterday was CPI on the Qs, and today is PPI. CPI candle down there being used from yesterday, 602. Nvidia bearish control, SPX bearish control. So what this suggests now is that higher time frame suggests that yes, market did go 1/3, 2/3 bullish, not bullish, and market did go today into 3/3 bullish, 9:45 a.m. and off the HOD divergence and off today and yesterday, they're trapping the bulls at the top, 3/3. So the market was bullish from pre-market into 9:45, and now the wind direction is showing into 11:35 a.m. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, higher. I'm talking about bigger cycle confirmation. And this is what I mean by, you know, small cycle creates, medium cycle creates fucking huge, fucking humongous, large cycles. And this is what I mean. Bearish control. That whole shit was bearish consolidation, being bullish off a pre-market open, and now it's bearish. I can't even type in all over. Bearish. LOD broke. They're about to go down $1 or $2. Let's see. Bearish. Or they could trap here, right? They could trap here too in the 3/3 and trap every single fucking person in the 3/3. Why? Because the majority would be in the 3/3. The massive fucking candles, but the volume's red. Oh my god, Nvidia. That's crazy. The president's not even on. Oh my god, can you believe it, guys? Can you guys believe it? Holy crap, I'm up crazy on Nvidia. Can you fucking believe this shit? I'm starting to leave now. I'm up $1,700 on Nvidia. Can you fucking believe this shit? Holy fuck. Excuse my French. Oh my god. Excuse my French. Can you believe this shit? This is crazy. Nvidia going crazy. I'm starting to leave right now. Oh my god. Nah, dude. One more red candle. They call me Tony Stark. They call me motherfucking Terminator 14, bro. You could do it, Nvidia. Crazy work. New LOD. Yo. That thing happened so fast. The new LOD broke. They went. God. What a day. What a week. What a month. This whole year has been God bless. What a great fucking year. What a great year. uh what a great year. God is number one. God is number one. That's crazy. At 11:18, I said in my alert room, this shit is a huge fucking bull trap. Bearish at 11:36 too. Fucking crazy. This is insane. I mean, good that it did that, but it's fucking terrifying. It's fucking crazy. That move, so violent. President not even on. What are they cooking up today? That's what I'm thinking today. What the fuck are they cooking up today? I'm getting a fucking scary feeling right now. QQQ's at 602. Okay. We're really high up today. Never mind. We're really high up today. No matter what happens today, this is actually fucking all healthy. So never mind. That's so crazy though. Oh my. Oh my. The fuck is this shit on Nvidia too? Shit is so crazy. I feel like has anyone been to Six Flags in the East Coast? Like Nvidia honestly is king the ka. Never have I in my life have I ever called something fucking king the ka, but like I've never even been on king the ka. Alright, I don't think I've ever been on it. I'll ever go on it in my life, but honestly. This shit is like so I can't even. It's so it's like Harry Potter. The fuck is so unnatural? It just teleports. Jumper. It's oh my god. It's so stupid. There's no structure on the video at all. The thing just fucking rips up and down no matter what. Whatever the fuck it wants to do whenever it wants. No structure. It's so crazy. Like it just dumped off the pre-market again on the video like 3 days ago. March 13th. Like this shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. It's bull burning crazy on the video. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo. That crazy candle yesterday coming in so fucking nasty with dude, I'm out of words. Like I'm literally out of words. Oh my God. Look at this gap. 180.4. And look at how they made it look bullish. Like, surely this shit doesn't bear trap, right? Like, what the fuck is surely surely this shit doesn't fucking bear trap. Surely I got the fucking best goddamn entry in the motherfucking world for myself. Fuck. Surely, fuck. It's so crazy. Oh my God. So nuts. Oh, the presidential live stream. It's not even on. Why is it in green? That's kind of fire. Gene said La Boo Boo Market. What does that mean? You La Boo Boo the market? What does that mean? Let's see in chat, folks. Alright, the second poll of the day. Do you La Boo Boo the market? Yes or no? What the fuck is a La Boo Boo? Alright, we have 160 people here. Let's go see. Please go hit the like button. Thank you. La Boo Boo. Do you La Boo Boo the market? That's the real question. Yes? No. I La Boo Boo the market. I'm gonna go get a sugary drink. We only have one person that said yes. La Boo Boo. Stonks. Nobody else.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to have Taoiseach Martin from Ireland, and somebody that we know, we get along with. We've had a very good relationship, and we continue, and we're going to have some big discussions today concerning trade, concerning lots of different subjects. We have a tremendous trade relationship with Ireland, and we'll keep it that way. I think it's going to be expanded very greatly. Probably they want to talk a little bit about tariffs, but I won't mention that. We won't bring that up. But you might want to be discussing that a little bit. But it's an honor to have you, and thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
And may I thank you, President, for facilitating this visit. And in what is, for us, probably one of the most important weeks in the United States. And in many ways, you're affirming the tremendous bonds between Ireland and the United States that go back to the very foundation of this republic. And 35 million people in this country claim Irish descent and Irish heritage. And I spent the first 2 days in Philadelphia, going back really into the heart of that history.
Oh my God, is that Trump?
The fact that 3 Irish people born on the island of Ireland signed the Declaration of Independence. It was printed by an Irishman, John Dunlap, and disseminated across the colonies. And Charles Thompson, who was discussed earlier, he designed the bald eagle, the seal of the US. So in many ways, our connection is foundational, it's historic. And the Irish helped to build America. We're very proud of that connection. And we think you hosting us here in the White House is affirmation to all the Irish Americans out there and to our diaspora in this country for what they've contributed to America. And that's very much through the prism this year, the America 250. It's a very exciting year. And we're discovering new things. I mean, even a guy from my own city, a guy called Stephen Moylan, who was an aide-de-camp to Washington. He's regarded as the guy who came up with the phrase, the United States, first written record, and it's in New York in the history of those bonds.
Well, you told me something before that was maybe the most interesting of all. How many presidents are in some way related through blood with Ireland?
23.
Can you believe it?
I'm going to find a different live stream. AP does that sometimes. It is
written record, and it's in New York in the history of those bonds.
Doing this shit too.
Well, you told me something before.
And of course, John F. Kennedy, his grandfather was Irish, came back, I think, early '63. And that's a very memorable visit because of what tragedy that happened subsequently in the assassination, which touched people in Ireland very deeply. So the Kennedy
very popular.
Kennedy family is strong.
Very,
resonation with Ireland.
Well, we like the family too.
Yeah.
One person in particular, one very non-controversial.
I know
person.
that. Yeah.
But now he's doing a very good job. Though. He really is. But we have more, I think, people here by far than you have in Ireland that are of Irish descent. We have, so you have quite a few, but we have a lot.
You have a lot more than we have. Yeah.
It's pretty amazing by a lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much. It's a great honor. And any questions?
Mr. President, how to visit Ireland in September, and will you stay at Doonbeg?
Well, I'm having
it's a great thing.
My son and my family. We have a great golf complex in Ireland, one of the best in the world, called Doonbeg. It's in Doonbeg, and it's been amazing. And Rory McIlroy loves it. They all love it. Great golfers. You have a tremendous golf tradition, and it was chosen for the Irish Open, which is a big deal. That's a big event.
Absolutely, looking forward to it.
Everybody wants me to be there. You just said, I hope you're going to go.
I did.
And we're going to try. We are going to try, but it would be an honor. But it was a great honor to be chosen. They only choose the best courses in the world for the, for the big opens. It's one of the big ones, the Irish Open. It's really become one of the most important tournaments in the world. It's going to do. I hear it's going to be a fantastic success.
Be a great success.
Yeah. It's a very, Mr. President, very hard. It's a very hard course. Mr. President.
have you made, Mr. President, in getting America's allies to assist the U.S. in escorting those oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we don't need too much help, and we don't need any help, actually. In fact, we just put out a notice. I was watching over the last couple of weeks, and all of our NATO allies were very much in favor of what we did. They thought it was very important. We were just discussing it, actually. Very important that we take out the nuclear threat from Iran, and we've done that very strongly, very powerfully. We've wiped out their Navy, wiped out their military in every aspect. Their Air Force is now decimated. They have no Air Force, no Navy. They have no radar. Their radar is entirely gone. Their anti-aircraft machinery is gone. Everything is gone. Their leaders are gone. I guess one of their top person was, they say, a lot of people say their actual top was killed yesterday, along with somebody else who was responsible for the killing. The man that was responsible for the killing of 32,000 people over the last 2 weeks, he was in charge of the killing of protesters. It's an evil group. I mean, they've killed much more than 32,000 people. And the man who was responsible for that was also killed yesterday. And all of the NATO allies agreed with us, but they don't want to, despite the fact that we help them so much. We have thousands of soldiers in different countries all over the world, and they don't want to help us, which is amazing. I mean, amazing. And I didn't do a full court press because I think if I did, they probably would be. But we don't need help. That war has been long prosecuted, as far as I'm concerned, almost from day one. We knocked out many of these things. We knocked out the Navy essentially in a couple of days. But I was surprised to see that NATO, while they agreed that it was a very important thing to do, they agree fully. Nobody said, oh, you shouldn't do it. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month of when we had the B-2 bombers bomb the nuclear potential. I call it the nuclear dust. So I think NATO's making a very foolish mistake. And I've long said that, I wonder whether or not NATO would ever be there for us. So this was a great test, because we don't need them, but they should have been there. The other thing is, and I think, very important, we didn't have to be there for Ukraine. Biden chose to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on Ukraine. And I guess the head of Germany just made a statement that, they weren't involved and they have nothing to do with the war. But at the same time, they think we did a great thing by knocking them out. Nobody wants to have Iran, or anybody, but nobody wants to have Iran with a nuclear, because these people are crazy. They're absolutely crazy, and they're vicious, violent. I mean, they kill. Think of it. They killed now here about 41,000 people. They put out a notice 2 days ago. Anybody that protests will be immediately shot and killed.
They're still showing bearish.
That's pretty tough stuff. So everyone agrees with us, but they don't want to help.
Just reject it.
And we as the United States have to remember that, because we think it's pretty shocking.
President Macron has just said in the last hour that he will never join a task force in the Strait of Hormuz until hostilities finish. Yet yesterday you said...
Who said that? Who said?
President Macron of France. What's your reaction to that, sir?
Well, he'll be out of office very soon, so we'll have to see.
President Trump, on Doonbeg, you're building an extension to it at the moment, but there's been an objection put in, and it's being held back at the moment due to small snails.
Was Macaroni.
I have not heard that. No.
Mr. President.
I mean, the course was built and it's been operated very successfully. Somebody's objecting. Human and environmental group is objecting to.
Mr. President.
How close the U.S. to announce a coalition of willing to secure the Strait of Hormuz? Which countries are joining and which countries have...
Well, we've had great support from the Middle East.
Mr. President.
Qatar has been great. UAE has been absolutely great. Saudi Arabia has been terrific. Bahrain has been very good. The Middle Eastern countries have been very strong in their support. And, of course, Israel has been our partner. Israel's been very, very strong, along with us. Against Iran. I was
getting tight.
Ago, I talked about Iran was a big threat to this country, to this world.
Bears are showing their
It turned out to be I was right. In fact, I said you have to attack Karg Island. You have to attack them years ago when they were acting up. They've been acting up for 37, 47, I guess now 48 right now. Years. They're like, for 48 years they've been bad players, vicious players, and you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. If they got a nuclear weapon, I would say they would have used it within 24 hours after having it. And they would have had it if we didn't bomb them out from the great raid with the B-2 bombers 8 months ago or so. You would have had a nuclear war in the Middle East and maybe beyond. I think it would have hit Europe. Maybe not Ireland, but it would have hit Europe. I think you would have been a nice piece of it. It all gets you. It's big enough that you would have been affected. They would have hit Europe eventually.
Mr. President, your Director of National Counterterrorism, Joe Kent, he just resigned today. He said he can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you?
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it. And many people, many of the greatest military scholars are saying for years that presidents should have taken out Iran because they wanted a nuclear weapon. They were, if we didn't do the attack, or if, I'll go a step further, if I didn't terminate the Iran nuclear deal given to us, one of the worst deals ever made by Barack Hussein Obama. Remember when they sent Boeing 757s over there, loaded with cash, hundreds of millions of dollars? You would have been very happy. This was a wonderful, they said hundreds of millions. People forget that. Does anybody remember? Right? You remember. Hundreds of millions of dollars in a Boeing 757. I think they had two of them loaded. They took the seats out and they put cash. And it was so much that there wasn't a bank in Virginia, Maryland, or D.C. that had any money left. They stripped them of all their money, put it into place, sent it to Iran, almost as ransom. That's not going to happen with Trump. And nobody ever did anything about it. Nobody ever said anything about it. Can you imagine if I did that? So they've been a threat for a long time.
Fuck, I've been
but
talking
they've
for
really
2
been
minutes.
A threat.
Sorry, I've been talking for fucking 2 minutes. Nvidia turning
Obama's
bearish. This is the
horrible
last
deal
fucking
that he
chance
made, the
for the
Iran
bulls to
nuclear
bounce
deal.
here before the
You
bottom
would
of the
have had a
1140
nuclear
breaks.
war
SPY is testing below the day.
4 years ago.
Nvidia LOD is in danger.
You would have had nuclear holocaust.
181.71.
And you would have had
My
it
mic was
again
muted for the last
if we
2
didn't
minutes.
bomb
I've
the
been talking
site.
to myself.
So
I'm very sorry.
when somebody is working with us that says they didn't think Iran was a threat,
LOD is testing.
we don't want
See
those
what
people
happens. Time is
because, and there are some
12:01
people, I
into
guess I would say
12:02.
that, but they're
12:03
not
is
smart people
12:05.
or they're not savvy people. Iran was a tremendous threat.
LOD is testing
and
on
virtually
Nvidia
every
and on
NATO
SPY.
nation, and
Bears
this is
are
the
in
thing,
control today.
if they told me it wasn't a threat,
Bears are in control
and therefore
today.
they don't want to help, but when they say it was a threat, and it was a major threat, every one of them, I think every one of them, I don't know of one that said they're not a threat, but when they say it was a threat, but we're not going to help, I think they're very foolish. It's interesting because I could say this, that what's happening in Ukraine, we're probably in there for $400 billion. We don't spend any money anymore. They buy it from us and they pay full price. But Biden gave them between $350 and $400 billion of equipment in cash. Someday they'll have to find out about the cash. And you could say that wasn't a threat, you know, we're helping them. So we helped them, and they didn't help us, and I think that's a very bad thing for NATO.
Mr. President.
Are there any
LOD testing time is 12:05 and 13 seconds.
Well, yeah, on China, it's a little different story. We're resetting the meeting, and it looks like it'll take place in about 5 weeks. We're working with China. They were fine with it. I look forward to seeing President Xi. He looks forward to seeing me. I think But I do look forward to seeing. We have a good relationship with China. China actually has become economically for us very good. Very good, as you know. It's much different than it was in the past. And we have a very good working relationship with China. So we're making it in about 5 or 6 weeks.
Mr. President.
Now there's probably a LOD divergence, so statistically speaking.
Well, no, I just think that it's not
They're
good
about to
for
go break
a
the floor.
partnership when they say what you're doing is a great thing, but we're not going to help.
Time is 12:05.
That's what I said. What you did is a great thing, but we're not going to help.
Mr. President, Iran, because the Iranian regime has told Sky News, if you put boots on the ground in Iran, it will be another Vietnam.
There's an LOD divergence.
No, I'm not afraid of it. I'm really not afraid of anything.
Mr. President, are you rethinking the United States relationship
bears and then try to cycle trap and then do it? I don't know.
Well, I'm disappointed.
The RSI isn't even that oversold.
We spend trillions of dollars on NATO. Think of it, trillions over the years, many trillions of dollars. It's one of the reasons we have deficits and we help other countries. And when they don't help us, I mean, it's certainly
candle 602.19 could bounce and cycle
we should
here.
think about. I don't need Congress for that decision, as you probably know. I can make that decision myself. I'd work with some very smart people. And I'd always deal with Congress anyway, but I don't need Congress for that decision. But, you know, when you say
they're cycling or they're faking big time.
I have nothing currently in mind, but I will say that I'm not exactly thrilled when we help them with Ukraine.
Time right now on Nvidia.
Ukraine would have been over in one day if we didn't help. Frankly, Ukraine would have been over in the first day. They had the best equipment in the world. It was our equipment, given by Sleepy Joe Biden.
I gotta go take a piss.
No charge.
So bad.
No charge. Hundreds of billions of dollars of the best equipment in the world. No charge. I will say that I'm not happy about it.
Mr. President, how's your relationship with the
questions, one on Iran and one on Cuba. Is Iran now a bigger foreign policy priority for you than China? And on Cuba, the Cuban government.
Iran is just a military operation to me. Iran is something that was essentially largely over in 2 or 3 days. Because the Navy was wiped out almost immediately, the Air Force
They're just trying to show that this is like some sort of a consolidation of the lower LODs.
I mean, we're flying over Iran. We could take out their electric capacity in 1 hour.
Bears are still here.
There's nothing they can do right now because everything is knocked out. They have no, again, no radar, no anti-aircraft. They have nothing. And we don't, it was a decision I made. We discussed it. Pete, Marco, JD, all of us, Chris, we discussed it. We can knock out their electricity in a matter of minutes if we wanted to. There's nothing they can do about it. We can knock out their oil in Carg Island. The only thing we didn't take down was their oil, because if we knock out, I call them the pipes, very complex. But if you do that, it'll take them forever to rebuild, meaning whoever, and hopefully it's a sane group of people, but whoever it is that's going to be running that, and we're going to try to get people that are going to run it well, and it's going to be a prosperous, wonderful place. It used to be, if you go back, it used to be the people are great, the people are smart and energetic, and it used to be very successful. Now it's a country run by fear. It's a country where they tell protesters, don't go outside, because if you do, we're going to kill you.
Mr. President.
Well, Cuba right now is in very bad shape. They're talking to Marco, and we'll be doing something with Cuba very soon. We're really focused on this, but we're dealing with Cuba. Marco, do you want to say a couple of words about it?
Yeah, I mean, Cuba has an economy that doesn't work and a political and governmental system they can't fix.
Bears are in control. LOD broke, LOD broke, LOD broke, LOD broke, divergence cleared, LOD broke, LOD broke, LOD broke, LOD broke, divergence cleared, LOD broke, and divergence has cleared. LOD broke, and divergence has cleared. I'm out one Nvidia put for $740. LOD cleared, divergence has cleared.
The embargo's codified.
LOD cleared.
The bottom line is the economy doesn't work. It's a
cleared.
non-functional economy. It's an economy that has survived. It's that revolution. It's not even a revolution. That thing they have has survived on subsidies from the Soviet Union and now from Venezuela. They don't get subsidies anymore, so they're in a lot of trouble. And the people in charge, they don't know how to fix it. So they have to get new people in charge. That's what has to happen.
I'm about to be filled up another Nvidia contract here. Time is 12:10.
I think you could almost say incredible. It's been really good. It's been good for Venezuela, and it's been good for us. And I congratulate the Venezuelan baseball team because that was a big win. And I guess they play another game tonight in the finals. This is the first time they've ever been in the finals, and it was pretty exciting. Yeah.
Iran is just a military operation to you. But do you not have a day after plan? And if so, what is your day after plan for Iran?
Well, we have a lot. Look, if we left right now, it would take 10 years for them to rebuild. But we're not ready to leave yet. But we'll be leaving in the near future. We'll be leaving.
All right, executed on one.
Pretty much the very near future. But right now, they've been decimated from every standpoint. And again, we've had great support from countries in the Middle East, great support. But we've had no support from, essentially, no support from NATO.
Mr. President, what about your relationship, Mr. President? What about your relationship with London? Has it been damaged by the fact that Keir Starmer isn't supporting you in this war? And has your opinion of Keir Starmer changed because of this?
Well, he hasn't been supporting the United States. I went out of my way. As you know, they couldn't make a deal with Biden because they had no real administration to make a deal, Biden. But we made a deal. We made a good deal for them, and frankly, probably wasn't appreciated. I do look forward to seeing.
Divergence cleared.
But no, I was disappointed because Keir was willing to send 2 aircraft carriers after we won, because essentially there's no threat for the aircraft carriers right now. And they said, no, we want things sent before the war, not after the war is won. So, yeah, I'm disappointed with Keir. I like him. I think he's a nice man.
And Nvidia has a gap of 48 as well.
Mr. President. You see that man right there? You know who that is?
Churchill. Winston Churchill.
The late, great Winston Churchill. And Barack Hussein Obama did not want his bust in this office. Did you know that? And Barack Hussein Obama sent that bust back to England. They didn't want it.
Sent it back.
And when I came in, I was asked if I wanted it. I said, absolutely, I want it. And I put it right there, Winston Churchill. And, you know, unfortunately, Keir is not Winston Churchill.
Dang!
Mr. President, it pissed on me.
No, hold it.
Right. Just could I hold it? Just make a number of points. First of all, I think, notwithstanding what has happened, the transatlantic relationship between Europe and the US is very, very important on a number of fronts. And I think we've had issues over the last year or two, but we settled them. And I think many of these leaders engage with you, particularly on trade initially. Remember all the fuss last year, but we got a landing zone between Europe and the US, and I think we can get a landing zone again. And I think I just met with Keir Starmer last week. The British-Irish relationship is a very important one. Churchill was a great wartime leader, although in Ireland there was kind of a different perspective in terms of during our own war of independence and so on. He created his own bit of difficulties for us. But that said, he was a great wartime hero. Keir Starmer has done a lot to reset the Irish-British relationship. I just want to put that on the record. But I do believe that he's a very earnest, sound person who I think you have a capacity to get on with. You've got on with him before. And you've got on with other European leaders as well.
Sure.
And I think you have that capacity again. And I think everyone exists. I mean, you cannot have a rogue state with a nuclear weapon or the capacity for a nuclear weapon. Iran was the sponsor of terrorism. We sanctioned Iran. All European countries did as a terror, and the IRGC in particular as a terrorist organization. They sponsored Hamas. They sponsored Hezbollah. The Houthis. They created mayhem, a most maligned force in the Middle East.
Something's going on with this candle. I don't know if somebody saw it or not, but I saw that.
Can we get peace? And obviously there's preconditions before you get to that situation. We had our own conflict, which went on for 30 years, and we learned a lot from that in terms of how to try and bring about peace. And I think I've listened to you in terms of, you're correct. I mean, our hearts go to the Iranian people
What I see right now is that every single drag up on Nvidia is being dragged down to the test the lows of the bottom of whatever the fuck this shit was, 181. Every single bounce.
No one was in a position
every single
to do
fucking time
anything
QQQ looked like bullish as shit. Every single time SPY looks bullish as shit.
And likewise with Ukraine, I mean, the Russians did
when it looks like it should not.
Have taxed civilian infrastructure and so on.
Same
like that.
deja vu
and for the
feeling
people
as
in
fucking
Ukraine,
2 days
just
ago.
want peace and an opportunity to
Last
live.
week, 2 days ago was, yeah.
I think we have to continue.
I think it was
to work
last
to
Thursday.
See, can we bring
last
peace,
Friday or some shit.
Different regime to Iran where Iranians can live in peace again. And the people in the Middle East can live in peace. And you're doing your bit there in terms of.
I think this shit is keeping the market down right now.
That's what we want.
Who remembers in the morning, right? Market was super fucking bullish, and Nvidia and MU was bearish. And I was like, either the market's gonna catch up to Nvidia, or Nvidia and MU's gonna pop up a little bit and catch up to the market. Like, this is looking abnormal as shit, right? This is the same fucking theory that I have. That's just that's me.
I'm sure European leaders and the US administration will engage.
Nvidia is a huge fucking percent of the market. It's the market.
I mean, the only thing, and I agree with everything you said, but we helped with Ukraine.
Yes.
And
MU in its own world, I'm not going to lie, this shit's in its own world.
And they all acknowledge that Iran can't have.
But I'm talking about the entire market right now, how it's been the entire day.
Horrendous people.
If we really look at what happened,
the worst people, and
Nvidia has been leading the entire fucking
going
thing,
back to Hitler,
like every day.
Right? Going back to Hitler. These are the worst people. That's a long time ago.
Nvidia has been leading the entire day, like every day.
Every problem, so many deaths, 90% of the people that got blown up by landmines.
That's what I believe. That's why I believe the bears are still here.
If we didn't,
until Nvidia tests the lows of this level right here.
But he was a very powerful person and leader, smart. But we killed him.
Until it fucking decides to break it,
but I think it would have maybe a different situation.
Until it decides to not break it, whatever that means.
Very easy.
Whether it means this.
All of their militaries, but you can always have somebody drop a mine in the water. It's like
that's what it's looking like. That's what it's been like. That's how it looked all day fucking long. That's what I've been thinking all fucking day morning.
Let's not
it's the purple box. It's the purple box left.
So we thought that Europe would help that because they do have some minesweepers. But it's amazing that, they all said, what a great job. They would call me congratulating us on the great job we did with respect to Iran, and we knocked the hell out of them.
I said this shit in my lyric, but this is like
some
high
the bully of the Middle East, and
I can't even fucking describe it. This is like some fucking crazy shit.
You would have thought they would have said, we'd love to send a couple of minesweepers. It's not a big deal. It doesn't cost very much money. But they didn't do that. So,
that's what I think.
I think it's very unfair to the United States. Not to me, but to the United States. Go ahead, please.
Keir Starmer isn't making...
She's a fantastic reporter, by the way. Go ahead.
Thank you. The Prime Minister isn't making the case to the British public as to why he should be supporting
the British public.
Could you do that now and talk to the UK and to GB News viewers about why it's in their interest that we help you?
Well, because we have a tremendous long-term relationship with
the UK.
chopping
at the previous low of the day, 1140
People would say it's the best. I don't want to get into that, but we've had, it was the longest, the oldest, should be the best. Always was the best until Keir came along, and I like him. He's a nice man. He says everything beautiful. He's a very nice man with a beautiful family. Everything's perfect, but he doesn't produce. And I think it's very inexpensive. I just said, you don't have to send me aircraft carriers. Send me a couple of minesweepers. We don't need your aircraft carriers. But even the aircraft carriers, he would only send them after we essentially won. I mean, he's sending them when there are no planes left. When the missiles are down to 8%, they have like 8% of the missiles. The rest we demolish the missiles, and the factories, largely the factories are going even as we speak. They just hit another factory. They have a lot of missile factories. They have a lot of drone factories, and so he's wants to send them when we don't need them. But would like to have minesweepers because just in case we don't know that there are any mines down because we wiped out, I think 24. They actually have to think of this for a country. They have 24 boats that do nothing but put mines in the water. This doesn't sound like a great country. This doesn't sound like a friendly country, but we killed all of those boats. They're at the bottom of the sea. But so we don't even know if there are any mines there, but if there are, we'd like to have
RSI volume coming up from bearish territory. Candle is bullish. Nvidia actually might be leading crazy right here.
Well, it's not for me. It's really for the people of the UK.
Nvidia might be leading perfectly.
I've been very critical of Keir, and I did it in a friendly way. I said, if you don't change your energy thing and get away from windmills and go back to oil and gas, and you have something that's no other country has. Very few countries have anything like it, the North Sea.
Bulls are here on SPY.
Some of the greatest oil and oil deposits in the entire world, the North Sea. They don't use it. You buy a lot of your oil from Norway. You know where they get their oil? From the North Sea. And you pay a... And I tell them,
there may be a pop on SPY. What is Nvidia right now?
So why aren't they taking the oil from the North Sea? Why are they buying oil from Norway? But they have windmills all over the country, destroying those gorgeous Scottish fields and those beautiful fields all over the windmills, which don't work. They're tremendously expensive. And the best testament to that is the windmills are made in China, but China doesn't use them. You know what China uses? Coal.
What the fuck?
They're building 58 coal-fired plants right now, and that's up to them. But these foolish countries that are buying windmills, putting them out of business,
Nvda requested to join. Just say something in the YouTube
we're going to try and have no windmills built in the United States during my... They're very bad. They're very bad environmentally. They kill the birds. They're unsightly.
Is this another part of yesterday?
No noise, and for some reason, the environmentalists love windmills. Okay.
You say he's a very nice man.
I think he's a nice man, but I disagree with him on two things primarily. His immigration policy is a disaster, and his energy policy is a disaster. And they're about the biggest policies you can have. You've allowed millions and millions and millions of people to come into your country that shouldn't be there. And by the way, that's all over Europe. Europe is a different place. It's a different place. And you know, I originate, to put it nicely, many of us do, from Europe. I love Europe. I've spent a lot of time in Europe. It's a different place. Bad things have happened to you. Very bad things. And you better do something about immigration, and you better do something about energy, or you won't have a Europe.
What's your time frame, Mr. President, for when cargo ships can safely go through the Strait?
It won't be, I don't believe, too long. We're knocking the hell out of the coast. It's basically the coast and the water, and it won't be too long. And the Middle Eastern states, including Israel, by the way, who has been terrific. The Middle Eastern states have been helping us a lot. Go ahead, you.
Mr. President, on fuel prices, what do you have to say to the people in Ireland who are paying sky-high prices because of your...
I think the people in Ireland are very happy that I'm getting rid of... I have a lot of friends from Ireland. They're very happy that I'm getting rid of a nuclear power, a nuclear
planetary
terrorist.
Destruction.
And as soon as that war's over, which will be soon, your prices are going to drop like a rock. You watch. I've been very good at predicting. In the back.
What do you think about our president's comments that...
This shit really might be a yes.
Can you speak? You're speaking right into your phone.
Mr. President, how do you respond to the and consulate in the Kurdistan region?
State has control over the embassy. Look, there have been a lot of militia attacks against our base or our embassy in Iran. I think Marco's done a good job of limiting the number of people who are at that embassy so we can provide essential functions but also protect our people. But it goes to show there are a lot of terrorists in that region of the world, and we've got to eliminate them when we find them.
And you can't give them nuclear weapons.
What the fuck are we witnessing right now?
You can give them rifles, you can give them guns, you can't give them nuclear weapons.
Yesterday, part 2.
Very strongly.
A mini yesterday.
Yes, excuse me.
A mini volcano has appeared again on Nvidia.
Good.
Just to let you know.
I'm glad to hear that.
And our view is you have to have robust and fair rules around migration. But on the other hand, a lot of people, within the European Union, and in Ireland, our population is growing, but in a very positive way. Our economy is going well because we're attracting a lot of people from Europe and beyond into work, legally and validly in our country. In fact, I'd love if we could develop a legal pathway between the US and Ireland into the future because of our history and so on like that, that we could have a legal pathway, because no one is in favor of illegal migration or and so forth. So you have to have robust rules for that. But fundamentally, I think sometimes Europe gets characterized wrongly.
Come on, Mr. Ireland Prime Minister.
It's much more robust now. It's much more stronger mechanism in place to facilitate legal migration. I think it's important that understanding.
This could bear trap on Nvidia right here. 182, honestly, has been the level it's been hovering at, though. But
we do here in the U.S. We discussed that earlier with the Vice President in terms of technology, in terms of AI. We need to pivot more to innovation as opposed to regulation. And I think investing in people, and that's the key to, I think, our collective future. We do learn lessons.
Mr. Prime Minister,
I wonder what that pop was on the video.
The Irish president has said
right back into that weird ass support that it broke and right back down.
Who said that?
The Irish president.
Look, he's lucky I exist. That's all I can say. Because if you're going to allow countries that are sick and demented, and they are demented, to have nuclear weapons, everybody in the whole world should be very thankful.
Nvidia here.
And I'm disappointed in NATO, very disappointed. I'm disappointed in a couple of other countries too. But they should be very thankful that this group of people feels the way we do. Because if a country like Iran was allowed to have the power of a nuclear weapon, if we didn't stop them, I stopped them twice. I stopped them my first term when I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, which was Barack Obama's deal. It was one of maybe the worst deal I've ever seen. It gave everything to Iran, including billions of dollars in green cash. I don't mean cash, I mean green cash flown over by airplanes.
Obama's deal.
I can't to this day believe that was allowed to happen. And come to think of it, it would be a good thing for somebody to look at. Does the president have the power to hand hundreds of millions of dollars of cash to terrorists? But it began with that,
fucking Nvidia, Palantir, and Tesla
if I didn't terminate that deal, we might not be here right now. If I didn't terminate that deal, unbelievable nuclear holocaust would have taken place. And then I did it a second time when we hit them with the B-2 bombers, and we totally obliterated their potential nuclear weapon that they would have had in less than 1 month. They think 2 weeks, but in less than 1 month. And it would have been, I believe it would have been a much different world than it is right now. We have to go, we're going to a lunch, so maybe we'll take one more nice question.
Can I ask you how you're doing with your
Goku versus Garen, part 3.
And their fake news documentary?
Well, the BBC was incredible. What they did is they had me speaking something I never said. And I've never seen anything quite like it. You know, CBS had that. We had the situation on 60 Minutes, and not the current owners, the past owners. The current owners, I think, are good, Ellison. But BBC took it a step further. They actually they put words in my mouth, and they said I said some pretty bad things. And I didn't say them. It was AI generated. Oh, and I said, I never said that. In fact, some of my people said, wow, that was pretty bad stuff you said.
British broadcasting.
You know, I'm pretty good at this stuff. I mean, if you can go through years of these press conferences and you're a popular president of the United States that won in a landslide, that won all 7 swing states, that got record numbers of votes. I mean, so I guess I'm okay at this stuff. I said, I never said that. And then we found out it was AI generated. And they admit they made a mistake. BBC. But I watched them this morning for some crazy reason, and it was so inaccurate. Their reporting of the war was unbelievable. We have decimated that country. And if you watch BBC, it's almost like they're fighting us to a draw. They're not fighting us to a draw. It was very inaccurate news. It was fake news. So I'm very proud of the term fake news because It was my term. I came up with it, but it's no longer accurate. It really is. It's corrupt, fraudulent news. It really is. It's fraudulent. It's not just fake. It's beyond fake. It's really criminal what they do. But I watched BBC this morning, and I don't know much about BBC other than what took place, because people were calling me saying, that was a terrible thing you said. I said, what did I say? And I said, I never said that.
BBC, why don't we talk about Ireland news?
You agree? They agree. It was somehow generated, I guess, by AI or something.
IRC.
With me saying
Ireland Radio Corporation.
So we brought a lawsuit against them. They admit they're guilty.
Sir,
but
this
we'll
isn't a beans.
Thank you.
Sir, this is a
I like that question.
not a McDonald's.
I like that question.
Sir, we're doing a live stream on Ireland. Press. Yeah. Thank you, press. Thank you, dude. Someone could argue we might have bounced on yesterday's HOD. Someone could argue we're still playing inside the yellow box. That may be what's going on. I didn't know for sure it was going to reject right here, but now that I'm looking now, this box was literally here. This box was moved into Friday in the morning. This box was moved into Monday in the morning. If the realest people of my watch live stream remember, right? This box was moved into box now. Okay? So, I'm not saying this shit is important, but I mean, I'm saying this shit is important. But I'm not saying it's gonna do nothing on it, but I'm just saying, like, this shit has been used the last fucking 3-4 days. Someone said they're playing with the word seawalls. Someone said they're playing with calls at 6,700, and I mean, mathematically speaking, it looks like they're playing for sure at 6,700. That's crazy. QQQ is actually in a whole different world because MU is mad bullish right now. So QQQ is above yesterday's levels. IWM. Chris, let us know what IWM is doing. QQQ is chopping above yesterday's level. Both like pre-market. It's just crazy. What the fuck is going on right now, dude? QQQ looked like it was gonna fucking rocket. QQQ looked like it was gonna rocket. SPY looking like it's not. Nvidia looking like it's trapped. Let us know what's going on IWM, please. I don't have IWM open. Chris said, just drop the pizza in the oven to go with IWM. D-word. Bruh, that is not talking about IWM. That's talking about you eating pizza. What the I'm gonna put you on the spot like that, and you go put me on the spot like that, bro. Oh my, guys. Oh my. Godfather of all AI, Godfather of all AI.
Today, as the chip giant kicks off day 2 of its GTC conference in San Jose, joining us this morning in a CNBC exclusive is Nvidia's founder and CEO Jensen Huang with our Jim Cramer. Hey, Jim.
Well, thank you, Carl. Jensen, I just want to point out, someone said to me the stock's down 30 cents. Your stock's up 22,000% in the last decade. Should we care about the last half hour?
Well, I guess we all do. You know, our growth is accelerating at a larger scale. That's surprising for people. And the end markets are really growing. You know, we've reached this point in AI called the inflection of inference. And so we've reached the inference inflection. And so, you know, our growth is accelerating. We would love to see everybody enjoy it.
Well, people got a little trapped by the 500 billion to $1 trillion, and I like that, over 2025, 2027. What trapped me was that when you said, when we were talking around Michael Dell yesterday, that Jim, do you remember when I told you that ChatGPT could be big? And I said, well, yeah, I do, 10 years ago. And he goes, Nemo Claw. You said Nemo Claw. This may be even bigger. I start my morning with Nemo Claw. Could you explain to people why this may be what we're thinking about over the next 5 years and not something involving margins over the last 5 minutes?
Well, first of all, I said at the keynote, and I referenced a number I used previously because I want to give everybody a baseline.
We need that.
And so last year I said that about this point that we had $500 billion of high confidence visibility of Blackwell and Rubin. That's it. Obviously our company sells other things.
Right.
We have, CPUs, we have storage processors, we have networking, and so we have all kinds of things that we sell in addition to that. We have $500 billion worth of visibility. And at this point, with another 21 more months to go to the end of 2027, we already have high confidence visibility
Nvidia,
of $1 trillion plus of Blackwell and Rubin. Not anything else, just Blackwell and Rubin. And so, we still have 21 more months of new orders coming in. We still have all of the other things that Nvidia sells. And so I just wanted to give everybody a baseline. The ecosystem needs to know directionally where
I'm
Nvidia
going
is
wild
going.
right now.
Now, of course, we
I might be
plan
going
with
a
the
little bit
supply chain.
crazy.
We help everybody with their capacity building. We prepare all the technology partners so that we can support $1 trillion worth of Blackwell and Rubin. And so it's an incredible thing.
You bought Grok in December.
Yeah.
What I heard yesterday, maybe my biggest takeaway, was it's already going to be making you not money, but a huge amount of money, and that's not part of the trillion.
No. Yeah, we started production of Grok version 3. It's a really, really special company, and we're going to add Grok, not to every part. Vera Rubin is so incredible that it's really hard to add value to Vera Rubin. That engine is so incredible. And so, but there's some part of the workload, I think about 25% of the workload, where we could add Grok to it. And so for 25% of the workload, we could increase our opportunity even more. And so
people will be paying for this.
What the f is this on Nvidia?
Yeah, the Tucker detail is important too, who's been lobbying against this war. Thank you, Eamon. Eamon Jabbers, we'll keep you close in case we hear from the president. Let's turn now to the macro environment. Here with us at Post 9 is the former director of the National Economic Council during President Trump's first term, Gary Cohn. He's also the former president of Goldman Sachs and current vice chair of IBM. Welcome back. It's good to have you.
Always good to be here.
How are you thinking about some of the implications for the market around what's happening in Iran?
So I think you have to start with the basic issue of supply demand of some of the most important commodities in the world, whether it be nitrogen that we're not talking about as we head into the growing season.
Should we be talking about nitrogen?
We should be talking about nitrogen.
Why?
At the end of the day, it's fertilizer. We know the impact of fertilizer on growing crops. We're getting close to starting to plant crops in this country. And without nitrogen, without fertilizer, we will have diminished yields. And again, it's a yield game. We're talking about oil, and I think talking about oil is important. One thing that we should note, though, and I think we got to be complimentary, we in the United States do not have a supply problem. This is one of the first crises that we've ever lived through in this country where we haven't had a supply problem. We didn't have to worry about molecules. Yes, we're part of the global pricing mechanism, so the price has gone up, but the supply is not going down. If you look at some of the Asian economies right now, they're literally shutting down businesses, shutting down schools, shutting down government because they don't even have supply at any price.
Come on,
I'm so confused as to why our European allies wouldn't want to help us, given they need oil more than we do.
Come on, baby girl.
Sarah, they do. They're the ones paying the price right now, and they're the ones that need the oil. On the flip side, trying to weigh this as I try and do, come up with a reasonable answer. They were not informed about this invasion. They did not know about it. They've also had a bit of a contentious relationship with the White House during the past year. Whether it be over tariffs, whether it be over Ukraine, whether it be over all these things. Look, it's some.
Almost home, almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than trees, younger than mountains, growing like breeze. Country roads take me home to the place where I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads, take me home to the place where I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, oh, take me home. Country road. All my memories gather round her, miner's lady, stranger to blue water, dark and dusty, painted on the sky, oh misty taste of moonshine, teardrop in my eyes. I hear her voice in the morning hour. She calls me the radio. Reminds me of my home far away. Oh, driving down the road, I get a feeling that I should have been home yesterday. Oh, yesterday. Oh, the song is ending. Oh, West Virginia, oh, Mountain Mama, oh, take me home, country road. Woo, America, woo. Yeah, that's how I feel about today. Thank you.
At some point, though, your own economic stability has to outweigh the other issues going on. So I'm a little bit overall surprised at some point if they don't engage with us. Look, you also have to understand that the Europeans, and we saw this in Ukraine, have had a real apprehension to getting involved in any conflict whatsoever. They've been sort of adverse to that. So, but again, we've got a reality here, and sometimes when you're forced with a realistic decision of am I going to shut my economy down, am I going to slow my businesses down, am I going to curtail, and there's a solution to it by getting involved, maybe they come to the solution of getting involved.
I mean, they would say it's not the solution, that you're not going to get something with the European frigate that you can't get with the U.S. Navy. And yesterday the president said we don't need them anyway.
Yeah.
You already know.
The president has gone back and forth on this.
Yes, he has.
And I think it would be great symbolism for the other countries to get involved in a
God bless America
disagreement that has caused them strife as well. You know, this is not just a country that's anti-American. This is a country that's anti-capitalism, anti-wealth, anti-progression, anti-gay, anti-everything. So if you think about it from a European standpoint, they've got a stick in this game as well.
Bearish momentum on SPY.
What are your advisors telling you about the Ayatollah's son, the new supreme leader?
A lot of people are saying that he's badly disfigured. They're saying that he lost his leg, the one leg, and he's been hurt very badly. Other people are saying he's dead. Nobody's saying he's 100% healthy. This one we haven't seen at all. So that could be for a lot of different reasons.
That's President Trump yesterday on Iran's new supreme leader, the Khomeini's son, who's not been seen in public.
I don't know how that's called news, honestly, but yeah, whatever.
Mr. President, you've said that Iran does want to make
This
a
has
deal.
360,000
Now, into
views,
the
so we'll
third
watch
week
this
of
one.
this bombing campaign, what would that deal look like?
They want to make a deal. They're talking to our people. I don't know if they're ready yet. They're taking a pounding. I don't know if they're ready yet. And we don't even know their leaders. Look, all of their leaders are dead, as far as we know. But they're all dead. We don't know who we're dealing with.
President Trump says Iran wants to make a deal with the U.S. as communication between the countries reportedly resume. New this morning, however, Israel's defense minister says Iran's security chief, Ali Larijani, has been killed in an Israeli strike. Iran still launching more retaliatory strikes at Israel as neighboring Gulf countries hit Dubai International Airport and multiple commerce facilities, with American banks having offices inside the Dubai Financial Center. That happened on Friday. Of course, President Trump says that he is going to be moving to postpone his trip to Beijing. And we spoke with Gordon Chang about it yesterday. Watch.
Will all these channel hoppers leave?
We have been talking about this, and I raised the question. In the last 2 weeks, will this Iran war delay the president's trip to Beijing?
The president of the United States should not go to the Chinese capital during a war where China is helping the other side. Matter of fact, China's helping Iran so much that it really is an enemy combatant. For instance, providing military intelligence, weapons, all the rest of it. Everything except for combat troops. So I think that President Trump's message to China is absolutely the right one.
And, of course, the big news of the morning, another killing by Israel. It killed one of Iran's top national security leaders. Joining me now is the Institute for the Study of War chairman and the Fox News senior strategic analyst, General Jack Keane. General, great to see you. Thank you so much for weighing in here. We so appreciate your insight on all of this. Israel says it killed Ali Larijani, one of Iran's top national security leaders, in a strike overnight. How significant is this, General?
Yeah, this is really quite significant. Larijani, not well known, has been running the country for the last 18 months, day in and day out. He has subsumed the power of the presidency. When the supreme leader, the Ayatollah, was alive, he designated him to run the country on an interim basis if he indeed was killed or died. So Larijani has been running that country for 18 months, and certainly he's been running it for sure since the Ayatollah died, despite the fact that his son has been appointed Mujab, as his successor. So this is the most significant leadership impact of the war since the Ayatollah was killed on day one of the war. It is a huge deal here. And from what I understand, other leaders were also killed. The Bazi militia leader and many of his cohorts. This is the part of the regime that suppresses the people.
Market
and what the
divergence
Israelis
again.
are doing here, to remind our audience, they are working with us to take down all of Iran's offensive weapons, as we have been detailing day in and day out in terms of what we're doing. They're helping with that as well.
Too,
but they're also taking down the organizations that sustain the regime. The IRGC, its leadership, the Bazi militia, the law enforcement command, and the police infrastructure. This is tough work, because once you bomb a headquarters, everybody flees from headquarters. And just as an example, the IRGC, it's such an expansive organization. It's their #1 organization that sustains the regime in power. They've taken out all of their headquarters, certainly in Tehran, but they're at 32 other locations throughout the country. So this is very hard work, and that is why this is not going to be over in the next few days. And we keep wanting to figure out, when is this going to end? When is this going to end? It's going to end when we accomplish the mission that's been assigned to the military commanders in terms of achieving their objectives.
Dr. Burry?
And it's condition-based.
Oh, shit. Dr. Burry said, rub me my shit,
As
boy.
to negotiations, if we're talking to the Iranians, I think we should be talking about one thing and one thing only, and that is their surrender. What they want to do is talk to us about a deal over the Straits of Hormuz, because they're the pressure point of oil prices. And what will those negotiations result in? Likely some lifeline extended to this regime.
180
that
real
would
quick.
be a mistake. We're in the red zone, to use a football analogy. We're on a 20-yard line about to score a goal here, and Iran will pull out all it can to try to survive.
No cycle
And
confirmation
war
on
has always been fundamentally a test of wills.
Crazy.
And that is what we have to do here. Persevere. Let's get to that goal line once and for all.
All of this as Israel seems to be now systematically targeting top Iranian leadership, as you just said, not just the military sites. Liz and I were just talking a minute ago, Liz Peek on set with me this morning about the fact that we don't know really what the story is with Khomeini's son. Right, Liz? There's no proof of life.
Well, how do we even know he is alive? I mean, he hasn't done a video recording, hasn't done a voice recording. Don't you find that surprising? Except, as you say, probably other people are actually running the country and have been for some time.
No proof, no real. I believe it too.
Somebody talking to me?
Yes, Jackie. We were just talking. Liz is with me, and she raised the point that we're not sure what the issue is in terms of Khomeini's son. Is he in charge, or is this largely the IRGC running things for Iran?
I think the guy that's been running it is Laranjani.
Okay.
And Mahtab Khamenei is a figurehead right now.
Yeah.
Certainly he is the Ayatollah, but listen, he has been seriously wounded on day one, and he has been recovering from those injuries. I'm making the assumption he is still alive, but not in a position to run that country day in and day out. And given his experience, even though he was in the IRGC, he's going to be a mere shadow of who his father was, who definitely made all the key decisions. Without Laranjani, who has, as I said again, I'll repeat, he's been running this country day in and day out for a year and a half.
Yeah. Now,
and without him, there'll be another leader, to be sure.
Yep.
But this is going to be painful for the secular leaders who are running Iran right now. And they are going to be, we already see cracks in their leadership. It's a good sign. We already see morale problems within their security forces, which is a good sign. It doesn't mean tomorrow they're going to collapse, but certainly they have major, major problems, which we want them to have.
how do you feel about the administration talking about Cuba in all of this? I mean, I've been somewhat unnerved thinking about another conflict like in our faces while we're in the middle of this Iran conflict. I mean, Cuba's economic czar reportedly saying that the country is open to economic relationships with American companies this week. As Cuban nationals living in the U.S., Havana is currently facing major blackouts due to this deepening economic crisis there. And the president says taking Cuba is on the table right now. Watch this.
I can tell you that they're talking to us. It's a failed nation. They have no money. They have no oil. They have no nothing. They have nice land. They have nice landscape. There are so many people from Cuba that were treated terribly. But I think Cuba's see the end. You know, all my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free
you know what's crazy? My Korean family.
I can do anything I want with it.
I mean, is this something that we should be doing now, General?
Trump, they're actually happy about Trump because he's doing whatever he wants.
I think we can easily do more than one thing.
Okay.
This is the United States of America.
That's what
And we have diplomats that are experts in Latin America and also fundamentally experts dealing with Cuba, and they can certainly work this lane and keep the president informed. What we take advantage of the reality that Cuba is near economic collapse ever since we shut down any assistance from Venezuela, particularly their oil. And as a result of that, we can bend this regime to our will in a way that we've never been able to do since Batista was deposed by Castro. You know, they've been giving us the finger for decades.
President Trump on that speed run, dude. It's too easy.
We can change their behavior fundamentally.
It's too easy, bro.
Great. General, always a pleasure. Thanks very much for your insights as always, sir. Thank you.
Trump is literally speed running. Like, if anybody knows what a speed run is, the older folks, it literally means he's just doing shit like he's getting it done on.
Now that we might have to consider war funding. We are embroiled in how to deal with the SAVE Act. I'm hoping we'll get to markup either right before the Easter break
Nvidia
or
Barish.
right after, and hopefully have a product out of the Senate Banking Committee before the end of April. But the deeper it gets into the year, Maria, the more challenging it's going to be for us to get this across the finish line, which is why I'm encouraging my Democrat colleagues to get us their final product so we can move forward.
That's Wyoming Senator and Digital Assets Chairwoman Cynthia Lummis with me this last week on this program with an update on the status of digital asset legislation. The Clarity Act, the Trump-backed effort to set broader rules for U.S. crypto markets, is nearing a political deadline in Congress. Banks are pressing lawmakers and regulators to block stablecoin companies from offering rewards which resemble interest on deposit accounts at the banks. Joining me now is North Dakota Senator Kevin Cramer, a member of the Senate Banking Committee. And Senator, it's great to see you. Welcome back.
Great. It's good to be back, and it's hard to improve on what Cynthia Lummis says about this topic, let me tell you.
Yeah, exactly. So where does it stand? What do you want to say to those people thinking, well, maybe the crypto platforms are winning here? Are they winning in terms of paying rewards? Or do you agree that they shouldn't be paying rewards because it's competition for the banks?
Yes, so you laid it out perfectly. I think we need to get to something. We need U.S. guardrails, the type of guardrails that clearly delineate between commodities and securities, that clearly delineate between traditional banking and non-traditional banking. The rules of the road have to be clarified for the security of our, by the way, of our financial institutions. They're not unimportant in this debate, obviously. We have a wonderful legacy of diverse financial institutions, from credit unions and community banks all the way to the big ones. And so we need to look out for that. But we also, though, cannot allow digital assets and digital industry to go overseas, go offshore, lose that innovative edge that is clearly an American edge if we do it right. So I think Cynthia's right on point. Time is not our friend when we get much past Easter and get deeper into this political year. So I think we need to have the right guardrails. I think one of our banking committee members says it best. We know we did the right thing when they all dislike us the same. Yeah. And so we have to find that middle ground.
Nvidia
but
really
I'm just
did
wondering,
a little
is this going to lead you all to have to open the Genius Act to change language there? I mean, is that an issue right now?
Yeah, so you're right on a very specific point. That deals with the yields or the interest on the assets and who can offer those and who cannot. And, you know, the bankers feel like there's a loophole in Genius that allows the third parties, the intermediaries, the PayPals of the world, if you will, to pay on those assets.
Albert Einstein level.
Perhaps that would be a way to go if we just clarify that. I think, though, what we don't want to do, Maria, is miss this moment. While time is somewhat of the essence, we did do the housing bill that is behind us. We are on the Save America Act this week. That will take some
every single day
oxygen,
all
but we can do
us.
two things at the same time, and certainly the committee can.
Yeah,
so
I don't have
I
time
think we
for
have to make this
fucking
a committee priority for sometime just before Easter or shortly after.
Okay, so you've got that sort of looking forward just before Easter or very close to it. You're dealing with this potential defense supplemental.
Right,
$50 billion is like the floor, right? It could be much more than that.
In
you're
your personal opinion,
you've got to get the Department of Homeland Security open.
Based on
First off, on the $50 billion defense, are you cool with that? Is that the number, or is it much higher?
On Nvidia.
Well, I think that's the number to start with for sure, Maria. But remembering that we are also entering the budgeting season for defense. So whatever we're going to do, we also need to raise the baseline to reflect the 40-year peace dividend that we've taken, much at the expense of modernization of our own military. So what we're seeing is how great our military is. We're also seeing what our vulnerabilities are, and our opportunities to modernize are right now. So I think it's multiple tiers, maybe multiple tiers all put into one big bill. Whatever it is, I'm comfortable with $50 billion, and I do think that will be adequate for the task right in front of us.
All right, I got to get your take on two issues: the SAVE Act and Kevin Warsh. Now, the Senate set to do this test vote to begin debate on the Save America Act. If the Senate votes to proceed, days of debate on the voter ID legislation will follow. What do you think happens here, Senator?
one-sided.
Yeah, so I
the
think
entire
John
world
Thune has
thinking
found
the
a sweet
bears are in
spot in
control
the
in
Save
Nvidia
America Act
looking like
where he
today.
allows us to bring it to the floor with a simple majority. That has to do with how it comes to us from the House. They figured that out. That's important because getting on the bill is really important. Because what's even more important then is debate on the bill. Because when the American people hear the Republican side of this debate, it's an 80-20 at least issue for us. Basic things like having an identification when you vote, being able to prove that you're a citizen of the United States. Two fundamental issues.
Yeah,
Beyond that, it gets a little wonkier. It gets very,
one person
gets
said bulls.
rather detailed. But I think we need to have this debate in front of the American people. I think it becomes more popular the more we debate it.
Oh, two people.
And so I think you're going to, you're going to see multiples of days, as to your point. At the same time, we also know that the American attention span is much shorter.
I already voted bearish. I was the
so
second
we
person.
have to get to the debate, have it quickly. Take the vote, and maybe we bring some people along if we find, again, a sweet spot that identifies the low-hanging fruit here, which I think are the basics. Voter identification and proof of citizenship. Those should not be difficult things.
We have 3 people now. It's 3 to like 7.
I spoke with John Fetterman yesterday, and
cool.
Weeks ago, I thought he was on board.
Way better
he
than
said,
zero.
Look, I agree that proof of citizenship should be there before you vote. But then when I spoke to him yesterday, he said, I can't get behind this bill. And I'm wondering if sort of there's too much stuff in it at this point. But I want to get your take also on Kevin Warsh, because there is real concern that this Warsh nomination process is now on pause. Look, the Federal Reserve is kicking off its 2-day meeting today. It's widely expected to hold interest rates steady.
Bears are here on
Economists
SPY.
are warning
Time
that
is 1 p.m.
Consumers should not expect rate cuts in the near term, especially ahead of a potential leadership change. The real headline here is the president's nominee, Kevin Warsh. He's set to replace Jay Powell. We don't know when a confirmation hearing is happening, and we know what's taken place here. Judge Boasberg dismissed the Powell subpoenas. The DOJ appeals it. Judge Janine says she's going to appeal this, and as soon as she says she's going to appeal it, Tom Tillis came out with another post on social media saying that he's going to continue to block Kevin Warsh. And then there were unsealed documents, court documents, that were suggesting that Powell could actually stay beyond the end of his term. What about that, Senator? I mean, Are you expecting a confirmation hearing in the month of March?
Well, the sooner the better, Maria. I don't think there should be one moment of time between the end of Jay Powell's term and the beginning of Kevin Warsh's term. I think when you have the vote, he's an easy pass. I understand Senator Tillis's point, but I think Judge Boasberg, and I'm not a fan, by the way, and I know plenty of his positions, but I think he's almost handed us a gift if we're willing to take it, and that is let's get rid of this issue with Jay Powell and move forward with a new Fed chair and a very good one, I might add. I mean, Kevin Warsh is the man for the moment, not just because he's Donald Trump's person, but because he's uniquely equipped, I think, for this time.
Well, I know that he's been having one-on-one meetings with members of the Senate Banking Committee. Have you met with him one-on-one?
I have, and I was more impressed than I even thought I would be, and I was expecting to be just looking at his resume and his body of work and his positions. I think he's exactly what we need at this moment. I think there's reason for lots of
deep breaks on
Democrats.
Nvidia, they go on a 180.
Tom Tillis's vote, he says he's going to keep this up.
But they
so
keep
again,
not breaking
I ask you, is Kevin Warsh's confirmation hearing on pause right now until this investigation into Powell goes away?
Well, unless Tom Tillis has changed his mind or something has happened that would cause that to happen, it is. But unless we can get a Democrat to support, in committee, but I just think as long as we're at a deadlock, Democrats don't have any incentive to help. And I understand that. If I was in their position, I might do the same thing. But we do need Kevin Warsh as Fed chairman soon. So I'm urging Tom Tillis.
I thought I had to wait until fucking tomorrow. I don't want
Judge
to.
Janine, I'm urging the president, anybody, to break
I want
the
it so
logjam.
bad
Let's have
today.
this hearing and have a markup and get him on, get him confirmed.
If you're not able to block this logjam, is there a chance that Jay Powell stays beyond May 15th?
Yeah, I don't know about that, Maria. I'd have to be convinced by lawyers that that's absolutely the case. but even avoid, there's got to be somebody that is acting as a chair. And it's hard to imagine any big moves being made by the Fed in this sort of moment of uncertainty. Uncertainty's never good, I don't think, either
Reverse
in business
jinx.
investment or in
Jinx
government.
of the jinx.
So it's
Jinx of the
incumbent upon us
jinx.
to get our job done.
Of
I don't know
the
what
jinx.
the status is as far as the committee's schedule.
Doesn't work.
But Tom Tillis and right now Judge Janine sort of hold the cards.
All right. We'll be watching you work on this, Senator. It's great to talk with you about it. We so appreciate your leadership. Thank you, Senator.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time now for the big picture. So let's welcome in the team from Charles Schwab. I'm joined this morning by Lizanne Saunders, Chief Investment Strategist, Schwab Center for Financial Research, and Michelle Gibley, Director of International Equity Research and Strategy. Very good morning to you both. Lizanne, let's just start with you. Given the performance we've seen as far as the continuation of this rebound in this market, do you suspect that we're seeing somewhat the fog of war being lifted, or is that masking what you have been talking about with some of that deterioration in average member drawdown under the surface?
I'm not sure if we're lifting the fog of war, but I think for whatever reason, a day like today is one where investors seem to be focused more on the actual fundamentals sitting under the equity market, because it's a day in stark contrast to what we've seen since the war began. We've got oil prices up, yet the stock market is up. We have bond yields down. We have the dollar down. So everything going in the complete opposite direction relative to an equity market that is up. And I think some of that has to do with some better pre-announcements, earnings now being within our sight. So it may only last a day, but I think that's more of a
Some nice
fundamental
counter trend
focus
candles
right now.
coming.
Let's just
Faking
look at
out.
the
I don't
underlying
fucking know.
fundamentals
They trapped the
inside
shit
the
out of the
equity
bears down
market
there though in
and
SPY.
sort of push the war concerns aside for the moment.
Okay. And Michelle, how do you think global central banks are likely to address this whole episode this week? I mean, we're going to be hearing obviously from the FOMC tomorrow, but the BOE, the ECB, and the Aussies have gone first with the hike overnight. Just talk us through how important some of the language is going into these central bank meetings.
Yeah, we really have this bonanza of global central bank meetings. We've got 8 developed market central banks meeting. Most of them are going to be on hold for now. As you mentioned, Australia did raise rates a second time overnight. Their economy was overheating before the war. And so what happens in Australia isn't necessarily a sign of what will happen in the rest of the world. But yeah, central banks are really in this tough spot of having to weigh upside risk to inflation and downside risk to growth. And so the question is inflation going to be transitory or not? Assuming these higher prices don't spill over into wages,
well,
there's the potential that higher inflation may not last if the downside risks to economic growth increase.
I don't think
Lizanne,
they reached the
you mentioned
0.5
the
fib
fundamentals.
yet,
Obviously,
but
that is what is driving things right now. And you and I have spoke a lot about the resilience of this market. And a lot of that has been underpinned by the earnings complex. I mean, obviously corporate earnings have been holding up quite well. I'm just wondering, though, in light of what we've heard from the Honeywells this morning, we are getting clear corporate reads now on how this war is potentially impacting some of these companies. I know Delta is a very different story, but I think that just goes to show the divergence between how various sectors are thinking about this. What are you making of some of the wartime earnings updates right now?
Yeah, it's been interesting because up until about now, what we've only seen analysts do is make adjustments, for the most part, on the upside to forward earnings estimates for industries and companies that directly benefit from the higher commodity price, higher oil price environment. So you've seen it in some of the energy sub-industries and some of the more cyclical sub-industries. There haven't yet been a lot of adjustment to, say, the more consumer-oriented industries. I think analysts are kind of waiting to see what this war looks like from a duration standpoint and then make those adjustments. But Sam, you're right. We're at that point now where we're getting commentary from companies in the lead into the end of the month and then the start to earnings season. So this is the window in which you'll probably see analysts make those adjustments to earnings estimates.
I think it's at a
and in
moment
some
of critical
cases, it will
fucking
be
junction.
on the
0.5 fib on
downside. In some
SPY,
cases, it will
Nvidia
be on
is
the upside.
flying up and down. They're about a fucking
Yeah,
candle
you just
color.
wonder if Honeywell is
They're about a
idiosyncratic
candle
in
color. I could
nature
just feel
or
it
a
in my
signal
heart.
of more to come. I think
They're
that's
candle
really
coloring
going to be
right
key,
now
as you
already.
say. Michelle, just
Not
getting
really
back
on
over
SPY,
to you, and another market that has been somewhat resilient in the face of all of this is China.
Candle
I'm
color.
just wondering what is underpinning that. Obviously, we know it's sort of energy insulation type story there. Obviously, the data has been holding up quite well as well. But just walk us through your thoughts right now and how long that can last, particularly if we see any pullback in global demand, which has been supportive of those exports.
Yeah, I think it's probably surprising to hear that Chinese stocks have been outperforming given China's dependence on Middle Eastern oil. But they do, as you mentioned, they have a substantial strategic petroleum reserve, and they also get 70% of its gas needs met from domestic sources. But if global growth slows, China's manufacturers will fill it. I would say what's kind of interesting is looking at China's A-share market, the onshore market. It's really done even better than the offshore Chinese stocks because it's less affected by global investor sentiment, and it's been aided by excitement around robotics and AI infrastructure. We have this delay in the meeting between Presidents Xi and Trump. It's a pushback, but it's not a setback. I think it's really more noise than signal. I think it just gives time for both countries to prepare and navigate their strategies regarding the war in Iran. A continuing trade relationship between both countries is mutually beneficial.
Okay, a pushback, not a setback. I like that characterization. Liz Ann, just getting back to you, obviously the next big event risk in these markets is going to be the FOMC and not exactly what they do, but what they say. What will be critical in that messaging, do you think?
Well, it's a March meeting, which means we'll get an update to the summary of economic projections, an update to the dots plot. That's been interesting because the divergence has been much wider. You have a much wider array of opinions being expressed via those sort of institutional formats, but also when Fed members are out there speaking. I think that the dissents will be interesting. We've had dissents and/or commentary from the minutes suggesting that you've got, those well on the more dovish end of the spectrum or on the hawkish end of the spectrum. But I think the press conference is going to be particularly interesting. Maybe not because of how Powell will answer the question, but I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions on what are your plans. A lot of people don't realize that when his term is up as chair, he can stay on for another 2 years as governor. Most retiring chairs do not do that. We'll have to see. I'm guessing he will keep the cards fairly close to the vest.
Yeah, reserving optionality. I think I heard some of the views out there going into some of these central bank meetings this week. We'll be watching. I know that you've previously said that the Fed is in a bit of a pickle, given obviously everything that's going on right now. Ladies, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate your thoughts this morning. Liz Ann Saunders, Chief Investment Strategist, Schwab Center for Financial Research, and Michelle Gibley, Director of International Equity Research and Strategy, joining me today.
Someone came in chat and said VIX downtrend 22.48. Yeah, only if life was that easy. Only if life was that easy.
Let's get out to Kevin Green, who joins me now, senior markets correspondent, just to get us across some of this data that we're seeing coming through. And pending home sales has just hit the tape here, KG. What are you seeing as far as the housing market?
Well, we did see a better than expected print for pending home sales for the month of February. That actually saw an increase of 1.8%. Street was actually looking for a decline of 0.6%, and that's better than what we saw for last month at a drawdown of 1% here. So a slight improvement. This is actually the first positive number that we've seen since December, and we continue to see maybe some conflicting data when it comes to the housing market. We know that over the last couple of days, barring yesterday, 10-year Treasury yields have moved a little bit higher here. We did see a little bit more of a stalling when it
Candles
came
are
to
coloring.
new home builds as well.
Trying to leave the
Inventory is hitting the
0.5
market.
fib, but it could
Prices
come
are
back
still
to it
staying
in a minute,
elevated,
or
and there's still this
release it.
big push on trying to increase the access of
Big
purchasing
push
homes
down,
here
big
in
push
the United
up.
States. So once
We're
again,
down
a little
a
bit
little
mixed. Confidence when it comes to the housing market right now is still negative for buyers as well as for those that are actually building homes. But we are seeing some stabilization when it comes to rates and maybe a normalization when it comes to pending home sales as well as existing home sales.
Okay, some positive data, at least for now, and we know that affordability very much is the biggest constraint for the housing market right now. We'll continue to track that data. Moving on to the big story, obviously, with respect to the headlines we're tracking around oil in Iran. We've got Israel this morning saying Laranjani, the security chief of Iran, has been eliminated. No doubt a big deal for the markets, a key figure in this new leadership. We continue to see blows to energy infrastructure. No doubt that is really the big story, as it has shifted from that passageway through the Strait of Hormuz, which looks controlled at this point, not closed, as we're starting to see ships obviously going to places like China and India. And then obviously this Trump-Xi meeting being delayed by a month or so, which brings us back to the duration story as well, KG. I wanted to get your thoughts on this, because if we're in week 2 now and Trump is wanting to stay put in the White House and not go to Beijing, he was meant to go at the end of the month, which gives you some sort of,
there's a range,
I guess, sign that this is likely to drag on at least until April. I don't know how much the markets are pricing that in right now, but just walk us through some of the headlines and the price action you're seeing this morning.
Yeah, I think there's still, if you're kind of looking at the futures curve, it's still pricing in the fact that this is going to be a short-term conflict. Now we continue to, kick that can down the road. But if you're looking at the futures curve, right now it's obviously still elevated on the front months, and you are still seeing kind of this massive backwardation. But I think if you keep your eye out on the tanker rates, that's what I've been really focusing on. They're really,
top of the purple box.
Strong and really decent guide here.
Either it tries to break out, fake out again, or break
out, saw tanker rates moving up
or it
around
goes to the bottom of the purple box now.
Actually moved to the downside, which is something that doesn't happen all too often. And now we are seeing oil. It's up about 1.9%
right now. A lot of fake out, break out like that, and then break out again would be crazy.
The continued attacks when it comes to oil infrastructure as well as gas infrastructure.
Volume is
some more of that volatility.
Bullish on Nvidia and bearish on SPY.
Oil markets just in general. Now, the other side of this is obviously we are seeing an impact. We're having maybe between 6 million to 8.5 million barrels per day being taken out of the market. We are seeing rationing taking place in some parts of the East Asia markets, and that also can then lead to economic slowing, which would be a net negative for the energy market. So for right now, we're trading on the headlines, but in 3 months, 4 months from now, I would not be surprised if you actually do see oil going back to around that $65 level, because we might be managing a situation where demand is falling off a cliff, and we might have a global economic slowdown, if you will. And so
50 cents.
We're trading off oil. Technology is also kind of trading off some of the headlines from yesterday.
So
but I would still say that 120 is still probably in the cards
it's like a
here,
$2 range.
Sam, when you're looking at
670
WTI.
from 670 to 672.
Okay, I'm going to be speaking to an oil guest later on in the program, so no doubt we'll unpack some of that as well. But just shifting to what you've just mentioned around the tech sector, obviously a very headline-driven market today. We've got Nvidia, which is just fractionally lower, while all the other Mag 7 are higher. That $1 trillion through to 2027 was very much the visibility that the market had been looking for, very much expanding and extending that outlook now for another year. Interesting moves also. Another takeaway from that I'm seeing this morning in some of the opticals down as traders have been digesting Huang's comments around some of the copper wiring versus the opticals. Just talk us through some of the price action this morning and the headlines we're tracking out of GTC.
Yeah, you are seeing Nvidia slide here a little bit. Microsoft also looks like it's going to go from green to red here, and that probably will provide some pressure for the equity markets. Yesterday's comments, I don't think were outside of the norm. The market was actually looking for that $1 trillion guide. I think at first people probably thought that he was talking about sales of $1 trillion in 2027, which is why we saw that rapid spike. But once you started getting a little bit more clarification, that's when you started seeing a little bit more of a normalization.
Nvidia trying to go bullish while
the markets here, and this could be a buy the rumor, sell the news type of an event. Some de-risking taking place, at least for now, when it comes to Nvidia. Until it could break above that 190 level, I think this still stays within this range of, let's say, 170 to 190, at least for now. I think one of the big headlines yesterday was the data center and space comments. That's actually a little bit of a turn from Jensen Huang's comments even 6 months ago, where he kind of downplayed that. It looks like now they are fully committed on trying to find a solution to that problem, and the biggest headwind that they're going to have is cooling those data centers in space. So those were the big headlines that I thought were really meaningful within the market. And like I said, maybe you buy the rumor, sell the news. We're down about 0.5% right now.
Yeah, and interesting lines I also heard out of SK Hynix overnight as well. I mean, this has got a bit of a tech flavor and an energy flavor to it too. I'm keen to get your thoughts, if you had any, KG, just around global wafer shortages expected to last to 2030. This company is saying. I mean, they're looking at potential US ADR listing to broaden out their investor base, but they're also looking to stabilize some of these DRAM chip prices and looking for alternative energy sources as well. We know that the Koreans have flagged that, you know, energy could become a potential risk.
The Koreans!
Very much for some of those memory makers. We're seeing memory up again today. I know these were some of the big winners of the session yesterday. Don't know if you had any thoughts around that or just the commodity space broadly speaking today.
People are freaking out about the Koreans. What's going on, bro? What the hell?
It's an interesting question, especially around AI and data centers and energy mix, because that's an area that we follow quite closely. Those are never meant to be short-term investments. And I think that thematically, you know, the AI play, the fact that our life is going to be dominated by technology and AI is a continuous trend. Now, data centers are quite interesting. I mean, let's understand what happened within this war. When Iran hit 2 data centers, AWS data centers in Dubai, 1 in Bahrain, it shook the market to the core. Amazon has decided, for all intents and purposes, to exit the Middle East. So this just underlines the fact that resilience is also an asset, whether you're a government or a company. So the DC play, I think, is going to continue from an energy mix perspective, which has always been important. That's why nuclear, and especially the kind of longer-term technologies like small modular reactors and SMRs, are going to become more important. In any case, even at the best of times, for the hyperscalers to meet the demand, nuclear would have been an option. So I think we're just, so this war really effectively expedites the momentum that we already have had into its logical next phase.
So what, we are just over 2 weeks into this conflict as well now. When I read a lot of the big investment bank reports from some very well-respected economists, they say short term, if we can go back to some form of normality and the war were to end, the damage is limited. When does short term become medium term and medium term become a really, really big problem for everybody?
That's a great question, Steve. And given how important momentum is in trading and the markets, I think if this continues for another week or two maximum, then we have entered into the realm of this becoming a more medium-term reality. Now, by the way, let's also acknowledge the fact that even if the war miraculously stops today, what does it mean to go back to normality? The new normal is not what it used to be. And the genie is out of the lamp.
I don't know. I mean, I hear you, and I think it's probably fair to say that's top of the bell curve distribution idea. Sure. But let me just float something else. And again, I'm just asking this rather than saying I believe.
Sure.
Actually, could it be the end of such aggressive American adventurism, in which case actually we might be in a safer world? Look, the president has had some foreign policy successes over getting European allies to spend more on NATO, over the Venezuela situation, which, you know, the US oil majors potentially could benefit from as well. This has not been a success so far, despite what the administration says. This has not been a surgical strike to make regime change. to eliminate the longer-term threat from Iran as well. What if this actually blunts and dents American adventurism and actually the world can be slightly calmer on a geopolitical front?
I mean, ultimately, I think it's always going to be about US versus China in the long term. And from your perspective, from what you just described, it's an interesting litmus test to give credit to your vantage point. It's an interesting litmus test to see if in this chaos, China decides to act in an aggressive manner. So far, they're not.
Well, I mean, yes, sorry.
And sorry, but at the end of so we'll see, to answer your question, I think we'll have to wait to see what that meeting with Xi Jinping is going to look like, which now looks like it's going to be delayed and postponed. It's very difficult to make a judgment call on whether this crisis and this war is going to meaningfully impact American foreign policy, because there isn't just a single American foreign policy, has never been. What I try to look at in understanding where we allocate assets and where we reinvest is very much around which asset classes do I really want to invest in, no matter what happens in this climate, because it's very difficult to judge. I mean, anyone that tells me that they know exactly what's going to happen, either on the positive or negative, I don't really buy into, because it's just it's chaotic.
I grabbed some leftover wings.
And a Fox News alert because new U.S. airstrikes whittling away Iran's ability to attack its neighbors. This, as Israel says, it has killed the regime's newest de facto leader. So welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Perino.
Good day to you. Right on. I'm Bill Hemmer. Good morning at home. We're Irish green today, right? Good spirit.
Nobody forgot.
So the IDF says it killed Ali Larijani. He was the secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. Israel considering him to be the man in charge, at the moment anyway, of the terror regime.
Now, he is just the latest Iranian official eliminated in Operation Epic Fury. And according to General Jack Keane, his death is momentous.
Larijani has been running that country for 18 months, and certainly he's been running it for sure since the Ayatollah died, despite the fact that his son has been appointed Mujab, as his successor. So this is the most significant leadership impact of the war since the Ayatollah was killed on day one of the war. It is a huge deal here.
Team Fox coverage, Brian Yanis is covering the European reaction from London. But first, let's go to Lucas Tomlinson. He is in Dubai. Hi, Lucas.
Dana, U.S. and Israeli forces teaming up to assassinate Iran's de facto leader, Ali Larijani, who had a $10 million bounty on his head by the U.S. State Department. The Israelis say they did this one on the house. And it was just a few days ago that Larijani was openly mocking President Trump walking on the streets of Tehran on Friday on Quds Day. And also the commander of the besieged forces, that's the IRGC's paramilitary forces that have cracked down on Iranian dissent, slaughtering over 30,000 protesters, according to President Trump's estimates, and likely many of Iran's opposition leaders as well. Now, here in the UAE, it's been a little noisy today. We just received an alert on our mobile phones about incoming Iranian drones and missiles. The Emiratis say they've all been shot down. And today, 10 ballistic missiles and 45 drones were shot down here. Since the start of the war, Iran has fired over 300 ballistic missiles and 1,600 drones at the Emirates since the start of the war, more than twice the amount launched at Israel, Dana. Now, early this morning, the airspace was closed for 2 hours after Iran launched a fresh barrage here, canceling flights, diverting others. Some flights have resumed on a reduced schedule, and a Pakistani national was killed in Abu Dhabi by falling missiles missile debris. The Shah gas field in Abu Dhabi was also hit in a drone attack, suspending operations. And for the first time in 5 days, a tanker was hit by a projectile off the coast of the Emirates, causing only minor damage and no injuries. And the Fujairah oil complex was also attacked for the third time here this week after an attack that started days ago. This is the UAE's largest port on the Gulf of Oman and can be used to ship oil overland via pipeline bypassing the Strait of Hormuz, where there has not been much traffic at the strategic choke point. India today says 2 of its tankers made it out after a deal was cut with Tehran. And China gets nearly half its oil through the strait. And you have to think diplomatic efforts are ongoing to get those tankers moving. Only 2% of tankers from the Persian Gulf ever reach American shores.
It's actually
and the Arabian
hesitating
Sea, the USS Abraham Lincoln Air Wing continues strike missions over Iran. The video released by Central Command, as you can see, Dana, you might call this a flex after repeated claims by Iran that it sunk her. Now, President Trump says U.S. forces have hit over 7,000 targets across Iran, a country that is more than twice the size of Texas. Now, over 61,000 Americans have fled the Middle East, according to the State Department. And since this war started, all the children here in the UAE have been doing remote learning. That extends to the universities as well, Dana.
Lucas, thank you for being there. We appreciate it.
So meanwhile, President Trump urging allies to help push oil through the Strait of Hormuz. However, European nations seem to hesitate on the call to action thus far, even with the knowledge of possible economic peril if the strait remains closed for a period of time. National correspondent Brian Yennis now watching that situation from London and now joins us with more on this. Brian, hello.
Bill, good morning. Well, the European Union's 27 member nations say that at least so far they will not be sending military ships to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The EU meeting yesterday on the president's call for help, and frankly, the EU's foreign policy chief had some interesting quotes. He said the nations feel like, quote, this is not Europe's war, and, quote, there is no appetite for war.
It's actually pissing me off.
Well, of course,
I don't know if I'm doing something dumb right now either, because they're getting a lot of bears down here on the video right now.
Their moves recently, like I said, so we haven't been consulted, and we don't really understand what are the objectives of this war.
Germany is not providing military help in the Strait of Hormuz either. Germany's defense minister saying, quote, this is not our war. We did not start it. The Germans also say NATO should not be involved and are pushing for a negotiated end to the war.
The Strait of Hormuz must be made navigable again as soon as possible. This war must come to an end soon. We must work together to find ways to de-escalate the situation and lay the groundwork for a diplomatic solution.
This was,
so the EU, Germany, Italy, and Australia have said no to providing military help to opening up the Strait of Hormuz. The United Kingdom, France, Canada, South Korea, and Japan could be considered maybes. The UK and France are most likely to help. No countries have publicly said yes, but President Trump says numerous countries have told him that they're on their way. Now, President Trump argues Asia and Europe should help keep the strait open since they depend on it the most. 84% of the crude oil and 83% of the liquefied natural gas moved through the strait goes to Asian markets like China, Japan, India, and South Korea, Europe, and the UK. Bill, they're also more susceptible to rising global oil prices and how that could impact them at home. So that's part of the president's argument. And there's also a question about to what extent the Gulf countries and Jordan will help to protect and reopen the strait that's so vital to their economies.
All right, a lot to track on that. Brian, good to have you there in London. Thank you, sir, for that. Thanks, Dana.
We bring in retired Vice Admiral Robert Harward. He's a former Navy SEAL. Can you tell us your perspective from a Navy sense in regards to what's happening in the Strait when it comes to the mines movement and how we could possibly get it back open?
Well, it's more than just the Straits, it's the whole country. You're watching the largest hide-and-seek game that's gone on in mankind. You've got the Iranian Army, Navy, Air Force hiding all their assets. I want to go get more ribs, to be honest. Because they know that's their lifeline. Once we've eradicated the mines, once we've eradicated the missiles and free commerce goes through, then we focus on the regime. But the same thing's going on with the regime right now. They're hiding because you can see the Israeli priority of taking out the leadership, those networks of the IRGC they're targeting. And at the same time, the Iranian people are staying at home. because if they know they come out, they're going to be murdered. So in all of these lanes, everyone's trying to hide their assets, and we're finding them systematically.
Sir, if I could I apologize about jumping in there. I'm sorry. I thought you were done with your thought there. Wall Street Journal editorial board says, battle for the Strait. Iran is giving Trump and Israel a reason to keep weakening the regime. And as they write about that, we've got a graphic we can show our viewers. There's a lot of different mine types that can be used on behalf of the Iranians. How does the U.S. Navy, and to a lesser extent the Israelis, prepare for this, sir?
Well, they've prepared for it for years. And back to your point, there are more reasons to deal with Iran than just the straits. Don't forget the nukes, the surrogates murdering our people. So there's a whole host of reasons why this regime has to be dealt with. But back to the straits. We've planned for this. They've gone after the mines. They've gone after the ability to destroy it, to deliver them. So the issue is, what is their capacity? And that's the problem. They're going to use them sparingly and at periodic times. So we've got to be able to stop all movement, because any commercial
seems like one of those days that I need to just relax, eat, energize. Harris Hockner, who is that? She's got a lot of views.
Fox News Alert, we are awaiting word from the president as he meets with Ireland's Taoiseach, or Prime Minister, Michael Martin, to mark St. Patrick's Day. He could speak, of course, the big backdrop to everything these days, the conflict with Iran and developments breaking just a short time ago. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. Central Command has released new video of Operation Epic Fury. On the left of your screen, you see the precision strikes taking out that terror regime's targets. On the right side of your screen, operations from on board an aircraft carrier with the caption, "Teamwork makes it all work." Indeed, it does. The very latest update from CENTCOM is this. U.S. airstrikes have hit more than 7,000 regime targets so far. 6,500 combat flights have taken off during the mission, and strikes have destroyed or damaged more than 100 terror regime military vessels. President Trump on the mission.
We hit them so hard like nobody's ever been hit. We hit them very hard, and we've extinguished most of their missiles. We've extinguished most of their drones. We've extinguished most of the places where the missiles and the drones are built. We've fully extinguished 2 layers of leadership.
Israel has announced today joint strikes with the United States have killed 2 more top Iranian officials, and that is a huge headline. One of them was leading the regime's National Security Council. The other was the leader of a brutal force tasked with slaughtering all those protesters. Retired Navy Vice Admiral and former Deputy CENTCOM Commander Mark Fox is coming up in focus. First, let's go to Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst in Israel. Trey.
Harris, good morning. Significant strikes overnight. The Israelis say they took out Ali Larijani, the de facto leader of Iran, the man who was the secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. And he was even in the streets of Tehran on Friday, directly threatening President Trump and the United States. Today, he is dead, along with another top commander in a separate strike against the besieged forces. This is a wing of Iran's IRGC. And Gholam Reza Soleimani, the man responsible for ordering the crackdown on protesters earlier this year, was also taken out. An Israeli official tells me more than a dozen besieged officials and commanders also killed with him. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking today about the success of these operations.
We are destabilizing this regime in the hope of giving the Iranian people the opportunity to remove it. It won't happen all at once, and it won't happen easily. But if we persist, we will give them the opportunity to take their fate into their own hands.
Earlier today, the Israelis launching a fresh wave of airstrikes against the Iranian regime. You can see in this video released by the IDF on Sunday, these strikes have pummeled Iran for the past almost and a half weeks as this operation continues. All of this taking place as the Iranians are responding with ballistic missile fire toward Israel and using their proxies to target U.S. interests in the region. Overnight, an Iran-backed Iraqi Shia militia targeted the U.S. embassy in Baghdad with rockets and drones. You can see on the horizon here in Baghdad that...
Someone said Trump is talking. If he's not talking...
And that I've gotten to know, and you mean business?
He is talking.
And he can tell a story like nobody can tell a story.
I knew they were having a luncheon.
And then he said, how did you speak for almost 2 hours?
I told you they're having a luncheon today.
A couple of weeks ago at a call, I'd called State of the Union. I said, you could do it very easily. I guarantee you that. He could do it. But we've had a really great relationship. And Mary, thank you very much. Terrific. Thank you very much to be with you both. I hope you enjoy your stay. Also with us is House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. Steve, great job. Deputy First Minister of Northern Ireland, and they get along so well. I saw that. You get along very well together. That's the way it's supposed to be, huh? I don't know if I should be promoting merger. I love mergers, but I didn't know. We're going to get in a little trouble. We're going to get in more trouble with that than the beauty. But Emma Little Pengali, thank you very much, Emma. Thank you very much. And the ambassador from the Republic of Ireland, Geraldine Byrne Nason. Geraldine, thank you, Geraldine. Thank you very much. Ambassador from the United Kingdom, Christian Turner. Christian, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Christian. Thank you very much. And the U.S. ambassador to Ireland, a great golfer. This guy can play golf. He can play golf. Walshy, right? Can't you, huh? But Trump's not bad. No. He's a great player, and he's having a lot of fun over there. What is that for a guy who loves golf? Is that the best location? Can you imagine? Yeah. Ambassador to Ireland? That's got to be the greatest job in the world. Anyway, have a good time. Have a good time. You're doing a good job. As many of you know, this year we're celebrating something that is very special, the glorious 250th anniversary of America's founding. That's a big deal, and I'm very happy to be here. I wasn't supposed to be president right now. It was supposed to be maybe in Ireland, taking it easy, or someplace taking it easy. But I'm president now, and I got the Olympics, I have the World Cup, and I have the 250th year, and we all have it together. And I just do want to say that the war is proceeding very, very strongly. We're doing very, very well in Iran. Knocking the hell out of them, and you have to do that. We can't let them have a nuclear weapon. They were 2 weeks away, in my opinion, 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. If those beautiful, magnificent machines, those B-2 bombers, if they didn't do their job 7 or 8 months ago, they would have had a nuclear weapon, and there would have been no talking to them, no talking at all. They would have used it very gladly, very happily, and you sort of see that by the fact that they were sending missiles, ballistic missiles, powerful missiles to all of their neighbors. And for the most part, they were supposed to be somewhat friendly with their neighbors. They were going to blow the hell out of them. And that was going to be the Middle East, between Israel, the Middle East, and Europe would have been there, and we would have been there. There would have been no stopping. We did a good job, and a lot of people appreciated it. A lot of presidents know they should have done it. It was 47 years of terror. Every time you see somebody with no legs, no arms, a face that's been really so badly damaged, so badly hurt, lives destroyed. 95% chance it came right out of Iran. They loved that bomb. They loved that bomb. And the father of that was, as you know, Soleimani, General Soleimani, and we got rid of him in my first term, and if we didn't get rid of him, I think it might have been a different story, because he was a bad guy, but he was a brilliant guy if you like to fight dirty, and he fought as dirty as you can. So we've done something that a lot of people said that other people should have done long before I got here, but it's my honor to do it, and we've had a very big day today. We knocked out things that nobody thought were possible to knock out. Today was a very big day. already. As part of this great celebration, we also honor 250 years of cherished Irish-American friendship and 250 years of fierce, proud, tenacious Irish-American heritage. These are incredible people. Oh, I know so many Irish. They're difficult, though, you know? They're very difficult. And they're great politicians. You know, I was just told, right, that 23 American presidents have some Irish blood in them, right? Some a little bit, and some a lot, right? That's a pretty big number. I don't think and nobody else competes with that. But out of the 56 signers of our Declaration of Independence, 11 were patriots with roots in Ireland back in July 4th, 1776. It was a son of Ireland who actually printed that sacred document for the first time. Who knew that? And it was also an Irishman who first read its immortal words to the American public, proclaiming aloud that we are all made free and equal by the hand of our Creator and endowed by God with rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It came out of the blood of Ireland. The Irish did not come to America. They helped found America, the fact is, and they helped build America. And these are incredible people. I know them well. And with a little bit of Irish luck, they helped make America into the most exceptional nation the world has ever seen. And we're doing better. We had to do a little excursion, if you don't mind. A little excursion to take care of nuclear weaponry in the hands of maniacs. But other than that, in a couple of weeks, and won't be much longer, it's moving along fast. We're way ahead of schedule. Did you know that, Mr. Speaker? I'm trying to save a lot of money by being ahead of schedule. We're way ahead of schedule. Nobody would have thought, a great war historian told me today, nobody would have thought you could do that much damage in that little time, 2 weeks. But we're way ahead. But we had prior to that, and really, I guess you could say after that, but prior to that, and it'll bounce back so fast, the oil prices will drop like a rock, and the economy is so powerful, so strong. And, you know, we hit 50,000 on the Dow. Again. Think of that, 50,000. I was told you'll never hit 50,000, not for the first 3 years. Maybe at the end of the fourth year, you might be able to hit it. We hit it in the first year. And we then hit 7,000 on the S&P, and that was even more of a long shot, Steve. That was a chance that they said you couldn't do that. That was harder than 50 on the Dow. 7,000 on the S&P. We hit that before the end of the first year. And all of those things. And then I said to myself, well, we're doing great. We're doing great. I went to Susie, my beautiful Susie Wiles. There's nobody like Susie. I went to Susie. Right? And everybody's with her, and she's a great woman, really. She's a great woman. But I went to Susie. I always go to Susie. I said, Susie, do you mind if I take a little excursion here? Do you mind if I, you know, we're hitting all these records, right? More people are working in the United States today than ever before. I could name this. I don't want to bore you. This is all about Ireland. This is all about, but you're a big part of it because you're a big part of this country. But I said, do you mind if I take a little excursion, my chief of staff, because I want to do this. I have Marco here. We have a lot of our great people. JD is here. They're all here. And I say, let's do this. We got to do it right. Should have been done by many presidents. Should have been done long before 47 years. It's 40 years of living in terror. You know, they're called the bully of the Middle East, but they're really the bully of the world because he used oil to bribe, right? They used oil to bribe and to, you know, gain power. I don't know what they gained. What did they gain? What the hell? How are they doing? Not so good. They're all gone now. Every one of them, they're all gone. We don't even know who to... Our biggest problem, we don't know who to deal with. Over here, I can call the Speaker of the House. He's so powerful. I can call him. I can make a deal. Maybe. I can even call your Democrat counterpart, this guy. I said to Kelly, what do you think of your counterpart? He said he's a great guy. This is... Republican, Democrat. I never thought I was going to hear that about you. Let me shake your hand, please. When Kelly tells me that, I said, that's the way it used to be. You know, that's the way, not so long ago. And maybe someday that's the way it'll be again. It's really great. But I said, do you mind if I take a little excursion because we have to do something, and it'll be a short-term excursion, but we have all these great things going, and we had a, we could have gone up. It was only going in one direction, but I think now it's going to go much higher than it would have gone had we not taken this little journey. And so I appreciate all of the people that have worked with us. That was not an easy decision to make. We have a country that was hotter than any country anywhere in the world, and doing great in every way. And I say, oh, we have to put out this cancer. It's a cancer. We had to take that operation, and we did, and it was very successful. And it continues, frankly, as somebody said, they could leave today, and it would take 10 years to rebuild the damage that's been done. But I think we have to make it a little bit more permanent, because no other president has to go through this, and we shouldn't have any other president having to go through this kind of a thing.
Has anybody watched the movie Hoppers?
If they didn't want to do it, if for some reason they didn't want to do it, would have the same problem. We don't ever want to have that problem again, not with lunatics. We can't have lunatics controlling nuclear weaponry. So I just want to thank everybody. Let's get back to Ireland. Do you mind? Ireland, we don't mind. Ireland is a nice place. I love Ireland. In fact, we're going to have the Irish Open at a property that happens to be owned by yours truly, but I have nothing to do with it. I own it, but I don't even like to talk to my son. He says, Dad, we're doing great with the I'm allowed to run it, but I don't choose to. Dad, we're doing great. Eric calls up. He's doing a good job. Do you like Eric? I think so, right? Who doesn't like Eric? But he calls up, Dad, we're doing a great job in Ireland. What's going on? Well, we're doing this and that. Tell me. I said, don't tell me about it. I don't want to know about it. I don't want to know about it. Of course, if we were treated badly, I'd let him know very quickly. But I think you are very proud of what's been done over there by the Trump organization, right? It's one of the greatest places, one of the greatest golf courses in the world, and it's an honor to hold the Irish Open there. It's coming up very shortly, and it's a great honor. Thank you. And say hello to Rory McIlroy and all of those great players, because they are truly great talents, and they're wonderful people and friends of mine. But over the centuries, 130 members of the House and Senate have been born in Ireland and been elected to work in these great halls. Think of it. That's a lot. Our national anthem itself was signed by the sight of the Star-Spangled Banner waving over the fort named for the son of Ireland, Fort McHenry. When Americans ventured west on the Oregon Trail, they were guarded by troops stationed at Fort Riley, named for the Irish-American warrior who President Grant called the finest specimen of physical manhood I've ever looked upon. We didn't know that about President Grant. I think we just learned something. But I could say that about your sons, okay? Kelly, I could say that about your sons. One's a boxing champion. They're like champions. Who would think from this one? It's got to be from Well, I didn't know about your Italian roots either. I thought he was a super wasp. You know, to me, Mike was always a wasp. Now I learned that this is serious Italian stuff, right? Well, that'll be good for you, I think. You know, his image has changed a hell of a lot very quick. He's great. Even today, when Americans visit Gettysburg, they find a Celtic cross honoring the soldiers of the famed Irish Brigade.
Did you guys visit Gettysburg ever in your lives?
Defended our Union in its pivotal hour, most pivotal hour, and they were there. And
anybody go to Gettysburg?
It said that more than 50% of all congressional medals of honor are awarded. Think of that. 50% went to people who had parents, one or the other, Irish American. That's a lot. We're going to have to look. That's because we have so many Irish politicians. That's how that works. But we can't let that. We got to make some changes in that. That's too many. Don't you think, Kelly? I think. But from 1776 to today, our country has stood strong and free, in no small part due to the spirit of the warriors. You really are warriors. You're incredible. And the Fighting Irish, you know, Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish, is a reason for it. I don't know how many Irish people are playing on the team, though. How many Irish people do we have on the team? I'm not sure we have so many. Well, you got him. You have Kelly. Kelly's a warrior, let me tell you. As the Taoiseach has said, and the President reminds us today, the United States and Ireland continue to build upon the age-old bond. Together we are strengthening the ties of culture. We have a tremendous deficit, by the way, I want to tell you right now. I looked at the numbers. You guys are much better business people than our past politicians. We have to talk about that deficit. Are we allowed to talk about that today? It's a substantial deficit. Okay, tomorrow. Okay, Walt said tomorrow. And cooperation that really does stretch back many, many generations. Under our leadership, as we speak, Irish companies are investing more than $6 billion into the United States, including $45 million in Pennsylvania, $70 million in Colorado, and over $100 million in New Mexico and Ohio. And I'm hopeful that we'll soon reach a deal to let American liquefied natural gas, and that'll bring down your deficits a lot. So I think you have to make this deal with us. We, got to do something. But these companies are going to be fueling your homes and factories and all of the other things. We have a lot of energy in this country. We have more than anybody. We have the most energy of any country in the world by far. So we want to sell a little of that to you. And the deficit will come down, 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 and everybody's going to be happy. So you got to buy a lot of our stuff. But in this small and beautiful, it's a beautiful room. I love this room. It's been a very warm room. I've had a good time. I have so many friends and so many relationships that I've gotten from this room, mostly from this event. But on this St. Patrick's Day, as we press ahead toward the opportunities that await, let us remember the beautiful words of St. Patrick himself. May the power of God preserve us. May the wisdom of God instruct us. May the hand of God protect us. May the way of God direct us. May the shield of God defend us. And may the host of God guard us. That's beautiful. Thank you. And today we add, may God bless the people of Ireland, and may God bless the United States of America. And it's great to be with you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm happy for you.
Well, let's get it done, Nvidia. Fuck you doing, boy?
Thank you, everybody.
Fuck you doing, Nvidia? Get it done, boy.
Well, top that. Well, right. Thank you, Mr. President. For saying that my sons are tougher than me, that's really appreciate that on national television. As you say, thoroughbreds make thoroughbreds. Okay, we'll go with that. Mr. President, I am so honored to introduce our special guest, and this is not his first one of these luncheons, the Friends of Ireland. He has been a great friend to us, and without further ado, I will bring up and introduce the Taoiseach himself, Mr. Martin. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, Chairman Neil and Kelly, representatives, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for welcoming me and Mary, of course, to Washington, D.C. to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. I'm delighted that I'm here today with, of course, the Deputy First Minister from Northern Ireland, Emma Little Pengelly, and, of course, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Hilary Benn, who is also with us. Mr. Speaker, I greatly appreciate your kind words and for hosting this lunch. And may I pay tribute to your wisdom in choosing an impeccable Irish woman with great heritage as your wife. And with a name O'Leary, you have to be from my part of the country in Ireland. O'Leary? But we greatly appreciate your kind words, and a proud tradition this is since its inception back in 1983, as you said, through the shared vision of President Reagan and Speaker Tip O'Neill.
Maybe vegan, bro.
And this gathering signifies the ties that bind our two countries and the bipartisan commitment to peace and reconciliation in Ireland. Almost 250 years ago, this country embarked on a great democratic experiment. One driven by the idea that we all share natural rights to life, to liberty, and to the pursuit of happiness. Those values were eloquently expressed in the Declaration of Independence, signed by three men born on the island of Ireland, and many others of Irish descent, and first printed by Irishman John Dunlap. Since the founding of the United States, Irish people have been at the beating heart of American democracy and civic life. As politicians, faith leaders, police officers, firefighters, nurses, community leaders, and construction workers, Irish people helped to build the American dream with tenacity and with courage. As all of us in this room know, courage comes in many forms.
What are we going to talk about, America?
Today,
and
I am
Korea.
reminded of Margaret O'Hary, a woman born into deep poverty in County Leitrim in 1813, who found a better future in your own state of Louisiana. Through hard work and determination, Margaret overcame tragedy to set up a number of businesses. First a small dairy, and then a bakery, which grew to employ 40 people. She was renowned for her business acumen, her deep faith, and her charity. The orphanages she helped to build across New Orleans remain as her legacy. Margaret's grit and determination, her hard work, entrepreneurship, and innovation, and her dedication to giving back to her community embodies the best of what it is to be Irish here in the United States and at home in Ireland. Margaret O'Hary was an entrepreneur to her bones, but she would marvel at the economic relationship that exists today between Ireland and the United States. Every day across this great United States, more than 200,000 Americans go to work each morning in nearly 800 Irish-owned companies, operating in every sector, in every state, and Ireland is the 5th largest foreign investor in the US. From little acorns, mighty oaks grow. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, on my journey to Washington this year...
Guys, I have a more serious question. Okay. I'm trying to get something from Japan. What's the cutest Pokemon character that I should get? Gengar? Charmander? Squirtle? Mew? Or the fucking white dragon? Somebody said Gengar, and I'm low-key fucking wanting Gengar now. Low-key. Should I just try to cop a Gengar? Does anybody know anything about Pokemon characters? Please. Please. Let me know in chat, please.
Are opening to the rights of man. The American Revolution gave hope and example to all who yearned to be free, including in Ireland. That the great republic launched in 1776 exists today owes much to the vision and wisdom of its founding figures, but it also owes its enduring strength to all those who have played their part in sustaining it, including in those who have served in this august
I really
building.
want it.
Mr. Speaker, Congress continues to play its vital part in the story of American democracy under your leadership, Mr. Speaker.
Man said Pikachu.
Congress has also brought people together across the aisles
Dragon
to play a
Knight.
pivotal role
Mohammed
in
said
achieving
Gengar
and
or
securing a
Charizard?
lasting peace on the
Yeah, I was
island
gonna get
of Ireland.
Mew, but like the
I
guy
pay
that's
tribute
about to get it for
to
me
the
said
generations
Gengar
of
is
people
better.
who have served
Low-key,
here
Gengar
and who
looks better.
believed in and invested in this peace. We will never forget them. We will always remember that in our darkest and bleakest hours, they kept the faith.
What do you mean?
And we still need your
It's a
support
plushie,
and your
bro.
energy to maintain that peace and to support
What the fuck do you mean resale value? It's
reconciliation.
a fucking plushie. Like
Mr. President, thank you for your friendship for Ireland.
it's a
country
Pokemon
you know
character
well.
plushie, bro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your gracious hospitality, for this opportunity to break bread
I want the
with so
Gengar
many
Mew
true
Mew.
friends of Ireland. There is truth in the Irish
Mew Mew
proverb
looks like a cat though.
that
It's
the
kinda
road to a friend's house is never long. Thank you, co-chairs Mike Kelly and Richie Neal, for your unstinting commitment to peace and prosperity on the
think I
island
chose on the
of
Gengar.
Ireland.
My
And
mind
thank
can't
you
be chosen.
for bringing so many members
Squirtle
of,
or
the,
Gengar?
of this House
Gengar.
from
All
both
right, you know what, fuck
sides of the aisle together on St. Patrick's Day and throughout the year.
a very happy St. Patrick's Day to you all. As we say in Gaelic, Gorv Mila Mahagav, Agus Banachti, Na Ela Podrig, Orv Galer. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Taoiseach. And Mr. President, again, I told him he had 1 hour and 47 minutes, Senator Welch, because that's how long the State of the Union was, and he was much shorter, so thank you for that. It is a short road to the People's House, and we're glad to have you again. Now, my friends, I get to introduce two musical acts for us today. We're very excited about this. We're blessed to have twice the entertainment today. So the first is a musical very much in the spirit of this historic year for us, the American 250th anniversary, where Eagles Fly tells the story of one Irish family's difficult journey across the Atlantic here to America. It is a journey of hope, resilience, and faith as they sought to build a new life in this grand new land. And please give a very warm welcome to the performers of Where Eagles Fly. Thank you.
No, I'm talking about a plushie. Here, should I stream it? You guys wanna? Okay, I'll stream it.
Mr. Speaker. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your kind invitation to perform at this very prestigious lunch. And good afternoon, Mr. President, Taoiseach, and very distinguished guests. My name's Trevor Marshall, and I'm very proud and delighted to be here today. I'm the executive producer of this new musical called Where Eagles Fly, and it celebrates the contribution the Scots-Irish made to the history of the land of the free. Many other nationalities have also played a significant part in the creation of this great nation, but today, on St. Patrick's Day, it's all about the Irish. Yeah. And their story is remarkable. This year you celebrate 250 years.
Is the Gengar ugly as fuck?
Semi-quincentennial, got it, I think, since the adoption of the Declaration of Independence. Many
I love Japan.
Realize the impact the Scots-Irish have had in building this great country. The musical is intended to tell their story in a most amazing way. I'm a direct descendant of the leader of one of the first expeditions to America. The Reverend Robert Blair set off with, it was 140 Presbyterians in the year 1636,
this one?
400 years ago almost.
That one looks fire, God.
They left a little town called Grunsport.
That one looks so cool.
And fleeing persecution, seeking freedom to live and worship
I want
according
a Gengar
to their
now.
consciences in the New World. His story inspired this musical. The Scots-Irish are the bedrock of the United States.
Look at that Pokemon ball.
Their deeds have shaped the nation from the Declaration of Independence to the moon landings and beyond. They've provided leadership out of all proportion to their members, whether it's politicians, soldiers, business people, inventors, or clergy. And 19 out of 47 presidents claim Scots-Irish roots.
No one's saying anything in chat.
There's been surprised some to learn that the early Presbyterian settlers were responsible for soldiers such as Davy Crockett, performers such as Dolly Parton, business leaders such as Thomas Milne, and of course, many presidents, including Andrew Jackson. Now, Andrew Jackson has for a long time been regarded by many as the greatest president in American history. Many now think he's about to be trumped. Thank you. Thank you. The contribution of the Scots-Irish goes far beyond famous deeds and famous people. It is their character and ideals, especially their love for freedom, that has had the greatest impact. For they have literally defined what it is to be American.
Purple one kind of ugly too.
Finally, the creator of this great musical, and my
I don't know. I should just go to
friend,
Japan.
John Anderson,
Japan kind of fire.
sadly passed away before realizing his ambition of bringing this show to America.
That huge-ass Pokeball.
John would have been a very, very proud man today. So here's a short excerpt from the musical. I hope you enjoy it. It's called Where Eagles Fly. Thank you.
I'm getting copyrighted. Nvidia is really flying. Into the upper atmosphere. Here they go on Nvidia. Although so crazy with it. Pushing so higher into close. They're so crazy with it. Oh, the market is so insane. It's actually going bullish. After all of that, though, it's a little bit sad. Oh, this is the market, though. What in the actual fudge? I want a fudge chocolate from Buffalo Wild Wings now. I'm about to go get one. I think I deserve one. Market's so stressful. Oh, for sure, it certainly is. This shit is so stressful. It says they're in a commercial break. For what? What is this fucking broccoli on the fucking video? What is this broccoli?
So let's just talk about this bounce attempt, I guess we could call it, Joe. It's understandable to me why it has begun entering this week in a logical spot, which is a 5% decline in the S&P 500. We got to almost to the 200-day moving average. Seasonal factors start to turn better in the second half of March. And, of course, you have this residual hope there that we've reached the point of maximum uncertainty in Iran. Maybe oil has seen its highs. Still something to prove, I would argue, though, for the rally itself. What are you looking at?
Well, I think what's most important right now is that we break the correlation between higher oil prices and lower equity prices. And the appearance over the last several days is that, in fact, we're doing so. I also believe that we've established where that breaking point for equities is as it relates to oil. So the equity market does not like oil prices above $100, above $105. That seems as though to be the breaking point. It appears as though the equity market is comfortable as it was in 2011, 2012, and 2013, when the average price of oil in each one of those 3 years was $95. The market was comfortable in that environment with oil. So I think if we just basically elevate the range of oil to 85 towards 100, I think we could live in that world. It's when oil spikes well beyond that the markets don't like it.
Steph, I mean, arguably in the early 2010s, the S&P was at 13, 14 times earnings. Maybe not as much was expected out of stocks. But how are you reading what the market's done this week, where it's tried to find a little bit of a foothold? Because you actually have seen some of the laggard groups, try to make a little progress this week.
Yeah, and that's exactly where I want to go. Actually, value outperforming growth today and yesterday. Banks actually finally catching somewhat of a bid. We have to watch that, but they've been a laggard and something that we all have been watching because of the private credit concerns. Energy, oil stocks, some industrials are doing well. So it's more of the cyclical story today and some part of yesterday. And I think, Mike, that's because in the face of uncertainties about war and the timing, the economy is holding up. I mean, you got the Atlanta Fed tracker at 2.7%. Weekly jobless claims last week were really good. I expect them to continue to be very low in the 215 range to 220. Retail sales, core was up 4%. ISMs, 2 months in a row, over 50. So that's the first time that's happened in 3 years. And industrial production now up for the 4th consecutive month. So in the face of all this, the economy is hanging in. A lot of it is AI driven, and that's a nice tailwind, and that's going to continue. But the consumer also is doing their part. Yes, it's K-shaped, but they're doing their part. When you listen to Bank of America, when you listen to MasterCard, when you listen to Visa, last week they were at conferences, every one of them said the consumer is doing just fine. And that's a big part of our economy, so I keep a close eye on it. But I like that, at least the follow-through on the cyclicals based on the data that we're seeing.
I guess the question is going to be, Josh, whether that good, encouraging evidence is going to run up against the potential that we have more friction in the story when it comes to what oil prices are doing, some consumer confidence issues, since we're 2+ weeks into this Iran campaign. I do want to get your take, though, Josh, on the general setup here, because it's hilarious how we always talk about the S&P 500 in one of these sideways phases and say, look how resilient, it's rotating away from danger. I've said it a million times. And then we get to a point when the decline starts to wear on the index, and everyone says, oh, but we haven't seen the flush. It's been too resilient. We need to see people give up on this and to create some kind of a slingshot effect. So where are you looking for evidence that the market either has the makings of that kind of a comeback, Josh, or we're still waiting?
I think the modern investor is just different from what a lot of us are used to. Mike, you're a veteran of the markets like I am, so is Stephanie, so is Joe. But we have to acknowledge the fact that today's investor, they sort of get it like, oh, if I sell when the S&P falls 5%, I'm going to look like an imbecile in like 3 weeks, so I'm not going to do it. And instead, what we're seeing is, I'm going to use the word rotation for the millionth time, but I think it's the most important concept. Investors are flocking to the stocks that are going up right now. And, look, the best stocks in the market concept is, where is the real strength? And think about the stocks that Joe has been talking about, I've been talking about, Stephanie, Chevron, Exxon, making record highs today. Look at the refiner complex, Marathon, Phillips 66, and of course Valero. And even like the oil services names, those did get hit a little bit harder during the Iran episode, but they're all right back. Baker Hughes, right back. These things are in substantial uptrends. So I think investors are like, all right, I get it. We're not playing the software game this year. We're not playing the data center game as much this year, maybe in the industrials, but not in the actual Mag 7 stocks. But this game, this is a great game. And you're seeing it everywhere. And you can't tell me that's just retail. I know the pros are doing it too. The other thing is, the only real panic that we're seeing, it's actually funny. It's in the private market. How do you panic in the private market? It's like a mime. Like, how do I get out of this invisible box? It doesn't even show up in the junk bond ETFs. So yeah, we have concerns. Yes, there are issues in the market. There are question marks. But I think the modern investor, at least for now, has done a great job rotating, moving to where the money is going, and ignoring the things that historically would have put them on the sidelines, even 3 and 5 years ago. And they just don't race to the sidelines.
I mean, did we have a modern investor 11 months ago, Josh, when everybody was liquidating everything at the lows?
I don't know that everybody did that. If you look at Vanguard data,
you can look at the flows.
If you look at Vanguard data, Charles Schwab data, you look at Fidelity data, 401k flows never stopped, and that's the real money. So seeing $20 billion come out of an SPY and then go right back in 2 months later, I don't really think is what the main body of investors are doing. Look at the 401k flows. They never budged, nobody sold, and I don't think they'll do it this time either.
We magically got 20% down with nobody selling, I guess. Okay, in a flash. Brian, you know, what are you thinking about in terms of field position for the market here? And I'm looking at an S&P. We're at the December lows. Yes, we're up off of last week's bottom, but it doesn't seem as if there's a sort of a tentative nature to this comeback. And maybe that's to be expected because there's a pretty wide range of outcomes we're having to entertain here.
No, I think that's right. But I also think, too, to double back on what Josh was saying, take it from a guy that's been doing this since the late 80s. We were always looking for the big flush. The big flush rarely happens. And then people typically, especially in this market, don't get in fast enough. I think that's right in terms of the moves that we've seen so far. But I think what the market's saying is kind of what we teed up when we talked about our year ahead piece for 2026. When we talked about the market is clearly transitioning from a multiple expansion market to an earnings driven market. Stephanie talks about earnings all the time. We always talk about resilient, resilient, resilient. But from a sector by sector basis, the quality of earnings in 2026 is very good. The consistency of earnings growth is very good. I think we tend to make too much out of trying to catch the bottom, and some of these themes, quite frankly, Mike, with respect to software and trying to catch the falling anvil, as I learned a long time ago, that old saying. But I do think what's happening today is a very constructive day. Very constructive day, especially considering the broadening out across both.
Guys, we have
small cap stocks
153
are
people
working.
here. Thank you so much for being here.
Financials.
Wherever you are in
We
this
think
world, God bless you
financials
all.
from an
Hope
earnings
you all have a
perspective are
beautiful,
really going to be
beautiful
driving
Tuesday.
things the second half of the
Please
year.
hit the like
And we
button
actually
if you have
continue to
not
believe
already.
both institutional
Jared said,
and private
gang.
wealth clients are way underexposed financials, and we really think that's an area where we're going to see a lot of gains.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that, Brian. I think financials were the favorite sector coming in to 2026. All of the
I don't agree with
momentum
that.
funds.
The favorite sector? No way was it the favorite sector. Everyone was trying to play healthcare because healthcare in the fourth quarter, Joe, was the momentum play. I think financials actually were outperforming well before the fourth quarter. Everyone was trying to think more value side of things. And well, industrial, if you go back and look at some of the tape and on this show in particular, everyone was trying to chase energy, healthcare, utilities, consumer staples. They were much more defensively positioned. Financials, I think, at the end of the day, though I will say the money center banks, but everyone's missed the move in the small cap financials, which has been actually quite good. So I don't agree with everyone was loving financials
We're just going to disagree. It'd be better if you were here and we could disagree in person.
We're just going to agree.
If you look at a lot of the momentum funds at the end of 2025, they were all significantly overweight. I run one of them, financials. You had a lot of people that were coming on the shows and talking about financials being the place to be, banks themselves. And I think fundamentally a lot of those conditions are still in place, but you are seeing a recalibration as in terms of sentiment and positioning for that sector itself. I do agree with you on where we were at the end of 2025, where the market did its job in getting in front of the flushing
Nobody talked in
software,
chat until
the
David
flushing
woke
the
up,
private
bro.
equity
It's crazy.
names,
Nobody talked for 2
and
hours. That's
really
how long.
pivoting towards the healthcare
Last time
names,
someone
the
said
defensive
anything
names, the
was
material
Trade
names, the REITs that so far have exhibited a strong degree of resiliency.
Is that Coraline I see?
You've been watching President Trump and his meeting with the Irish Prime Minister.
Coraline,
baby,
hypothetical
speaking. Navy's been decimated. Their radars have been decimated. He went on to say their leadership has been decimated. He specifically referred to an Israeli target that Israel took out. Israel took out Basij Commander Soleimani. He presided over the deadly crackdown. President Trump saying he believes it is far more than 32,000 Iranian protesters who were killed by that individual that Israel took out.
For the last
he also
2
addressed
hours.
the major
Pretty sure
news
everybody
this morning.
is frustrated.
Major news this morning was that the National Counterterrorism Center Director Joe Kent resigned. He said, after much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position. He worked for Tulsi Gabbard, and President Trump said, I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security. I did not know him well. It was a question the press asked repeatedly, and President Trump continued with that line. Well, Well, hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered on this St. Patrick's Day. I'm Kayleigh McEnany here with my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Emily Compagno. Also joining us, Cheryl Casoni, Fox Business anchor and host of American Dream Home on Fox Business.
Coraline.
And Steve Doocy, co-host of Fox and Friends.
Where you at, girl?
Emily, you and I were speaking about Joe Kent. He also, the other line President Trump used was he was someone who worked with us. He did not say Iran was a threat to the degree it should have been. We don't want those who don't see Iran as a threat working with us. Paraphrased a little there. That was the gist.
Right. So Joe Kent delivering his resignation as director of the U.S. Counterterrorism Center this morning, saying, I cannot in good conscience back this administration's war in Iran. He said, quote, Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. It is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American leaders. Note that not only did the president address it this morning, as you stated, but also his press secretary via X released a very lengthy statement that began like this. There are many false claims in this letter, but let me address one specifically. That Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, she writes. As President Trump has clearly and explicitly stated, he had strong and compelling evidence that Iran was going to attack the United States first. Now, she also goes on to say, and I encourage everyone to go to her X account to read the full statement. She said the commander-in-chief determines what does and does not constitute a threat because he is the one constitutionally empowered to do so. And she writes, as someone who actually witnesses his decision-making process on a daily basis, the fact that the allegation that his decision was based on the influence of others, even foreign countries, is both insulting and laughable. Now, our own Aisha Hasni reporting that on background to a senior administration official says that Joe Kent was cut out of POTUS intelligence briefings months ago due to allegations of suspected leaks and that he has not been a part of any Iran planning discussions or briefings at all, which sort of posed the disconnect addressed earlier this morning by the administration, saying that he wasn't privy to the classified information that indeed underscores and provides the evidence that Iran was nuclear empowered or about to be. And final quick point that I've referenced Joe Kent's testimony on the Hill many times in 2025 of the 18,000 known terrorists that came through the southern border under the Biden administration's watch in the prior story.
We are still dealing with today. We'll get to that in just a moment. Actually, you know, Harris, he's also sitting there with Ireland. It's a close ally of the United States. And he called out Europe, and he called them out domestically. And he said, if you don't deal with energy and immigration, there will be no more Europe.
Well, and it's interesting because he compared where they were in the beginning. And he said, you know, for me, and maybe that must have been behind the scenes, he said they support this. They understand from the beginning. But now that we're weeks into it, he said you're starting to see a little bit of difference.
Joe Biden.
He didn't beat up on them too badly, though, because in the beginning, you recall, when the UK Prime Minister was not really coming along and saying, we back what you're doing, but we'll just do what we can defensively, he questioned the special relationship between the United States and the UK. We haven't heard him reiterate that. So, you know, maybe we've gone further, further conceptually and maybe farther into the war physically, and that's changed things. But I will say this, when he talks about illegal immigration and just immigration in general in those European countries, and he says things like he did moments ago, you know, you keep up the way that you're doing it now and there won't be a Europe. He said, you know, he breaks with certain European leaders based on their energy and their immigration policies.
Bears are here.
And so when you see that,
bears are
he
here.
means it. And it also, I think, kind of drives home the point that he made early on in this conflict, too. He's going to remember who did and who did not help us.
Yeah, and Steve, he said repeatedly Iran could not have had a nuclear weapon. And his predecessors, his past four, have said that. He also stood up for the Fordo operation, which was, you know, a big success. But he said they would have had a nuclear bomb had I not done that within 24 hours. So you see him putting the sense of imminency on these attacks.
Right, exactly. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump does better than any president we've seen in a while. And that is whatever's on his mind and whatever message he wants to get out there, he's going to go out and he's going to repeat it. And we heard him say, regarding what Joe Kent had said, who said there was no imminent threat, he said there was an imminent threat. There was a threat. We also heard him talk about Europe, and he said, you know, NATO really hasn't done enough. Well, what was he really saying? What he was really saying is NATO is not helping me escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. And I need help. And you want gas to go down, you're going to have to help. One of the reasons he said China, you know, I'm going to go see China in maybe 5 weeks.
one of the reasons they should be escorting ships through is the fact that China gets so much more oil from those areas than the United States does. So essentially, he had some notes. It was a threat, and NATO's got to help us. And he hammered that home a couple of times.
And we heard him mention the Strait of Hormuz. To Steve's point, we know 94% of crude exports from Iran are processed on this island.
Yeah, there's a 95% shutdown right now, at least, unless you're a friendly nation to Iran. They're letting some ships through, in particular, if you're from Turkey. They're letting Turkey flag ships go through and Russian ships, a shocker. But as far as the Strait of Hormuz, what he did say was, especially with regards to our allies, I thought was interesting. He was asked by a reporter, have you had our allies give you any sense that they're going to help escort ships through the strait? He said, guess what? We don't need them. We don't need too much help. We don't need any help, actually. In fact, we just put out a notice. I was over the last couple of weeks, all of our allies very much in favor of what we did. They thought it was important. If you think it's so important and you're a European ally and their energy infrastructure, obviously, and their markets really depend on that strait more than ours. Drill, baby, drill. I've talked about this on the couch before. If that's the case, bring in those minesweepers. I heard him at least 3 times say, bring in minesweeping technology and ships. When he says something to a camera, he knows who he's talking to, and he was talking to the Europeans.
And why wouldn't they?
It helps their energy infrastructure and their economy. It doesn't hurt ours. We are a net exporter of oil. Our nation. They're the problem, not us. They've got the trouble. Not us, at the end of the day.
He knows who he's talking to, including NATO. He said he's disappointed, and you're part of the reason for our deficits. All right.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
Network Nvidia is doubling down on the AI arms race, telling investors demand could drive as much as $1 trillion in orders through 2027. CEO Jensen Huang unveiling a new generation of chips and technologies at the annual GTC conference, highlighting surging demand for computing power. The company is pushing beyond traditional data centers, outlining plans for a space-based AI infrastructure that could power geospatial analysis and autonomous operations in orbit. Nvidia also striking a multi-billion-dollar deal with startup Grok to accelerate its move into inference chips. Still, shares are little changed in response today to all of the news, even with a stronger demand picture. Time now for the tug of war on Nvidia. For that, let's welcome back in our co-hosts Tom White and Joe Mazzola. It's bull versus bear time. So before we jump into your example trades, we got to talk about your thoughts on Nvidia, Joe, especially, in the context of how the shares have just really not done a lot recently, or for some time now. Your thoughts?
I mean, my question is, what does this company have to do? Forecasting $1 trillion in sales from its AI processors through 2027. Whether it's the Blackwell and the Rubin chip platforms, and now I think he just came out a couple minutes ago and said, hey, Jensen Huang came out a couple minutes ago and said that doesn't even include our new products, so that forecast. But yet the stock is kind of mired in this this muddy pit, if you will, where it's just not moving. And you mentioned, their inference push with Grok in kind of how they're introducing the semiconductors for that. I mean, look, they're pressing all the right buttons and they're doing everything that they need. They're just not being rewarded. And I wonder how much of that is just maybe an overall market malaise when it comes to kind of AI, because if anything, they continue to beat and raise. They just announced another $2 billion that they're going to be investing with the Nebius group, deploying more than 5 gigawatts of Nvidia systems by the end of 2030. I guess I'm confused. I don't know what the market is looking for, because even if you look at the stock in terms of like a PEG ratio, you look at the price divided by earnings divided by expected growth.
I'm in 26740 DT right now
in terms of a PEG ratio. So from a valuation standpoint, it looks relatively cheap. From a growth standpoint, you can still see that they're forecasting massive growth. But for some reason, the market doesn't want to reward it. And that kind of affects the way that I set up my trade. I'll talk about that in a minute. I'll let Tom speak for a second. But yeah, I'm just wondering what it takes.
Yeah, it's like the market's like, yeah, you're great. So what? Tom, your thoughts?
Yeah, Joe's obviously been listening to me, because this has been a head scratcher for me also, is the fact that, hey, what does Nvidia have to do after their last blowout earnings? And then he comes and ups basically what they're going to make, maybe basically double, right? Added another year through 2027 because their projections were for $500 billion through 2026. And then the partnerships that they announced also with IBM, Hewlett-Packard, Adobe, strengthening those ties with Uber and others in this space. And then, Joe mentioned the amount of money that they're expecting in sales just from their AI side of their business. That's not even including everything else. They're getting into the CPU side. They're getting into their standalone computers. They're still in gaming. They're still massive there. There's a leader in that space also. They're getting more into inference at this point. Their Grok partnership that they just signed a licensing deal with is supposed to be explosive. I mean, Jensen Huang, he basically talks the talk. It just doesn't seem like Wall Street and maybe some of these analysts are buying it at this point. The stock nearly traded up to 189 yesterday, during his keynote, and then immediately fell. Still up 1.65%, but now down again today. So these reactions are kind of puzzling, I think, to not only me and Joe and maybe you, it's to a lot of investors at this point, because he's got to be pounding his head against the wall, going, "What do we have to do?" Because the valuations have come down pretty significantly, and their growth rate is starting to reaccelerate again.
Not just us, you've got analysts as well who are, reiterating their views on it, still bullish conviction around it. B of A got a $300 price target on it, named it as a top AI pick. Wells Fargo, overweight, $265 price target on it. JP Morgan Chase still overweight on this one. All right, but let's get into the example trades. Joe, let's start out with yours. What's your approach today?
I am fighting the market trend on this one. I mean, it's basically been sideways, and it doesn't rally on good news, and you just wonder, right? Why would I look at a bullish trade here? Well, if you sell a cash secured put, and this is what I'm looking at, it's about a 2-week trade. It's the April 1st expiration, selling the 175 strike. When I price it up, you could do it around 280. I think you can probably get around $3 now that the stock's pulled back. But the idea is this.
Fuck you doing?
If you're looking for an area where there's been support, it's been around that 200-day moving average. It's currently trading at the 200-day moving average around 178.
Yeah, flip that burger,
it's
market.
just interesting,
flip that burger, boy.
An RSI at 48, not
flip
really
my
bullish,
burger,
not really
boy.
Kind of in the middle. The ADX is another indicator that I look at. That's down around 15. So it's basically showing you a trendless stock that's not doing much. And a lot of times when you find a trendless stock that selling premium, even though the current IB percentile is still fairly low, I don't mind doing that, because if it's a stock that you want to own, I think probably 175 is a decent entry price for it. And you're doing that in a stock that's basically kind of treading water for the last 6 months. And if you can continue to sell those puts and roll them and continue to collect credits, in this instance, like I said, you can probably do it around 280 to $3 in a 2-week trade. That's around 1.5% for a 2-week trade. Extrapolate, continuing to do that as you're looking to accumulate shares.
Extrapolate,
but that's the key. You got to be willing to own the stock, and you got to be willing to own it.
Extrapolate, expedite, and accelerate. The levers. Amen. Amen. On Allah Habibi. Oh God.
because we all know.
We all know. One red candle on SPY, I'm fucking leaving SPY. 0 DT. They may just burn this shit here. I gotta go take a piss. Fuck. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Welcome back. Nvidia's Jensen Huang says the company's revenue could hit $1 trillion through 27, but the stock reaction was muted yesterday. Christina Partsinevelos is at GTC in San Jose, joins us with more on the street's reaction to yesterday's event. Hey, KP.
Hi, Carl. Well, Jensen Huang, the CEO, spent literally 2 hours and 15 minutes on stage making the case that Nvidia's best days are still ahead. The headline number you mentioned was at least $1 trillion in cumulative revenue through 2027, which was double the previous figure that we got back in October at their GTC DC. That sent shares initially up over 4% higher in just minutes. Then investors did the math, thought maybe the acceleration really wasn't there, and Nvidia lost roughly $150 billion in market cap in just the span of about 10 minutes as enthusiasm just faded. The problem is that $1 trillion isn't that far from where Wall Street already was, so the new number barely moves the needle. Mizuho's Jordan Klein writing that GTC risks becoming maybe overhyped and an annual snoozer that moves nobody, drawing a direct comparison to Apple's iPhone event in September. A little harsh. JP Morgan, though, pushing back, though, saying Nvidia's platform now spanning 7 chips and 5 rack systems with the software to tie them all together is just simply too difficult for any competitor to replicate. And with demand broadening beyond hyperscalers into sovereign AI, enterprises, industrial customers, the cycle is more durable than the market is actually giving it credit for. Jensen Huang, the CEO, backing that up on CNBC just in the last hour with a comment specifically geared towards memory. Listen in.
We're the only company in the world that now optimizes the entire data center across 3 different types of memories. HBM, and we have some excellent partners there, HBM4 coming. LPDDR5, the world's first low-power memory used in data centers. We invented the whole idea. Everybody's going to use it in the future.
You look so smart, man.
So for memory investors, that's a direct call out to names for high bandwidth memory suppliers like SK Hynix and Micron. Even SanDisk is climbing higher today on a signal that demand is about to accelerate, even though supply is just still so tight. Morgan Stanley's Joe Moore calling the sell-off an attractive entry
We have
point
now
right
surpassed
now,
100
and
likes.
Nvidia as
If you
this
have not
top
hit the
pick in
like
semis,
button
saying the
still,
market will
and there
eventually
is
get more
42
comfortable
people,
with this 2027
smack
growth
the
number,
like button.
and when
I
it
would
does, the
appreciate it
stock
so
will
much.
outperform.
Someone
The
just
setup is there.
unhit the
This is
like
according
button
to
as I
him. The
said that,
market
but I'm so
just
sorry, but
needs
thank
to
you so
believe
much.
it, Carl.
Someone just hit it back.
I mean,
Thank you
let's see,
so
Christina,
much.
to
It might be
this
YouTube bugging out, but
disconnect
thank you so
between
much, folks.
the commentary and the bullishness we get from Jensen Huang and the analyst community, which has all stepped in and been equally bullish. I mean, we heard even Stacey Rasgon, who's been skeptical before. He loved what he heard and said that he doesn't think the stock can get much cheaper. And then the market, which is showing a stock that has been in a range and barely moves on this kind of update.
Yeah, Sarah, so every day as a reporter, I have to put a pitch in, and that was exactly my pitch, the disconnect between the generalist market and then the entire chip community, which is, there's nothing that can, sway their opinions about how strong they believe Nvidia is. I think the problem with the general market is that the upside is no longer there. This is a massive company, right? So to swing it even higher, you really have to move the needle. So I think that a lot of investors are thinking there's more upside in the supply chain as opposed to just Nvidia itself. And so I think that's a difficult point for the CEO, Jensen Huang, to really have to sway the market and say, like, oh, look, we can go to $5 trillion just within the next year or so. And I think the market isn't convinced that such a big company can move even more despite the demand being there.
Okay, Christina, thank you. Christina Partsinevelos with Nvidia stock down about 0.25%.
Don't say that about Nvidia. All right. Come on now. America.
Brian Brenberg, Jackie DeAngelis, and with us for the hour, Fox Business senior correspondent Charlie Gasparino. Great to have you. So more ships making their way through the strait. That is the critical waterway that moves around 20% of the world's oil and gas. Some tankers are sneaking through despite threats. And President Trump says Iran is being dismantled piece by piece.
We hit them so hard like nobody's ever been hit. We hit them very hard. And we've extinguished most of their missiles. We've extinguished most of their drones. We've extinguished most of the places where the missiles and the drones go. Iran is a shell of itself. It's no longer a bully. It's the one that gets bullied. It's a bully that got beat up. We beat the crap out of them. And they deserve that.
But he's also warning this isn't over yet.
240
so
ahora.
That's sort of where I want to kick things off. Square those two with us. We've heard, we've beaten them down. The Navy's at the bottom of the sea. They're done. But then we're still sort of getting a mostly blockade, Strait of Hormuz, and saying, they're done, but the war isn't over yet. Can you have it on both sides?
As of now, yes. That doesn't mean it's going to last forever. On my Risk and Return podcast, we had Jack Devine. And if you know anything about Jack Devine, former terrorism expert, like #2 guy at the CIA.
15 minutes,
all right? Unravel this. And he put it pretty bluntly. He says, we're winning this. Do not believe what you're reading in the papers.
Winners.
This is by all, militarily, this is like a complete catastrophe for Iran. They still have some capabilities. Okay, obviously they can throw a drone at a ship. And that could prevent everybody from going there. They can mine the Straits of Hormuz, which they're doing. They can do these sort of tactical maneuvers that's disruptive, essentially, to the flow of oil. But they're, as a country, as a power, they're toast. And what he believes is that at some point, the U.S. spends a lot of money on the military. We're going to deal with those problems. We don't spend this much money because we're going to send oil to $150, $200 a barrel by jamming up the Straits of Hormuz. So we're going to do something about this. What I find interesting is that
Strait of Hormuz.
I mean, we're going to get through this at some point. Iran's going to be what it is. I mean, do they think that the oil suppliers, the Gulf nations, are not going to adapt to the fact that they control the Straits of Hormuz? They're going to find an alternative way.
They already have. We've been talking about it.
Okay, so then they're becoming increasingly irrelevant. And do you see what I'm saying? I mean, they're pushing themselves into increasing irrelevance. And if they don't have oil where they can ship around and threaten people with,
hell no,
bruh. That's their leverage.
That's their leverage against the world and for terrorism.
Dig and talk to me about
Más
that.
minutos.
We're talking about the pipeline
Menos
that runs
minutos.
from
All I need
east
2
to
minutos.
West. Thank you for correcting me. So I'm trying to get my navigation
All I
here.
need 2 minutos.
Also interesting, I think overnight we were hearing a couple of tankers were going through, but pretty much Iran is dictating who they let through or not. I think it was a Pakistani tanker and then maybe an Indian, under an Indian flag LNG, that they're basically going through that strait, but hugging very close to the Iranian coast, basically signaling that Iran is dictating who
the cows are here.
Cannot
the cows are here.
Go through. How do you see this playing out?
The cows are here.
Well, Charlie sat down and
the bears and fuck the bulls. The
the
cows are here.
Noted, if not for the very
pro-energy, vanilla milk
approach and policy of President Trump, where would oil be if we weren't a net exporter of all petroleum products? Where would oil be? It'd be $120 a barrel. It would be even higher. That
cows are here.
That
One
policy
minute.
allows
One more minute.
the United
Uno
States
más.
to
Uno más
remove
minuto.
This,
Por favor, marquedo.
Sponsor of terror has been for almost 50 years.
What news?
What's
2 minutes?
happening
No
is,
news. No news.
I don't want to
señorita.
diminish what is going on with diesel in this country over $5 a gallon at this
What
point,
news?
which hurts transportation. It hurts everybody because of the nature of carting things to market, if you will. However, about half of the oil that goes through the Strait of Hormuz, half the oil and product, 20 million total, 15 million crude, is getting to market in other ways. The East-West pipeline that Saudi Arabia built 45 years ago, that's 5 million barrels. There's 1.5 million through the UAE pipeline. That was why I pointed out the importance of Iran attacking with drones through Gyra. Where that's the termination point of that pipeline. But you also have, there is still oil that is being exported and shipped out of Car to China by Iran.
China.
There is the release
Pakistan. They're sending. Didn't they get
some
oil?
There was one. That was like one flag Pakistani ship, I think, but Iran's still getting out 2 million barrels a day by some estimates. There is the 400 million barrel release from the strategic reserves around the globe. So the oil is still flowing, but you have to make up at least half of the oil nonetheless. This is France says it's an ixnay on, speaking pig Latin, on the helping the United States in any transport escorts through the Strait of Hormuz. But that's last. And I don't even think once our military is done, but it needs to be to finish this off, because Iran has sent a signal to the world that it will be able to disrupt the flows of energy through the Strait in perpetuity unless it is decapitated figuratively for time to come.
I just want to hit some headlines, Brian, and I give these to you because this sort of goes along the theme of what
he is lying.
We were talking about yesterday. President.
What the wait, it says Google says today. You're lying. Powell live. I don't see nothing. We got man, almost had me. You almost had me. March 17th. Nothing. Tomorrow, Wednesday, March 18th, 2:30 p.m. FOMC press conference. Boom, boom. Bang, bang.
It is a wild world that we live in where we're talking about all the support that we're getting from the Middle East, but NATO not stepping up. What do you think?
Well, do you know what it tells me? Remember Trump said we got to do Greenland because if China ever goes up there and starts to attack, NATO will never show up. They're proving his point right now.
Getting too close to 345 for my liking here.
You rely on this oil. Trump's not asking you to pick up the heaviest part of the load. He's just saying,
they're not even fucking going lower, but they're just burning the fucking bulls by staying here.
Maybe a ship or two, and make this a coalition. And they're like, we don't think so. So you know what? Don't complain to me, Europe. Don't complain to us, Europe, about Greenland because you're proving the point right here. But Charlie, for the second week in a row, I got to agree with you. I know it's.
We have alarm bells going on.
It's a very uncomfortable situation for me to be in. But I will agree with you.
Starting to sweat. I can tell.
And this is your area of expertise. You know, we talk about Iran and the asymmetry of their weapons, right? So they send cheap drones against expensive missiles. Okay.
Guys, I'm about to go watch this movie called The Hoppers.
Is the asymmetry
if anybody watched it, please let me know how it is.
That they benefit from. If you look at basically any major newspaper in the U.S. and you look at how this is covered, you know, like this morning, so they got the Iran's, they're effectively their top guy, right? So that was a headline. Every story underneath is some story about how somebody's worried and something might fall apart and something's just on the edge and one missile hit over here and one missile hit over there. And it all looks like chaos, okay? And you talk to a guy who knows what he's talking about, not a journalist, a guy who knows what he's talking about, and he says, we're winning. But that narrative
I'm a winner.
Under 1,000 layers of things that the anti-Trump regime media doesn't like, and that becomes a story.
Losing.
So, look,
I'm winning and
time
losing.
Time is going to pass. I agree with you.
Hooray.
This is going to get resolved because we've got $1 trillion military, okay, going up against Iran. And in the
I'm
meantime,
a winner.
I think you have got to heavily filter the story we get from the media because I think it's an anti-Trump story,
I'm leaving SPY.
not
This
a
shit
what's
is
happening
stupid.
with Iran story.
Well, if you turn on another channel, which I sometimes do just to
Power Hour is
see
starting.
exactly what's going on, it sounds like it's Iranian state TV, honestly. And the president.
What channel is this so we can avoid?
What? I'm not naming
Just
names.
throw a
but guess.
dart at your
Just guess.
remote.
Financial channel? Or?
No, not a financial channel. A news channel that was saying, for example, last week that, you know, the Trump administration has miscalculated everything and the Iranians are gaining a foothold.
Nvidia going lower.
Trump
and
actually
SPY
called
is
out
not going
Iranian
lower.
state
This shit
TV
is
yesterday for fake news and also using AI-generated videos to tell a completely different narrative. Now, I think that taking out of this Ali Larijani, head of Supreme National Security of Iran, was really important. He was one of the proponents. He was making a lot of the decisions, is my understanding. But he's also a proponent of this fake narrative. He was saying that it's clear they're running out of steam. That means us, the United States. He was quoted saying Trump's problem is that he doesn't understand the Iranian nation is mature and determined. So this is what their narrative is. And by the way, he's gone, so he's not calling any shots. And the last thing I heard about the Supreme Leader that they elected is we got some statements and we've still only seen a cardboard cutout of this guy.
What the hell is
so
Nvidia
things
doing,
are falling apart, and I think a lot of the military analysts do agree that we're winning. You see the strategic moves that not only we are making, but that the Israelis are making in that operation last night. And it's Tuesday of week 3.
Oh my God,
Trump
MU at
asked us
460.
to give them
What the
4
fuck?
to
This shit
5
is not
weeks.
fucking healthy.
He has said that we are ahead of
This is
schedule,
not
which
even healthy.
seems to be the case because they are sputtering out of ammunition.
MU at 460.
I imagine it's the rest of
What
that
the fuck?
ammunition that it will take to decapitate them, as you're suggesting, in the next 2 weeks.
What she just said is disgusting.
We should point out that Iran is an ancient culture, and an ancient, civilization, and country. Persia goes back centuries.
Bulls could argue SPY disgusting right now. Bears could argue SPY disgusting right now. But I'm arguing MU disgusting right now.
This is a real country. But to say that these guys represent the Persian people, I mean,
they don't. You know what my mother said. These people do not represent.
This is a fringe element of Islam that is almost apocalyptic if you really follow.
Tomorrow
the
we have
teaching.
MU
they
earnings
believe
and
that,
the Fed
rate cut decision. If they don't win, the end of the world can come, and so be it. So we're talking, and most Iranians are extremely educated. I mean, this is such a weird country in that you have a very powerful clique.
Hey, don't say that about my country, boy.
Running,
this
so
is
let's
a great
say 20%
country.
Running 80% of people that just want to
put some respect on my name.
They love their country, but they don't love what they're doing to the country.
But I want to point out that the working men and women are going to work and probably don't have time to turn on the TV. God bless you.
God bless me. Thank you.
They see that diesel is $5.04 a gallon. Yeah. It's 78 cents away from the all-time high. That regular is $1.22 away from the all-time high. So they don't need the regime media to interpret what's going on. This hurts. And diesel feeds to all goods and services that are brought to market and brought to consumers by truck and rail. So
fucking love some chickens.
You can't dismiss that.
I would say you're right, and I think I don't want to be Pollyannish.
They call me a fucking lion.
If there is anybody in this building who's
about the impact of this war. I mean, there is a real bear case scenario for the U.S. economy.
Buffalo chicken nuggets
eater. I was talking with some very
sophisticated
hedge fund guys about how they play it, and they were saying, listen, you have, if this thing drags on and oil stays elevated for a while, you have that on top of
that bounces
AI
crazy on SPY.
disintermediating many jobs. I mean,
I
people are talking about this sort of like dynamic going on. So I'm just saying that, as much as we're saying that the war is going great, which it is, and maybe it's a necessary thing, we all just have to.
They're not even going higher; they're just fucking staying here. They're just cooking off all the fucking
coals. Let's not discount an economic cost here. And I think there will be, because there's a lot of different.
Alfonso say good morning.
There's been some notes I've read that gosh, it used to be 100, maybe now it's 150, where we talked about it goes from inflation to disinflationary, right, because of the demand shock. I think everyone's at home trying to figure out what is that level where these higher prices start to crowd out money and we start to
got on
see
me and said, good morning.
sort of disinflationary trends. I will say Trump said we're not ready to leave Iran yet, but we will leave in the very near future. So trying to read through the tea leaves.
Well, we've got
Marines
headed there. So
look in the video right now. What the hell is going on? Time is too.
Let's talk about Amazon. Ooh, they're going in the right direction.
They thought they were gonna scare me out, but they don't know I'm making the cop. Boy, you're gonna have to try
as if, like, you're
harder than that.
Nvidia.
You now get
Charlie, 1 hour.
By Aqua di Gio, Cologne.
Stupid ass.
Let's hold off on that a little bit.
Appreciate you.
What do you think of that,
Does it
David?
cost more?
Get your broccoli ass
It's
out of
just
here.
the logistic freight company that Amazon has become.
Dr. Murray.
Wild.
They lie, though. They lie about how soon the stuff shows up.
Bears
Just
are
saying.
here.
They'll say it gets there in 3 hours, and it gets there in 3 days.
Nvidia burning the
And I get angry
booze
because, again, if
for
you
the
need
4th
dog
day in
diapers,
a
you need 'em
row.
yesterday.
What about baby
Fucked
diapers,
up.
Dagan? You gotta, like, give me
But it
some
seems
stuff.
like that's the environment.
You're not doing that baby training where you're supposed to read on the baby's face, where the baby's telling you that it
did it all
she needs to use the bathroom. You're supposed to run
What
and
the
hover
hell?
over the toilet.
I do that?
Every single day. That's
Brian uses the
crazy.
Does he really?
Okay.
I believe anything.
We're done. We're done with the
It's a good
A-block.
job. By the way, you know what I love about this
We want to
panel?
hear from you. If you have a question for us, go on over
This
to our
chat
Ask
is so
our
dead, bro.
Instagram
Nobody
page and leave
talking.
a
That's
comment. We'll
crazy.
be answering your questions in our Friday
That's
Ask
crazy.
Us Anything segment. But first up, New York City is spending money
that's
hand
crazy.
over fist to solve homelessness, but the problem only getting worse. You are not going to believe some of these numbers. It's
That's
next. Stay with
fucking
us.
Ugh. Well, hope everybody had a beautiful lunch, dinner, day since yesterday. And damn, SC said getting cooked, that's why. Damn. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I joined on Nvidia yesterday at the fucking top, and I had such a good entry that I've just been joining today all fucking day long, and I've just been in profit all fucking day. I added in the morning too. I'm pretty sure. I don't even know if I said in the alert room. I'm pretty sure I did, but I did add on Nvidia. And I've just been sitting because it's testing LOD all fucking day long. Yeah. It did really chop for 3 fucking hours here, so Bulls and Bears are all, they're all, you know, they're all fucking fighting each other, they're all fucking friends right now, they're all like, bruh, what the fuck, we all just got beat up by the market, like, what the fuck, and they're all just hanging out together with hands around each other's shoulders.
The Dow Jones average pre-market up 250 points. The Nasdaq's up 121, adding to yesterday's pretty solid gains. Ray Wong's with us this morning. Wrap it all up for me, please, Ray. What did Jensen Huang say at the Nvidia conference yesterday, and was it what investors wanted to hear?
You know, I think he did. He laid out a roadmap to $1 trillion in revenue by 2027, and it bolstered the rest of the AI ecosystem. There's a big shift
David
from
G
moving from
said,
training these
"Hi."
large AI models to
Hi,
a concept
David.
called inference, which is really applying that knowledge to
Hi.
making predictions. And they launched a new product that actually delivers on both
Time is
GPUs and
power hour
LPUs
starting.
that came from their Grok acquisition, which means this is the future for NVIDIA,
Hi,
being able to get
I'm
into that
David.
inference market, doing
Hi,
it cheaply. He
I'm
also
Jeff.
talked about robots and what they call physical
Hi,
AI. And
my
of course,
name is
everything
Jeff.
revolves around what they call tokens. You access AI using tokens, and everything gets connected through this token ecosystem. So in his world, it all gets connected to the physical AI, the sovereign AI, and of course, what's happening in that future.
Do you think that that speech was positive enough to lift Nvidia's stock to a new high?
it actually helped a lot. It really cleared the air about demand on AI. Everybody felt that there wasn't going to be this continued demand out to 2027. But Jensen said, look, I see $1 trillion out there. All the ecosystem that supplies Jensen, as well as the other stocks that are buying his chips, actually took a bump.
Micron, well, they report Wednesday after the bell. I hear people expecting an absolute blowout. Why are they expecting a blowout, and what's so good about Micron?
Well, there's this thing with AI that is really important, is that it needs a lot of memory. And what you have is DRAM, high bandwidth memory. Crazy. These are things that are in short supply. Micron makes those things. So the street's expecting 140% rise in revenue, 450% in profit, and Micron makes those memory chips. And we're short there everywhere. This AI data center boom is worth $750 billion by 2026, and it's up from what we've seen at about $368 billion last year. So just in a week, the stock's up 20% because everyone's hunting for memory, and they make this chip called an HBM4 360 gig 12H memory chip that's built specifically for Nvidia's new set of chips called Vera Rubin. That's what's driving the growth here, along with some of the other memory chip makers.
Well, it's at $452 per share right now. Is that an expensive stock by PE ratios?
It's an expensive stock, but it's also a sign of the fact that we're short on memory. And if you don't have the memory, the AI doesn't work. Everyone's scouring for memory chips at the moment, and HBM and all this capability to be able to get there. So it's a run for it because they know the Nvidia demand is the front end, and of course the chip side is on the back end.
You bought that, didn't you? You bought Micron.
Not yet. Not yet. It's still too high for me.
That's fascinating. Okay. Ray, thanks for your input this morning. We appreciate it.
Micron's at 460. Oh my fuck. Who the fuck is bringing Micron up to 460 right now? Who out there in the world is bringing this shit up to fucking 460 right now? This is so sad. I have one 427 put that got washed out today. I was up $300 into fucking close, and now I'm down $300 on it. I got it at the tippy top here. Can you fucking believe it? I got it at the tippy top here, and I never left that one tiny ass fucking put on the Micron, and it just fucking rallied all the way up today. Oh my god. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's some fucking bullshit, honestly. That's that fucking bullshit that I felt on Nvidia and Palantir and Tesla the last 4 fucking months, like 6 fucking times. Like, it's crazy. Who the fuck is bringing fucking Micron up to 460? Like, who the fuck? Who the fuck? Like, oh my god, it's so fucking cooked. There's no other way about it. That shit is so cooked. The numbers are so fucking cooked on Micron. Like, it's like I remember the day Palantir went to 230. I remember the day Nvidia went to like fucking I don't even know, like it was 208 or some shit. It's literally just, it's one of those moments where they use every single fucking options out there to do the fucking moves, and if and when the real direction comes, it's like they use every fucking goddamn little thing out there to do the fucking move, and it's so fucking crazy. It's so crazy. Earnings, it sucks. Earnings suck sometimes, but yeah, that's what it is. It's most 90% of earnings did that shit to me. I would go in too early and it would just fucking rally up into fucking earnings. No fucking goddamn technical whatsoever. Just go up one more day, pull back a little bit, go up another day, another day, another day. ETA fucking 2 days, 1 day. It's like at the fucking max, what people would have never expected a week ago. It's I mean, that's the only way to fucking cook everything coming in, but like, it's so fucking crazy how there's just power to do that. Like, I don't. Sure. This is healthy. Yeah, it's just not. What I'm saying doesn't even make sense. This is a very healthy chart. This is a very, very healthy chart. What the fuck are we talking about right now? What is this? Nah, this is sick. Number one, this shit is sick. mentally sick, physically sick, spiritually sick, and fucking it is sick. And we'll find out tomorrow earnings how sick it is. It's sick. It's fucking sick. Oh my god, Nvidia, Burry Bears, Dr. Burry. Oh my god, Dr. Burry, Dr. Burry. Dr. Burry, the Burry Bears are here. Dr. Burry. The Burry Bears are here. Fucking so oversold now too. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck are we witnessing today? Oh my god. Look at Nvidia MACD right now. What the fuck are we witnessing today? LOD testing. That's crazy. That's crazy. The MACD looks crazy. How it's just like that. Oh my god, it lost the top of the purple, but look at the fucking god, look at that. Look, SPY already lost the top of the purple box. It's at the bottom of it. Look at Nvidia, lost the top of the purple box. Look at where the 1210 is above the purple box. Look at, oh my god. Smart money whales are motherfucking free willy out here, brr. Oh my. Free willy. Free willy. I love meat whales. Free willy. Free willy, bruh. Oh god, I like whales. Free willy. That's crazy. They showed fucking red on this fucking goddamn put and not showing green. Oh my god, that's crazy. Oh, they're so fucking strong. Oh my god, that's crazy, dude. This is. Oh, sick. Chop, but they trapped every single bull out there today. They chopped and trapped every single bull today. At the top. I still haven't chosen if I want a Gengar. It's 2:55 p.m. and you said good morning. I'm pretty sure you know what we mean. What do you mean? Man said good morning at literally nighttime and said, what do you mean? What do you mean? It's good morning for David. True. Tyler said SCME hour. More like impatience hour. They always get started around 3:10, 3:05, alright? They always get started 5-10 minutes after the fucking time people think anyway, too. We'll see. Oh! Oh my god. Damn, son. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. When Nvidia range lower. When Nvidia range lower. WEN Nvda range lower. Look at me now.
Developing White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles says she has been diagnosed with early-stage breast cancer. President Trump, who broke the news yesterday, called Wiles one of his closest and most important advisors.
She announced a minor difficulty, which will be in good shape.
Percent travels through the strait. So stand by, and we'll let you know when we get a new date on Beijing. They say it's going to happen.
And it's not just China. President Trump is slamming U.S. allies after a muted response to his call for help securing the Strait of Hormuz. European leaders are reportedly making no plans to provide military support to reopen the strait, even as the president argues such an operation would benefit Europe more than the United States. Brett Baer is the anchor of Special Report. He's here with us today. Thanks so much for being here.
Good morning.
Let's just play a little bit of President Trump talking about the allies.
Nasty bull trap range lower. Look at this shit.
90%. Japan gets 95%. China 91%.
Nasty.
Many of the countries, South Korea gets a tremendous percentage of
Korea.
their oil and therefore their energy from the straits, and or as they call it, the strait. And they should be helping us. What does surprise me is that they're not eager to help.
Where is this going, Brett?
Well, good morning. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I think it's. I think there's a level of frustration actually inside the White House about some of the countries not getting on board, considering all the percentage of oil that goes through the Strait of Hormuz. China is
Strait of Hormuz.
Gets about, to the president's point, about 90% at some point, and there is a sense that escorting that through is a key part here. In the meantime, I think the European nations and others are hoping that this is going to end sooner rather than later, and that there's going to be a negotiated settlement, and they're not ready to put their military out there if it's going to end very quickly. But it's a catch-22. I met this morning with the Chinese ambassador, and they confirmed that they did get word about the trip to China being delayed, probably 4 to 5 weeks. But it is interesting to watch the president try to get these countries to help him get the escorts through the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, my understanding it's going to happen. They want it to happen. But it could be punted for about a month, and we'll see what comes of that. I was watching your show last night. You had the Irish Prime Minister on, the Taoiseach. I have to look that word up every year on St. Patty's Day. He's talking about investments, and some of that's been lost in the past 18, 19 days, I'd say, with regard to Iran. But here's what he told you.
Overall,
all, you're looking at about $390 billion of investment ongoing over the years, increasing all of the time. 800 Irish companies now employing thousands of people, about 200,000 people across America, which illustrates the transformation of the relationship between the US and Ireland. It's a two-way economic street.
I can hear him spitting on me. From him, because moments from now, we're going to see him and the president there in the Oval Office and the exchange of shamrocks, and we'll watch that together.
Yeah, the Bowl of Shamrocks is every year. This year it comes with $6.1 billion in investment of Irish companies investing inside the U.S. And each leader, as we've seen, with President Trump in particular, seems to come to the table with that. And the Irish would like to increase that relationship. There is some tension. The Prime Minister, the Taoiseach, is not a fan of the Iran action. He is one that would like to see more dialogue, as we're hearing again from the EU nations. But they're considered, the Irish, the kind of whisperer to some of those EU countries. And I think some of that you'll hear today with his meeting at the White House.
Meantime, there are domestic issues going on. And in fact, there was a little dust-up yesterday between Senator Cornyn and Congressman Kassar of Texas outside of the Austin airport, talking about the DHS shutdown and the TSA employees going a second paycheck period with $0. Watch.
Hey, Senator, I was hoping that we could. Why don't you tell your Democrats to vote to pay these poor
Let's do it. Let's do it.
No,
why don't
you do it.
No, we
I've voted for it time and time again.
Let's go. Let's talk for a second, Senator.
No,
there's a bipartisan bill to fund just the TSA. Can we do that together? Not acceptable to fund just the TSA.
How about all the terrorist attacks like we see down on 6th Street? You want those to continue? These people are keeping us safe. Tell the Democrats to vote.
Brett, where is the uncommon ground that's going to get America out of this mess?
Yeah, I think this is really interesting. Politically, it seems to be going a little bit towards the Republicans as far as the glaring, you have to solve this. The Democrats kind of trying to split the bill into just funding the TSA is not really flying, and you're seeing that dynamic there with Senator Cornyn. I have the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, on. I'll be up on Capitol Hill for a special report, and we're going to ask him all about this. The politics of it are one thing, but you have TSA agents now that have missed one check getting to 2 checks, and it's a crucial moment.
Not fair to them. Brett Baer, thank you. We'll be watching tonight. Senator Thune's got a lot on his plate, and you've got a lot of questions, so we'll watch tonight.
Thank you, Brett. We'll see you then.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox.
Why do you listen to news, dude? Gosh. I do what I want.
On Schwab Network is
I do what I want.
For Blackwell.
Aggravated growth. Jensen Huang.
Here that you came across.
Yeah, this reaction to, the keynote from Jensen Huang, the CEO, kind of reflective of what we saw post-earnings, right? It was a great earnings report. They re-accelerated growth above the 70% level as far as revenue and EPS. And now you get all this stuff coming out of GTC conference, adding $1 trillion in potential revenue growth. And that's just on the AI data infrastructure build-out portion of their business. It doesn't even include some of the other portions, all the partnerships that they announced, whether it was Uber, Hewlett-Packard, Adobe, others during the conference. Didn't seem to help the stock in the long term. And we saw that same reaction post-earnings also. You mentioned the $1 trillion through 2027. That it was initially $500 billion, but that was only through 2026. So they added a year. And they say that the acceleration is continuing to grow for this company. So it's kind of a head-scratcher because the valuations have come in so much. The stock kind of stutters and stops out at about the $190 level over the past maybe a few months here. And the stock's been basically stagnant for the past 8 or 9 months here also. So this has been a real head-scratcher for a lot of investors because all you do is hear good news, Nicole, but it doesn't seem to be reflective in the stock. But remember, this is the most valuable company out there, $4 trillion in market cap. It's
All
hard
these
to move
bullish
this
news
stock,
on Nvidia, and it
that's
ain't even
probably
moving, they
part of the
said.
problem also in this one. But I did see some unusual option activity in here also out in the April 10th weekly cycle. So 24 days to expiration. I mentioned that 190 level that the stock continues to fail at. Well, traders sold over 40,000 of the April 10th weekly options, the 190 strike calls. Collected an average credit of about $4.50 on these calls that they sold. So the break even where this trader starts to lose money is above 194.50 over the next 3.5 weeks. That's about 6% above.
And that's all I have to say about that. You see how this did not regain right here? That is bad news for Nvidia. I don't know what the fuck that guy talking about 193 some bullshit. We are literally at 182. I don't know what the fuck he yapping about, but that's why I'm fucking putting a laughing emoji right now. Yeah, Nvidia getting awfully close to LOD by close. Time is 3:20. Shit is so quiet. Dun 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 dun. Shit is so quiet. God damn, MU up 4.5% today. Oh my fuck. They burned the shit out of my 427. Makes me want to cry. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun. MU actually so fucked up though, like what the fuck? The thing closed at fucking 1.4k. And they fucking drained it and I never left, like what the fuck? Yeah, I have one MU put. I literally left everything but one yesterday. And then I left everything but one yesterday at 4. And that one single MU put got drained fucking 50%. That's crazy. It's like fucking $700 too, like 1.4k to like 800, like what the fuck? That's crazy. Some manipulated fucking bullshit. Literally got in here. 454. This is actually some fucking crazy like I don't even know how to do it because I've never seen that shit before, but yeah, this MU's so stupid. Reservoir said MU puts are so expensive now. I don't think you were looking at MU puts, man. They were expensive. I don't think you understand. They were expensive. Like IV Drain crushed it into earnings or some bullshit. $330. It's already 3:30. I'm tired as fuck. Huh? Do something. Instead of closing where you opened and closing where you were yesterday. Video. Do something. I'm so tired. What is this candle? Why don't you channel hoppity boppity out of here, man? Market about to close in 30 minutes anyway. Why are you here, bro? Fuck. Oh my god. What a slow ass close. Genuinely wet. Not that higher or lower. What are they? Why do I see a banana? What the fuck is the market making me do right now? There is literally a banana. Why won't the banana slip? Da banana. Damn, Captain said today has been mental. Has today felt mental for people? Let's see in chat. I'm tired now because like now's the time that I get tired and sleep in the day, but I kinda had an alright day because of the video, I guess, but today could have been mental for me, but not that mental. Was anyone else mental today? I just closed my eyes. Oh my god. Harry said SPY may push higher now at close. You might have jinxed it. Reservoir said it may go up and also may go down. Bro, what kind of comments are these? Like, no crap, it may go up or down. Like, what other direction is it gonna go, brother man? All right, it's gonna go left. It's gonna go right. It's gonna go up left. It's gonna go down right. Damn. Someone said I did $600 good in the morning and then 30 minutes ago 1.4K. Ah, that is sad as fuck. End of the day, fucking burn, fucking data, whatever the hell trap they're doing on burn, bull, and bear. That's sad as shit. Reservoir said that was ironic for the other guy. Okay, interesting. It's 3:50 in 10 minutes. Power imbalance time. Stop the cap. Someone said, I love range trading. Very happy. Stop the cap. Ain't nobody in the world like range trading. Range ass. Do something. I think it's about to do something. Time is 3:50. Power and balance time in 7 minutos. Uh. Mm. Mm. What? Oh. We? The fuck? I'm so tired. I gotta sleep. Fuck. Oh, shit. AMC hours. If the movie starts at 6, 6, 7, 8. Alright, never mind. I'm about to just sleep today. Power and balance time. What time is it? 4? Do something cool at 350, bro. Fuck Nvidia. Why? So close to LOD, yet the contracts look so fucking. Why? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¡Oh! ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Uy, ¿por qué? ¿Por qué, señor? Señor, sí. Just how I like it, baby, señor. Power hour. ¿Por qué? Sí, señor. Sí, señor. Time is 3:50. 3:53. 53. 5. 0 horas. Sí, señor. Mi mucho, mi mucho. Mi mucho, mi mucho. Sí, señor. Oh my, sí, señor. Volume, sí, señor. El candle, sí, señor. Señorita, 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 Rita, señorita, señorita. I was gonna say, it's so fucking close to the goddamn LOD and the contracts did not go yet. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Oh, shit! Shit o'clock. Shit o'clock. 9 minutes. Shit o'clock. Time is oh shit o'clock. Nah, B. Do me nice, B. Six minutes left. Damn. This is such a fuckery aura. Bruh. What the fuck? Okay, I'm filled one on Nvidia, $700. Jesus Christ. Okay. What the fuck? Yo, the fuck? I thought it was gonna fucking bounce. What the fuck is this? Bearish close, but barely. Previous low of the day. Market close in 40 seconds. Market closed. Sheesh! Have a good day, everybody.